Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obuni kife la chasha so, obuni kife me chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love for me. Hey yeah, I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, oh. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuni kife la chasha me oh. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia.
Oh yeah. Arrangement for only àyájọ́ ni. Orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Okay now.
To pese between my pen.
I see.
I see Panawata the wedding for game.
Okay.
Mama musi na nwa metogo kwa maka na nwa mujelumba owe budike aga nilu ne budilo nwanne mo ata ga wanke ya dika kwa ya jomba
self
kukwana afanya anya kwadosugo.
The way things are going right now, I think it's time for us to
release all the powers.
Yeah. I think we should first of all give them a hint of Abido Sheka.
Okay.
The country now right now. I think it's time to shaking things up. What do you think about Abido Sheka?
It's a spiritual. You know that we're no more collecting rights from transformer. We're taking light directed from high tension. 2024. Watch out. And I will let you know and they clear you what we're going to use to end all this mess. I'm a warlord.
Aye.
I'm a Ndaboski. Baose.
Epidemic.
Pandemic.
Aye.
Pandemonium.
Aye.
Catastrophe.
Aye.
Cataclysm.
Aye.
Ufonya.
Ewa.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pa Jíṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìdàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
Yeah, so there it is right there. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. So amen to that. And that's my prayer to all of you. May God's grace never depart from you. That's essentially what that says in Yoruba language. So that is Chioma recognizing high society people on that little musical cameo that we just played. Chioma, of course, being a high society woman herself. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you all? So another day, another dollar. It never stops and it will never stop. You know, we're cascading all the way through to 2027. We're building up the narrative, holding the political space under the microscope so that we are well equipped for the next round of elections. So that's what we're doing. So you may well think that this is a fallow period because the electioneering phase is over. No, it's not a fallow period because governance is a continuum and politics never ends. So all of those things we continue to monitor to the high peaks of elections and then the plateauing of governance. So it will never ever stop. So just get accustomed to it. But the one thing we do try to do is to deliver some honesty. That's the one thing we try to do. So we try. You may well think this platform leans one way or the other, but if it leans, that is not from deliberate doing. It's an unwitting lean if it does lean. And I don't think it leans because all voices are accommodated, as you all know. All voices are accommodated. The only thing we try to do is to interrogate whatever is being presented. And I think that would be a minimum baseline expectation of anybody that is after the truth and the betterment of the Nigerian space, which is our pursuit on this space. So the truth, I just came up with that. So maybe that would be our mantra now. The truth and the betterment of the Nigerian space. So that is the mantra. That is the sign on the board. That is the marquee statement of this platform. So the truth and the betterment of the Nigerian state, and it gets better, of course, when you see super chats like the one that Ayo sent now. So thank you, Ayo, for the super chat, but I must just mention, we don't, as much as we delight in Ayo super chatting, we don't want to continuously just say Ayo super chatted. We want other names in that mix as well. So you are highly encouraged to super chat. You know, you listen to the thing every single day. So why not super chat it? What prevents that? So I see that Kaizo pushes that space quite aggressively, and I hardly ever mention it. So maybe I should be pushing that more to encourage people to super chat to the stream. Just to do that. But if you're not super chatting, at least click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if you want your voice heard, the super chat that says, not the super chat, so you see, super chat is now stuck in my head. So if you want your voice heard, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your ticket to ride. So if you want, we need more new voices, by the way. We know, because I see in the comment section a lot of new names commenting. So I'm not quite sure if they find it daunting to come on stream, especially if you are opposed to however you feel that the platform leans, then come in and voice that opposition, because we need balance in the conversation, or otherwise we're just propagandizing. And if we're propagandizing, then I cannot be a part of that. Because like, what did I say? We were seeking truth and the betterment. So please, if you feel that the conversation somewhat leans in a particular direction and your political leaning leans in the opposite of however you feel the conversation leans, we especially want to hear from you for the balance, because we have to have a balanced conversation. Otherwise, we're not doing anything here. So all of that, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and the $ at the bottom of the at the bottom of the YouTube screen. That encourages you, that invites you to super chat to the stream, just in the manner that Ayo has done, so that you can get the mention that Ayo gets almost on a daily basis. So all of those nice and funky stuff. So all the nice and funky stuff we do but we especially need the room populated, by the way. It's always a slow build up these days. I wonder if people are somewhat fatigued with politics, but you should never, the etymology of, I'm not trying to use big words just to sound clever, but the etymology of the word idiot, it actually comes from the word, a Greek word called idios. It's not a stupid person, it's a non-participant. It's somebody that doesn't participate in active civic duty. That is what an idiot is. So don't be an idiot and come and participate. Come on the screen and participate. So don't be an idiot. And that idiot, etymologically speaking, I'm saying, not inferring to denigrate. So all of those are nice and funky stuff. Let's just kick it off. Let's kick it off. Let's kick it off. Look at that, Chioma, thank you for that. So let's kick it off. I must keep my eyes off the comment section, otherwise I get distracted. Let's kick it off and kick it off with this. Only really 2 stories breaking in the news cycle today. A lot of it led by the Nnamdi Kanu situation, of course. Court refuses Kanu bail, orders him to enter trial. So this is Nnamdi Kanu now, who to all intents and purposes is almost certain to rot in jail, and probably some people will say deservedly so, because this guy has seen to the demise of so many lives within the Nigerian space. Essentially, if you extrapolate and project, you could land on the thought that this guy right here on your screen is a serial killer. Court refuses Kanu bail, orders him to enter trial. A federal high court Abuja on Monday, dismissed the application filed by the leader of the proscribed Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, seeking an order setting aside the 2017 order revoking his bail for alleged abscondment from trial. Justice Binta Nyako, in a ruling, also rejected Kanu's request to be transferred to Kuje Correctional Center in the event that his application for an order vacating the revocation of his order of bail was overruled. So, pardon me. When you hear me pause, know that I'm having a sip of water. It's quite draining. You're perched. When you do these things, it dries you up. So plenty of water I go through, which is a good thing. But yes, I was saying. So there are 2 spaces there that Nnamdi Kanu applied for and summarily rejected by Justice Binta Nyako. So he's applied for the reinstatement of his bail. This is off the back of the pronouncement by the Supreme Court that he did not actually abscond, what is it? Abscond. Yes, abscond. So this is off the back of this is off the back of the Supreme Court pronouncement that he did not actually abscond bail, but he fled for his life, which of course will supersede any bail. You can't say for reasons of adhering to your bail conditions, you lose your life. So life is most paramount, and that is essentially the point that the Supreme Court makes. So with the Supreme Court saying that he did not abscond bail, that almost automatically reinstates that bail. So the reinstatement of that bail is what they are actually appealing to Justice Nyako to formalize. But she rejects it. So she's somewhat superseding then the Supreme Court. So you have to say that. But Nnamdi Kanu equally also requested to be transferred to Kuje Correctional Center, which is essentially a prison, to Kuje Prison. So he's been held at the DSS facilities, as you know, but he's now requesting that he should be transferred to the Kuje Correctional Center, which is the Kuje Prison. And he has been pursuing that request for a good while now. But why is the thing? Why is he making that request, and why is that request being rejected? For several reasons. One, the Kuje prison has no stake in it, so it will be a more liberal environment. That is his argument. But the argument of the DSS is that because this guy had absconded before and escaped the country, the Kuje prison might not have the security measure to hold him. And we all know that Nnamdi Kanu is a flight risk. And we know this because he has fled before. So I think that that might well be the going on there. So let's get back to it. Let me take it from the top and speed through it. A federal high court Abuja on Monday dismissed the application filed by the leader of the proscribed Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, seeking an order setting aside the 2017 order revoking his bail for alleged abscondment from the trial. Justice Binta Nyako, in a ruling, also rejected Kanu's request to be transferred to Kuje Correctional Center in the event that his application for an order vacating the revocation order of his bail was overruled. Justice Nyako, who said that the court had severally decided, and by the way, yes, the court has severally decided, and by the way, this guy must never be allowed out of custody because it's probably the most dangerous Nigerian that there is, this Nnamdi Kanu. And this is not the first time they've made that. I think this might well be the fourth time that they're rejecting this request. So I don't know why they continuously make it. I think they make it continuously just so that the lawyers can then appear in front of the media and preen and peacock as is their want to do. Because I think it's lawyers now, they are more like social media person. They are more after clout than justice. This is what you're reading from his lawyers. The one that calls himself a Jimako and whatnot. Yes. Justice Binta Nyako, in a ruling, also rejected Kanu's request to be transferred to Kuje Correctional Center in the event that, Justice Nyako, who said that the court had severally decided on the issue of IPOB leaders' bail plea, said the only option left for him was to appeal the ruling. The judge held that any further application on this ground will be regarded as an abuse of court process. I have found and held that the present place of the applicant's detention is a proper place. Any further application will be regarded as an abuse of court process, she said. Justice Nyako then ordered Kanu to enter his trial. The court adjourned the matter until June the 19th and the 20th for trial commencement. The news agency of Nigeria, NAN, reports that the judge had on April the 17th fixed today for ruling on the defendant's application to either vacate the bail revocation or be put in a house arrest or transferred to Kuje Correctional Center. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Not often, but in this instance, I will say I line with that judge. That guy must never be let out of custody. But here is his reaction. So let me play you a couple of video clips of and how Nnamdi Kanu digested that news, and then we move on.
Terrorism Prohibition and Prevention Act says I cannot be tried in Nigeria. That's the law of Nigeria. I can never be tried in any court of law in Nigeria. That's what the law says. Anybody standing in trial or coming to try me is a terrorist. That's what their law says. Not me. As simple as that. Section 2, subsection 3F of Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act. That's what it says. Any court considered to try me is committed an act of terrorism. Yes. Very clear. You cannot violate a treaty that Nigeria entered into and then come to try that very person. Is not done anywhere in the world. So you must be aware of that. So that is why there is all these ridiculous delays. That is what Supreme Court said. I did not jump bail. My home was invaded. They came to kill me and I survived. They came to Kenya to kidnap me, brought me back to this country and seeking to try me, which the law says cannot happen. You cannot violate a treaty that Nigeria entered into and then hope to stand on that illegality to conduct a trial. Is not done anywhere in the world. And happened in my case. Nobody had, there's no exception. No exception whatsoever. That's what the law says. Section 12 of the Constitution, what does it say? Any treaty ratified by Nigeria becomes law. It's law. You cannot change it. It doesn't matter what they do. All these shenanigans is just pure rubbish. You never stand. Not with me. I believe in justice and fairness, that's all.
Nigeria is trying to extradite, not to rendition.
But that's what you wrote. You said here, my law, that the defendant has now applied for bail. Now, as I've said earlier, bail is a discretion of the court, taking into consideration all the conditions laid down in Muhammad Abacha v. State. At this stage, I am of the opinion that to make or take a stand on the bail application without first hearing and determining the issue that is glaring in the face, which is the absence of the defendant from the court since 25th of April 2017 until he was produced on the 29th of June, my lord, which was exactly what the Supreme Court did. They said that he did not jump bail. These criminals came to my house to kill me. That's what the Supreme Court said. This is in your own ruling, in your own court, my lord. So I cannot understand, my lord, why my trial will be conducted contrary to the Constitution of Nigeria that said I must have free and unfettered access to my counsel. It's here. This is the law of Nigeria.
So there it is right there. The one thing that strikes me is why do characters from those quarters feel the need to shout? Does that depict some sort of alpha male, that full machismo, that you know, that's some of primitive manifestation of machismo? Is it more impactful? Is it more alpha? And this is what this guy does all the time. You know, why say it rather when you can shout it sort of like some creatures swinging from a tree? But let's carry on. Let's carry on. UK regulators report Airpace to NCAA over alleged safety violations. So we're back there again. Almost then to get Alan Onyema out of all moves to get Alan Onyema out of that route, and they will succeed, of course, unless it has the absolute unfettered gold standard backing of the Nigerian state, because it's damaging too many businesses with this airline flying that route. You know, it's charging a fair price for a fair service, and these people, they are exploiting to the very bone marrow of the Nigerian state. And they've been doing it for so long that they've now modeled their business model on the assumption of the continuous exploitation of the Nigerian people. So they were charging us at 5-7 times what that route is worth. And we've always known this, by the way, because flights out of Ghana is always 10 times cheaper than flights out of Nigeria. So quite how that is, British Airways flying 6-7 hours from Ghana, British Airways flying 6-7 hours from Nigeria. Nigerians are paying about $2,000. Ghanaians are paying about $400. So this is where Alan Onyema is tackling. But these people have built their business model around that exploitation, and they're going to get him out of London. Moves to get Alan Onyema out of London. UK regulators report Airpace to NCAA over alleged safety violation. And this is how they usually get you. If you know the United Kingdom, you know that this is a classic move. Right. The Civil Aviation Authority in the United Kingdom has reported local airline operator Airpace to the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority over the airline's alleged non-compliance with some safety regulations in the United Kingdom. A spokesman for the NCAA, Michael Achimugu, told correspondents on Monday that the regulators received some complaints from its British counterpart over Airpace's operations at the Gatwick Airport in London. Achimugu said the safety concerns were raised during a ramp inspection by the UKCAA. It was learned that 2 mandatory occurrence reports on Airpace were sent to the UKCAA, which subsequently forwarded the complaints to its Nigerian counterparts. So you know, this is subterfuge in play right here. This is, and by the way, what's happened to the super charts? Let's say the call of some super charts. Not only IOS will be super chat in this platform, it's just a ridiculousness that being the case. This is subterfuge. This, the United Kingdom, this is how they operate. They operate via stealth and guile. So this is the first step now towards removing Onyema from that space. So they will first do this sort of little complaints, and then they will land him with a bigger complaint, and then they will say the culmination of all of those complaints has led to his suspension. So they will then suspend that airline, and then before they let that airline back on, they will put a lot of stringent, almost impossible to meet conditionalities. And by the time all of that is done, they would have crippled and damaged that company. That is how the United Kingdom works, you know, and the first steps now. So they are determined to get Onyema out of the UK. The Civil Aviation Authority in the United Kingdom has reported local airline operator Airspace to the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority over the airline's alleged non-compliance with some safety regulations in the United Kingdom. A spokesman for the NCAA, Michael Achimuga, told correspondents on Monday that the regulators received some complaints from its British counterpart over Airspace's operations at the Gatwick Airport in London. Achimuga said the safety concerns were raised during a ramp inspection by the UKCAA. It was learned that two mandatory occurrence reports on Airspace were sent to the UKCAA, which subsequently forwarded the complaints to its Nigerian counterpart. The NCAA spokesman noted that the authority has written Airspace to clarify the issues raised about its operations at Gatwick. Achimugu stressed that the complaints raised by the UK authorities fell under less serious category of violations and not the level 1 category, which is for serious safety non-compliance. The complaints do not mean that the airline can no longer operate at the Gatwick Airport. The NCAA has communicated the complaint to the airline. Investigations are ongoing. So when contacted, Airspace spokesperson simply said that the airline would officially respond to the complaints. He subsequently sent correspondents the airline's official statement on the matter. We can confirm that the UK Civil Aviation Authority wrote to Airspace after their statutory ramp inspection on April 7, 2024, to request clarification on our use of the electronic flight bag and some other concerns. The statement partly reads, "We provided the necessary information and the matter was resolved without any issue. It is therefore wrong to say that we do not have approval for our whatever it is, some acronym. Airspace received approval from the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, and all our Boeing 777 aircrafts are certified to operate with EFBs." So essentially, these are just first steps to having them removed. That's just what it is. So let's go on from that to this. Justin, court refuses Nnamdi Kanu fresh request for bail, relocation DSS. So I think we've already just gone through that. So this one now, this is a more nuanced space, and this is an esoteric sort of a piece right there. This is not for everyone, but really applies to everyone. Analysis: Nigeria's exchange rate hits price discovery. So Nigeria's exchange rate hits price discovery. So if you've ever followed that financial space, this is the one thing that Wale Edun has always said. He said he wants the Naira to reach price discovery. And price discovery is essentially to find, in layman's term, means to find its own level. That's price discovery. So where is the strength of the Naira in relation to hard currency? Essentially the dollar. And that is what price discovery means. So when it plateaus at a certain level, then you know that that level then maintains with marginal ebbs and flows depending on market vagaries. So that's price discovery. So sorry if I'm using convoluted language, But that's essentially what price discovery means. It means that the naira should find its own level on a willing buyer, willing seller sort of a basis. And it looks as though that level is now being discovered, at least temporarily. It says, pardon me. Pardon me. It says analysis has Nigeria's exchange rate hit price discovery. So, like I said, this is more of an esoteric sort of nuanced piece, but applies to all of us. 2 weeks of data from FMDQ, NAFEX, closing rates suggest a new pattern is evolving with Nigeria's exchange rate as Nigerians grapple with local currency depreciation. The exchange rate between the naira and the dollar closed at 1,497 to the dollar on Friday, May the 17th, representing a 2.1% depreciation week to date. It was, however, a 2.5% gain from the 1,593 naira to the dollar recorded a day earlier, which was the weakest since March this year. Daily turnover for the week also rose from $608.5 million to $991.9 million, representing a 66% increase week on week. However, a cursory analysis of the data over the last 2 weeks establishes a pattern that suggests that we may be seeing a new range for the exchange rate. So that is price discovery right there. So we're looking at somewhat shift, but in small margins. So that is where the price discovery is. Little shifts, but in small margins. It says, however, a cursory analysis of the data over the last 2 weeks establishes a pattern that suggests that we are seeing a new range for the exchange rate. As the chart below indicates, the exchange rate typically settles above 1,400 and below 1,500 to the dollar every Friday. So that's the range that's the range that are somewhat, we cannot still say that this is an established range, but that is a pattern that seems to be holding some consistency. 1,400 to 1,500. So is the skittishness, it's the chasms, it's the skits between those two parallels that is the tension. So it doesn't really often exceed 1,500. It rarely ever goes below 1,400, but it fluctuates somewhat within those margins, and that's essentially where we are. So but we cannot still call it a price discovery because we've not had a sufficient enough length of data to reach a conclusion. However, a cursory analysis of the data over the last 2 weeks establishes a pattern that suggests we may be seeing a new range for the exchange rate. As the chart below indicates, the exchange rate typically settles above 1,400 and below 1,500 to the dollar every Friday. In fact, the exchange rate has recorded more closing rates above 1,400 and 1,500 every day, except for 3 days. So it goes on to give us so essentially, I'm not going to give you all of it, but that's essentially what's been explained there. But by the way, the room does not need populating, so anybody that wants to jump on. If you need to send the link again, I think the link is actually to hand. So if you want to come and agree or disagree, click on the hyperlink. Get serious. Get serious. NLC rejects federal government's 100,000 new minimum wage offer. Gives reason. So they are holding firm to that 600,000. I think 100,000 is more than a generous minimum wage. If that's an offer, because I'm not sure about the veracity of this. If 100,000 is being offered as a minimum wage, I think that is overly generous. The minimum wage should not be higher than 50,000 by my reckoning. ahead of Tuesday's minimum wage negotiation committee meeting, where the federal government is expected to table a new offer, organized labor has asked the government to get serious. It describes the earlier proposed 48,000 wage as a huge joke. As reported by correspondents, the leadership of the Nigeria Labour Congress and its counterparts, a trade union, also dismissed that Labour was settling for 100,000 as the new offer from the government. There is also expectations that the tripartite committee on the new national minimum wage will resume negotiations on Tuesday, May the 25th, and will review its earlier 48,000 proposal upwards during negotiation talks with Labour and other stakeholders. Recall that the NLC and TUC pulled out of the negotiation, blah, 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 blah. So yes, if they offer them 100,000, they should bite their hands off in the rush to accept it. That's just my reckoning. That's just my reckoning. UK regulators report Airpace, so I think we've just done that. Is there any more? All right. Let me bring you this one because this one applies to a good friend of this platform. Nigeria police file amended charges against Ejele on behalf of Zion Ministries pastor Buka Obi. Says social media influencer accused pastor of making fake miracles. So this is a matter of defamation if this allegation is what is being alleged. So this is not a criminal matter. This is a matter of the pastor's lawyers sending court filings to Ejele for reasons of defamation. So I'm not quite sure why the police are involved. Nigeria police filed amended charges against Ejele on behalf of Zion Ministries pastor Ebuka Obi, says social media influencer accused pastor of making fake miracles. So well, there it is. The ridiculousness of it. It's a long essay. I'll give you 3 paragraphs, and then I think the headline already tells us where we should be. But I'll give you 3 paragraphs, and then we'll come into the room. The room needs populating. The hyperlink is there. Anybody wants to come on. The Nigeria Police Force has filed an amended 3-count criminal charge. So how is it a criminal charge, a matter of defamation? The Nigeria Police Force has filed an amended 3-count criminal charge against social media influencer Chizorom Harrison. I won't attempt his last name, popularly known as Ejele, before a federal high court in Lagos State. The 3 counts between the Inspector General of Police as the complainant and Ejele as the defendant borders on conspiracy, criminal defamation, cybercrime, and threats to life. In the charge numbered XYZ, the police said the offenses violate section blah 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 of Cybercrime Prohibition and Prevention Act 2015 and section blah 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 of the Criminal Code, punishable under section blah 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 of Criminal Code. Correspondence reports that on April the 18th, that a magistrate court in Abuja has struck out the case bordering on criminal intimidation, threat to life, cyber stalking, and cyberbullying filed against social media influencer Ejele. The chief magistrate, Emmanuel Iyana, whilst ruling on the bail application filed through his lawyer, struck out the case for lack of jurisdiction. The judge also ordered the police to arraign the blogger before a competent court of law to enable the defendant to take his plea in line with the provision of the Administration of Criminal Justice. Delivering his ruling on the bail application, Iyana ruled that the defendant be arraigned before the Federal High Court, where the prosecution claimed to have filed charges against him. He added that there was no charge before his court against the blogger and that his court lacked the jurisdiction to entertain the case. Correspondents also reported on May the 16th that the Federal Capital Territory Judicial Service Commission had been petitioned to sanction and dismiss Justice Magistrate Emmanuel Iyana for allegedly colluding with some officers of the Nigerian police force to unlawfully keep Ijele in detention without trial. Blah, 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 and on it goes. So free Ijele, that's what we are for here. Free Ijele, Ijele must be freed. So free Ijele, Ijele must be freed. So I think that's sufficient enough of the readouts. I'll play the Kegite music. Hopefully the room populates before the music plays out. Acknowledging the super chatters that are starting to come in now. Let's put that up. So it's still the traditional names, by the way, Ayo, Bosun, etc. So new names needed on that space. Hopefully new names to come in before the Kegites play out. But I know this is probably what you look forward to the most, isn't it? The Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. We're always guaranteed a banging session. When King Emeka joins us, he joins us, so a banging session guaranteed. We're always guaranteed excellence when Ajanle Koko joins, so that's Ajanle Koko right there, father of the bride. And to keep things 100, Thomas in the house as well. So plenty of room. Anybody wants to hop on, like a bunny, hop. So hop like a bunny. As we kick off the session, hopefully it's ready for us, King Emeka Mekus. After all that build up, look at this guy. Who wants to kick it off? Who is ready?
So Mekus is not there.
I don't know what he's. He's probably.
I went downstairs, please.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, sorry. I'm ready. Let's go.
All right. Let's do it. So what mischief making it at the UK up to? They are starting to. They are poking at this guy in bit by bit, and we all know the game that they are playing. But Emeka, what are you making of this headline?
Actually, I anticipated this, right? But I didn't know it was going to come so sudden. But the suddenness of it shows the desperation of the UK airlines, right? Plying the London-Lagos route. So they begin to see they can't compete now on price. So they want to compete on regulation to see if their regulatory bodies can kick out Airpeace, because it appears now Airpeace is looking like a national carrier. A lot of Nigerians are aware of what's going on in that space, and they are now trying to patronize Airpeace to use that route. It's favorable, it's Nigerian owned, it's comfortable, you know, and we all want to see the success of Airpeace. And regardless of what's going on, you find that it's going to the market share has been splitted in different ways as a result of Airpeace being introduced into that route. So they are looking at ways to kick him out, frustrate him, make him stressed, and maybe eventually he will say, "I'm tired. I pack my shop. I'm done." I just think, in all fairness, um, the Minister of Aviation, Kiamo, who is up to the task, would intercede into this matter and try to see if it can be resolved. Reach out to the transport minister in the transport secretary rather. No, minister. Sorry, I was using the United States terminology, and then see how to get this matter resolved. If they are playing hardball, we just have to reciprocate, and like British Airline, British
Do
Airline.
you think they will ultimately succeed? Because I have the fear that because they are adept at this sort of machinations, this Machiavellian sort of maneuvering, this slowly
Yeah,
death by 1,000 Chinese courts, and they will frustrate him out of that route. I
they
fear.
want to. It's a profitable route, right? It's a very profitable route for especially the UK airlines. Very profitable than London to United States or London to Canada or even London to Australia. And even South Africa, I think it's one of their most profitable routes. Well, I stand to be corrected, right? But me checking the price range, right? I think when we were discussing it, I decided let me just check to see, and I like, geez,
You
this.
know, I suspect that the United Kingdom is the number one port of travel of Nigerians. They love coming to the
Yeah,
UK
yeah,
more than
yeah, yeah,
anywhere
yeah,
else. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. No, most definitely. So it forms a transit hub. Not only that, we have lots of Nigerians in the UK, and many more still trying to go there. So if there's no airpiece, what do you do? And many times, it's a 6-hour flight. It's not so long. If you want to now use other airline that will now bypass and go drop you in their own home country and now bring you back, so it takes a while. So all you just need to do, maybe Nigerians do, is just save up the money, pay, and you know go into the UK. And a huge percentage of them is just a one-way ticket, right? Not everyone is coming back. No, not everybody going to the UK is doing a return ticket. I would say probably at least 40% or 36% of the passengers, if not, I'm just being conservative, are doing one-way tickets. So it makes the fare not so pricey, right? But so the UK airlines, the UK-based airlines are making a lot of money. In short, the profit margin is extremely high. It's really high compared to the other routes that they fly. So I thought they'll be able to compete, but it appears like they can't. Now they are coming in with tight regulations and stressful conditions, and they're trying to squeeze him dry to see if he can be frustrated out of that. It's not about him complying, because according to his last media interview, he said he has met all the requirements, and that is why they gave him the license to start flying. And even at that, they make things very difficult for him. Rather than giving him head through, they took him to what's this place again, and then still yet they are not happy, right? They are still not happy with the situation, and they just want him out of that route. So I would be expecting Kiyamo to step in, discuss with them,
You
because
know, if he doesn't have the backing of the Nigerian state, they will just flick him off like a fly.
definitely he's done. he's done with those conditions. He's done. If the Nigerian government does not step in, he's done. Within 6 months, he's out of that route because they will only make things difficult for him. Once he tries to meet the condition, whoever is going to sign it will sit on it. You understand? It's not about him meeting it now. It's who will approve the regulations being outlined for him. They will sit on it. So, and without that approval, he cannot fly. You understand? So, what that means is other customers or other passengers will begin to look at alternative airlines to use because Airpace cannot fly. So, if Kiamo can step in, which he's an action minister, dependable. He talks the talk and walks the walk. So if he can go in and try to remediate the situation, that would be very wonderful. And if that's not the case, then we have to also reciprocate. In all fairness, we just have to.
Emeka,
Yeah.
good evening, my brother. Good evening.
Chief.
I just want to push you back a little bit. Don't you think anything that happens to us, Nigeria, in diaspora or anywhere, we always form like a victim, like they are trying to frustrate us? Do you understand what I mean?
I get what you're saying. No, I don't think if it's in relation with Airpace, I don't think it's a victimhood stuff. This is a witch hunt, in my opinion.
That's what I'm saying. No. That's the English I was looking for. Like maybe they are trying to wing church us. If he doesn't do the right thing, why can't he do the right thing? UK has the prerogative.
He has. If he has not done the right thing, they won't give him the clearance to fly in the first place. You understand? They will make him go do the right thing.
I don't even think it's a high-level violation from the reading of it. I think they are just stacking decks in order to build up a fear.
Exactly. You understand? They are trying to mount a case to see how to stifle him and withdraw the license. Like what Thomas was trying to, the question he was asking is if if he has not met all the requirements, definitely they will not clear him. They won't give him the license to fly. They won't clear him. They will not put him at Gatwick Airport. They won't give him that shabby cookie crew. They won't do all that. Nobody is going to clear him to fly. You know, the regulation is quite tight. Let's be realistic. So he's met it. Maybe, who knows, probably additional requirements. But again, let's see how it goes. If they're trying to sanction the business, if they're trying to make it very uncomfortable for him and miserable so that he can conduct that and apply that route, we just have to, get the Nigerian government to step in, negotiate. I think sitting down to negotiate is around the negotiation table is an awesome thing to do. Maybe true. The transport minister in the UK or whoever is involved in this, they are trying to get the attention of the Nigerian government. Let them come to the table and let's discuss how we're going to do this. Who knows? That's just my opinion. I'm just citing it from my own corner. I don't think I'm not saying it's a fact anyway. But if they are going to, we have to reciprocate in fairness, and then we can now come to the table to begin to discuss.
All right. Let me take you to the next headline on the screen. Your friend and mine. I'm not quite sure how many times this application has been made and rejected, but the court now saying to them, this must not have been the last time, otherwise it will be considered a violation of the court processes. So court refuses a Kanu bail, orders him to enter trial. So this is Nnamdi Kanu, of course, fighting for his freedom.
Yeah, I saw actually I sent a few of them to you anyway, and I think he when he was speaking with the media and also trying to address the judge, he made a good case, right? He's a lawyer anyway, so he can actually try to. I don't think he was representing.
Isn't Nnamdi Kanu a lawyer?
He's a lawyer, yeah.
I didn't know.
Practicing.
I was going to comment on him quoting the law, not being a lawyer. I never knew he was a lawyer. But
he trained as a lawyer. I think he trained in the UK as a lawyer. So him expressing his opinion, it's not like he was arrested and then he jumped bail. No, they came to look for him, And again, who came to look for him in his house, in his father's house, right, in Umuahia? It's the Nigerian army, not the Nigerian police. The Nigerian army cannot arrest somebody. You understand? It is not within their jurisprudence to arrest people, right? They only try to, when the sovereign integrity of the country is at risk, they only try to go address it. They don't arrest. They can only apprehend you and hand you over to the police, who would now, prepare the case with their prosecutor to take you to court, right? So they didn't even apprehend him. He escaped, And I would think if someone is coming to your house, you probably don't know who that person is. If they're trying to want to kill you and you can find a way to run away, yes, please do. And then, which means then you find out it's the Nigerian army, you definitely know that you can't come to Nigeria and feel safe. So they going to the Nigerian intelligence going to Kenya to repatriate him back is actually a violation of the law. And he spoke well, he spoke right. Though
Emeka, as much as I'm not an Nandekano man, I think there might well be some form of injustice taking place here.
I agree. I completely agree.
Yes, because when the Supreme Court said he did not jump his bail conditions, he fled for his life. Because we say in Nigeria that after the Supreme Court judgment is only really God that you can revert to now. So that pronouncement automatically reinstates that bail. And all Inyako needed to do was to sign it off. So is she now going against this? I mean, there's a lot of
the problem with the Supreme Court judgment was they should have thrown that case away. But who knows? Maybe there might be some powerful influence over the situation, right? Since he didn't jump bail, he was not apprehended. Where are the charges? The charges he has not been arrested. So what can they do? Well, the Supreme Court said, okay, let him go through the court system, but they should have thrown it away and let him become a free man. You understand? So, but unfortunately, it didn't happen that way. And I don't see. Let's see how it turns out. Anyway, let's see how it turns out.
What do you think they are refusing him to be held in a correctional facility rather than the DSS? What's the sticking point there from your?
You see, that's the funny thing, right? They are holding him longer than usual, which is against and contravenes human rights violations. You understand? They should have charged this guy to court for quite a long time. If there's any case, they probably would have gotten a judge to sign his him being with the DSS. I think they might have gotten that. But again, regardless, holding him in the DSS
He's been 3 years plus in custody now. So
exactly.
If there's a case, why is the trial not taking place? If there's a case,
exactly, charge him to court, let him go through the course, and then grant him. He's entitled to bail, regardless of the offense. That man is entitled to bail. You understand? What they can do is
but sorry, Emeka, their counter argument would be that he's a flight risk.
Well, that's the counter argument. But again, in what kind of situation? Was he arrested? Then he jumped bail? No, he wasn't arrested, so he didn't jump bail. So where did the flight risk come in? So if he had been arrested in the past and then he jumped bail, satisfactory. But where's the flight risk? The man was running away for his life. It's not like they were coming to arrest him. I think apparently maybe they were coming to kill him. Who knows? But
I want to answer one question that you asked now. Sorry, you said one man. You said, why don't they put him in the correction service? One man, now, IPOB is there carrying guns around. There could be jailbreak. You know that there could be jailbreak, and they will set him free, and that's case finish. So they're not gonna do that. You gonna do that? Because nobody's gonna do that. They have to put him where they know that is more secured. It's not secure. It's a high risk somebody that can fled. He has fled before. So they have their prerogative to keep him where they want to keep him.
In this situation, right? It's not like he jumped bail. He ran away. Right? He was not arrested. He ran away for his life. People came to, like people coming to kill you, and you ran away. You could now seek asylum somewhere else and say you are afraid for your life. So he didn't jump bail. That's the technicalities that I think we need to clarify. But in this aspect, right? Maybe, let's see how the court process just play out. You understand? But I still have confidence that they are going to release him. I do have that confidence. I also think
I
maybe
don't think they'll release him through the judicial
yes,
process
no, I'm not
because it's a political pawn. They'll play him
exactly.
politically rather than it will
Exactly.
never be freed by the courts.
From the look of it, they are going to delay that situation. If left for the courts, they are going to delay it till.
Do you think they want to play him for 2027?
The probability seems high, but let's see how it goes. Right? Probability seems high. The sad thing in this is maybe yes. Why I say the probability is high is the Igbo elites can come in to the negotiating table, and I know once they sit down, one of the priorities conditions will be the release of Nnamdi Kanu, right? That will be on the table most definitely. And so those who they are going to be negotiating with will now, okay, put up their own counter offer on the table, and they can agree and with other conditions they might come with. So that's why I say the probability is high, but I'm not ruling that the case that it may not happen. But come
Emeka,
2027.
sorry, why are you somewhat sympathizing to Nnamdi Kanu today? I was so excited. I don't know.
Uh,
Yeah, go on, my
no,
brother. Sorry for
in
yeah.
terms of if we go with the law, right, legally, I think there should be some fairness. And then again, that's why I say he's like the Supreme Court should have thrown the case away and tell the DSS, if you still want to arraign him, then bring the proper charges. I think that was basically what they did. But what they didn't just
The
say they
Nigerian
are
state
throwing
didn't
his
handle
case
that case,
away.
but they didn't handle that case properly at
Very
all.
well.
And all these agencies, they don't. The
What
EFCC,
case
the
did they really
DSS,
handle? What
you,
case
you
did
know,
they really? Even the police. Okay, look at our man. What's his name? Uh, this man, they are trying to do show of force and show of power with the pastor, or Ijele. Is it
yes,
not the same thing? They threw that one out too now. The police, when the police came, they went through the wrong court and they told go to the high court. It was like, when do they really prepare a good case? That's I don't know what they are doing. Was it done intentionally? Because I wouldn't want to begin to presume that an institution do not know how, this is your bread and butter. So I will, it's like a medical doctor going in with a scissors
because
instead of going in with
the
a.
case against Nnamdi Kanu should have been easy to make, because he played all of his atrocities out, or all of his excesses. Let me put it that way. He played it out in public glare. And they filed so many charges that even Justice Binta Nyako, who is a verilous anti-Nnamdi Kanu guy, she struck out about half of the charges that they leveled that are, that
Yeah,
is duplicitous, it doesn't hold water,
yeah,
all of this.
you
It's just
understand now.
nonsense.
Now that's what I'm trying to say. Yes, let me even handle both because they are still court processes, right? So now you're coming in, your bread and butter, you are bringing charges that you probably will know won't stick. So now using this cyber crime law, I think a lot of us also need to be very careful. Then at the same time, we need to push hard on this because it appears that people are now using it to hunt other people. So if I express an opinion you don't like, and because you have a good amount of free cash, you can just write a petition to the police, and the police will just come around and whisk you away, keep you in detention, charge you to a court, and then just say, let's see how it plays out. So the whole scenario is now like, let's punish this guy for expressing an opinion, right? Yes, a gentleman might have expressed an opinion that might be harsh, probably calling him a fake pastor, probably saying his miracles are fake. Uh, well, what are we
Yeah, but
going to
those are
say?
civil matters now. Matters of
That's
defamation are
that's
not criminal. Yeah, yeah.
no defamation libel, right? Defamation you have libel under defamation. I hope Ogbeni is watching. Ogbeni can come in to explain much better. So it is the libel aspect of it that is the criminal part. But again, not even that. They have now gone to do the cyber crime law, which now comes with like you are now harassing people over the internet. I think I want to read that cyber crime law to have an understanding because why I say so, yourself one man, you might
You mean
also
when we land at the airport, the DSS will tap on our
exactly.
shoulders?
You too can you don't know, right? You
Yeah.
know, and and I've been very highly critical of Peter B. Who knows if he has even released the petition against me? So the day I go and visit, they just try to whisk me away and say you have been disturbing, you've been bullying, cyber bullying Peter B. So this time around, I need to be keeping my mouth a bit quiet. So we need to see,
You know there are too
understand that
many
law.
there are too many ambiguous laws in Nigeria. It's a catch-all, isn't it? Cyberbullying. I don't like your
I
dress. It looks ugly on you. That's cyberbullying. You know,
it
they can
looks
use
like it.
anything.
So
Yeah.
yeah, that's why I said maybe one needs to familiarize itself with the law so that when we want to express an opinion, we will express that opinion in accordance with the law. And then if you look at the law and you see that it's quite vague and it contravenes our rights of expressing an opinion, right? Under the United Nations Charter Act, right? We have the right to express our opinion. And the Constitution of Nigeria, right, the 1999 Constitution, as amended in 2001, allows us to express an opinion. So if a law is not going against the Constitution, that law needs to be scrapped. So that's why I say I need to get a good knowledge. I'll try to find time to download that law, read it, or try to understand it, and then go to the Constitution to understand. If the law does not go in tandem with the Constitution, then that law needs to be scrapped. Ogbeni, I hope we could get Ogbeni to come and express his legal opinion on this and educate us more proper. Because you know the if like I said, all laws must be in tandem with the Nigerian Constitution. The Nigerian Constitution is supreme above any other law. So if that is the
It's the
case,
grand norm, as they say.
exactly. If that is the case, then I would be thinking if because they did the same thing to this guy who broke the news on was this custom hoarding of and smuggling of goods by this was this popular man, and then the next thing
Is it Boston
the
something? Is it Boston something?
yes, the investigative journalist that was
Yes.
arrested. And then Sowore, when he was in Nigeria, led a protest and forced the commissioner of police in Abuja, and the guy was uh, 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 released on bail. So I'll be hoping, I don't know if we could bring it to the attention of Sowore to go in and try to harass the Nigerian police and get this guy out of bail. He needs to be bailed. He cannot continue to be in detention. I don't know why our law enforcement agencies just enjoying
You
maltreating
see,
people.
we cannot escape that this Ejele situation is just an abuse of the this is the Achilles heel. This is still what still brackets us as a third world country. So you say something about a pastor that he doesn't like, and then because he has the influence to reach, he reaches to use the authorities to cage you. I mean, it's just barbarism, isn't it?
I completely agree. If it's in the West, you know, in a more exposed, civilized country, it doesn't happen. A lot of people, you know, go ahead to even to the point. I don't know if you saw it lately. I saw it on Twitter, right? Where House of Congress they were catcalling each other, the women there, and they were throwing personal jabs and personal insults and hauling those who has burnt skins and those who are wearing fake lashes. You understand? So people express their opinion in harsh manners, whether it's the truth, whether is not the truth. What happens if you think you don't like what's going on? You go to civil courts to go seek damages, but using the police and police resources to go ahead to bully people, arrest them because you have free cash, because you feel, you know, like you could make a mess out of people. I would want to say uh, these are the reforms we are hoping the new Inspector General of Police would have come in to do. But apparently, it seems like business as usual. The escort are still with this. The policemen are still doing escort services with VIPs. They are still carrying bags for VIPs. They are still opening gates for VIPs and opening doors for VIPs. They did not return them back. No. Where is the radical change? What has he done that is even? Anyway, it appears his predecessor was even better than him in terms of reforms. So he's been cold, he's been quiet. The only time we hear him speak is when he's upset about the public saying things against him. He's just been a ghost in that
You know,
place.
you may be right to say the excesses of the police is a bit more whatever under this guy than his predecessor. If you use
Yes.
the Bobrisky example, you say the guy
No,
violates the naira. The
no,
guy
no,
has
no.
no criminal record. He has no
Bobrisky
criminal
is
record. You know,
Bobrisky is with the
give him a
EFCC, right?
fine and bound him over to good behavior. You jail the guy. I don't even care for Bobrisky, but the injustice of it.
No, Bobrisky is with the EFCC. The EFCC, though not, is still part of law enforcement agency in the country, but they are quite independent from the police. But I think what happened to Bobrisky is uh, one, fear; two, uh, inability to get a very good lawyer. The same situation was carried out with Cubana Chief Prince. What happened? He came with sons, not just one. He came with sons, and they all came and did a show of force. Now, what did we hear? We are going to settle the case out of court. So Bobrisky, right? You know, with all the how will I put it, social media excesses and mouth making and clout chasing, you see, he's still not able to know how to how he's still not able to use his influence to make things happen for himself, right? So that was what happened to Bobrisky. Not that because the charges are it's not it's a misdemeanor. It's not like a serious criminal offense or a serious economic offense. So there is an option of fine. There is an option of prison. You understand? So he could have gone in just like what Chief Priest Kubana did. It's just going to be a thing of the past, and then he can even chase a lot of clout with it. But unfortunately, now Bobrisky has a criminal record. Bobrisky can't travel out of the country anymore. But he's going to be automatically denied visa, or even when if he smuggled himself in, when he gets to the port of entry, the probability of border control to deport him back is quite high.
All right. Let me take you to one more talking point. A bit of a snapshot commentary on this one, just so we can move the conversation around. But this, I suspect, is something you delight in. Nigeria's exchange rate hits price discovery. So sexy it up. Don't make it too academic, so
Yeah,
that
I will. No, I will just.
our audience can have an understanding of it. But I
I
am
will.
excited because it's not that I don't care what value the naira exchanges are for. I care about that, but I care more about a consistency so that business can understand that this is the
Yeah,
range that naira
yeah,
is at, and then they can permutate to that range. So, what are you
yeah.
then making then of the
Yeah,
naira plateauing?
I will use layman's term, just the analogy, water don't find, the Gary don't find water, the water don't find a level, you understand? So that's what the Naira has done with the dollar, right? It has gotten to that saturated point where the price of marginal utility it can't go any further anymore. It's now highly predictable. You can predict that it's going to be within the 1,004, 1,500 range. This price has been like this for quite like 2 weeks now. So what we need to do is to observe it for another 2 weeks and then see what's going to happen. So even there's now this close convergence between the official rate and the black market rate. So it's closing down
Is
very
this safe?
well.
Is this safe to say that rather than it establishing its value, it's actually establishing a ceiling? Is that a more accurate reading of it? That it's establishing a ceiling, but not yet established its value.
Well, if you trade forex anyway, you will know that it's usually a ceiling, right? And then it will only get out of that resistance if there's information, external information coming in. If you trade for those who trade forex, you understand. So you are right when you say ceiling. You're also right when it says value. Then it's because the value of the naira is what it closes at the end of the day in the market. So for the day, if it closes at 1,500, that is the value that day. If it closes at 1,000 naira, that is the value for that day. So both are not wrong. But again, it now appears that the law of supply and demand is not playing out properly. And that price sensitivity, that's that price, how will I put it so that I don't confuse people now? So that's that the Naira itself is not trying to fluctuate to as a result of excess demand. So people are probably looking at it's too expensive. I will only pay you 1,500. And when the supplier looks around and sees nobody is willing to pay higher than that, he supplies at 1,500. So that's what is happening in the official rate market and as well as in the black market. Then it's now good for those in business and not only those in business, those who want to go travel out of the country for either health purposes or tourist purposes, they cannot predict what the value of the naira could be. At this point, last 2 weeks I checked, it was 1,500, 1,049. Now it's still within that rate, it's floating around that rate. The only time it's going to go bad is when uh, there's a major purchase that is higher than the supply, right? Especially in the official markets. Maybe there's a huge demand as a result of uh, possible some big multinational companies or a group of multinational companies or a group of large conglomerates are trying to now make a huge purchase or demand for imports from into the country. So that might make it just go off. Then later on, it's going to find its level back. So let's see in 2 weeks' time, and probably we'll get to know what the value of the true value or the ceiling, the ceiling of the naira probably in 2 months or in 3 months' time. That clarity is going to come.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So I did tell you it was going to be a banging session when Emeka was here. Whenever Emeka is here, so that's just the flavor of that right there. So thank you, Mekus. Let's go from here, Emeka, to Baba, who also joins us. We come to Ajande Koko shortly, but you know, Baba, he likes to have the option to go quickly. So if he needs to bail, so Baba, do you want to free flow? Good to see you.
Yeah, good evening, woman, and thank you for the opportunity. Co-panelists, how are you all doing? And people of the comment section, I salute you all. Our viewers and ardent listeners who come every day to watch, I salute you too. But please, before you settle down to this session, please click the like button if you've forgotten to do so. I do forget at times, but I always correct myself. At the end of the day, take it as a responsibility of yours. Thank you. Yeah, I think I will go for the airpiece topic first. I think don't let us be deceived or naive. This is international business at play. This is international business. The terrain is rough. It's a kind of tumble dry activities. And I think I like it that Keyamo is in Onyema's corner. And I hope with Keyamo safely in his corner, the government also. And when I say the government, I mean Aso Rock Villa. They are also at the back of Keyamo also. Because, look, nothing happened. No happenstance in diplomatic events as it relates to business. I hope I'm making sense. Look, there is a revival of this ganging up against Onyema when he aided or helped Meghan and Harry to ferry them to Nigeria and also ferry them around the Nigerian airspace in his personal private jet. Now, look, 2 days later, you can hear all the rubbish that has been coming from their press, the Western press. And I think I posted to you a few days ago something from my news portal, Hindustani. That's an Indian news portal. And I know that Hindustani news portal will be something in London run by Indian outfits, these British Indians, who some of them, of course, are royalists. And they went further to even accuse, like, Meghan and Harry flew in the aircraft of a fugitive. That's a wanted person international. And so they're talking about the money laundering case of Airpeace in America. I mean, you can see the whole thing now. This safety thing is coming up. So it's a kind of chokehold on Onyema because of also they are doing that because of the competition is giving them, like dropping the airfare and all the things. They cannot do it. Nigeria is a fat cow they've all been milking, which is not really going dry or lean. And they've been doing it for a long time. And here comes a businessman, our own home boy, you understand, challenging them. And it's like, where's this guy coming from? So naturally, they started by taking him from one terminal to the other, hiding their desk under a staircase, even to the extent that Cleaners are even complaining about Airpace. Cleaners. These are the kind of racism these people perform in business. But one thing I suspect that the government is actually backing him. The first inaugural flight to England, Onyema was on board that flight. So that confidently tells me that he is using a red passport. Do you understand? All nations do it. Don't be deceived. And I'll be glad if I'm correct in my assessment of that situation. Because I know naturally if you have a money laundering case in the US, naturally their allies in Europe will also jump on that bandwagon. But if the guy is carrying a red passport, there isn't much you can do about it. So for him to go without inaugural flight and come back.
I think that money laundering case may have been settled. It's a long, subsisting one. I think people actually dug that case out of the archives, from the archives, just to mudsling him.
Yeah, it's still there. It is still there. Quietly, it's just like Atiku's case.
Were you the one that sent the link to me? If somebody sent the link to me.
Yeah, I sent that link to you. You understand? So it's an international thing. They want to run him out of business, but the government should not allow it to happen. They should back him to the hilt, 101%. Look, it's high time we started fighting these people. I know, for instance, Nigerians, we are very funny people. We give up quickly. We don't like discomfort. The moment they start wrestling now with these people to fight back, and maybe there is one flight delay or British Airways also is not coming, we will start complaining. Now we should stop that. Look, these people at times, they try to feed us with rubbish. I'm telling you this for a fact. Not because they believe it is right, but they are just testing the waters. And most times, they are surprised that we swallow the rubbish. So if you don't test them also and push back, how do you know your own strength? I hope I'm making. How do you know your own strength? Because they're going to fight. It's not going to be the limit of what they're going to accuse the man of. Look, I've listened to Onyema interviews on Channel, on Arise, on TVC. The guy knows his onions. He knows the business in and out. Where others are making losses, he is making profit, even with minimal operational costs. So he's able to challenge them. It's not a new fight in the airline business. He knows the in and out of it. So the government has to back him. We have to fight, and we must be ready to do some sacrifice. Look, these are the tactics they use. When they tell us of that, also we have our own regulations too. Let's tell British Airways, they've contravened one law. It's not like they are 100% perfect acting on our own airspace or on the ground in our airports. Tackle them with something too. They will see the point. They know, you are British yourself. You know how do I put that stiff upper lip and things like that with their sarcasm and everything. They know when you are trying to slap back, and they will make the necessary adjustment. We should not allow them to intimidate Onyema Airpeace at all. It's our own. It is our business. And we must be ready to, if they want to go beyond that, if their handshake
Baba, are you surprised at how the entire country is coalescing behind this enterprise, which essentially is a private business, but we've all taken it on board, or almost like a national thing?
Oh, of course, it's high time we started doing that. You get my point. It's not everything about us that is rubbish. When we see competence and we know people that are reliable, that are ready really to go the full hog, we have to back them. We have to back them. It's our own, particularly when we see that he is being intimidated because of his belief or his business model. No, they don't have monopoly of exclusivity. We can also dog them with one or two things. We can use the communist tactics too. British Airways, Lufthansa, oh, you are supposed to leave 9 o'clock or close your counter by 8. If you don't close it, we'll close it yourself. You pay a fine. They will get the message. We should do some radical things. And I hope and pray that Onyema, the son, what's his name now? The aviation minister is up to the task. I don't seem like somebody giving up, knowing him from his antecedents in.
It's not a pushover. I think it's actually delighting in it because
he's a student. He was a student of Gani Fahimi. So anybody that has worked with Gani Fahimi is not a pushover.
He's been looking for a fight to show.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yes, he's been looking for a fight.
We shouldn't allow it. No, it's our business. It's our business. That's why I've always advocated that with Airpeace, we don't even need a national airline. We don't need one where every idiot in the oh, sorry about that language. I'm sorry. I'm not rational mind. I'm sorry. I take that back. Where every legislator, every government functionary, up to their house help and stewards will go free tickets, like the e-ticket they are using to enter the airports and things like that. No. We cannot control that. We don't need an airline. Airpeace should fly our flag. We have to back him. We have to back him. So let me go to Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah, your favorite friend and mine. Would you say there's injustice taking place as much as Nnamdi Kanu might not be your flavor? Would you say there's injustice taking place somewhat here?
Look, it's a political problem. Let us face the truth. It is a political problem that needs political solution. And I'm telling you for a fact, it is the political leaders, come the CUM, come the Igbo leaders that are the roots of Kanu's travels today. They will not, they can deny it till they are blue in the face. They are his problem. They don't want, I don't know what time they will want him released. But I'm telling you that if they want him released now, they know what to do, they know where to go. Ejima is just kind of in a
do you think his lawyers are a bit of a letdown?
That's a Ejima guy knows, but there's
I was just going to inject. They don't strike me as especially. They seem more interested in being in front of the cameras and peacocking and preening and showing off. That because let's take this bail application for instance, they've done it about 3-4 times at the same federal high court, and the woman has made herself categorically clear that she's not buying it. So why don't they just take it a court higher, and then they'll go and reapply the same thing, they get the same response, and then they start to throw gowns in front of cameras, blowing grammar. So are there more clout chasers than actual lawyers?
Yeah. That's what they are. They are using Nnamdi Kanu for their own benefit, trying to sell themselves. I look at it as posturing because they know what is going on the ground. Definitely, but there isn't much they could really say. But I'm telling you today, if the political leaders and leaders of thoughts from the East wants Nnamdi Kanu now, the government will release him. There is no case.
Sir, Kalesa, Yeah,
my brother. Báwo?
Yes. But sir, but what do you think is behind that? Why do you think they are doing that? Because this guy is their son. I can say it's their son. Is their even most son that is fighting for their battle. Even maybe we can say maybe Nnamdi Kanu doesn't. He's not fighting for the cause. Maybe he's chasing clouds or chasing money. But it's their son. Why do you think they are doing that? For what reason? To what end they are going? Thank you, sir.
Baba, let me come there for a moment. They hate that guy in
Okay.
the east. The leaders in the east, they hate Nnamdi Kanu. Because
I think it's more fear. It's not hate. It's fear.
Yes, okay, let's say fear, because it's an obstruction. It's an impediment to their to their evolution and their games and their lost. You know, he commands the heart and soul of so many people, and his narrative runs contrary to their self-interest. You know,
You're correct.
If that guy should buy, they would not shed it. They will all pop champagne if that guy should buy.
Look, let me even go for that one man. They may deny it from now till tomorrow. The obedience don't want him released. Yes, I'm saying it boldly. They don't want him released. Because if Nnamdi Kanu steps into the east today, Obi will stand on a very shaky ground politically. IPOB rules in the east. ESN is their armed group, extension of IPOB. They may deny it, as usual, but I'm telling you, we are not fooled. We, the observers, are not fooled. It is part of the political calculation. That is why Nnamdi Kanu is still behind bar. You can see of late, he's been given some leeway by DSS. Last time he was in court, he was let loose for some few minutes to address the press. It's not for nothing they gave him that leeway to talk about his power, that he can settle anything in the East. If they give him, he mentioned 5 minutes or 1 minute, did he say, and was talking about who is the bagger and things like that, responding to the guy in Finland and talking to those that are opposed to him in the East. They allowed it. If they don't allow it, as soon as he stepped down from the dock, they yank him straight into their custody back. That has been usual practice. Today he's emboldened. He confronted the people, the judiciary in court, and even accused the prosecutor, Awumolo, the SAN. He's an old man. Mr. Awumolo must be like late 70s, if not even 80s. And Nnamdi Kanu addressed him, and he said, well, I don't get worried about him. He just forget about what Nnamdi said to him on the personal level. You get my point? So the things that are stacked against him are so much. So Nnamdi Kanu has become a political tool. He has become a political tool. But I know he may be there for another 2 years. Quote me. He may be there for another 2 years until the political terrain is clear, particularly as it relates to 2027 politics. Before they will know exactly what to do with him, either to take him out of the country and banish him, which really will not solve the problem to an extent, or release him into his territory.
Baba, I think your opinion is in line because recently his wife visited him. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, and now him being allowed to make a media press interview shows that there's some form of leniency, there's some form of discussion going on. I think your opinion I agree with your opinion.
Yeah. One thing, he's a political tool. And Ejimako is just using him for clout. He knows what's up. So when you look at him posturing and everything, he's using Nnamdi Kanu, he's always fetching by his side. He's also trying to gain his own, is it 15 seconds of fame or 15 minutes of fame, of limelight? So it's a tool now, but it's going to be there for some time, actually. But when the day they are ready, Nnamdi Kanu will go free. Because there is no case there. It's just a political issue. There's no case. No case. So let me yield for other people so that the topic can go around one man in the absence of any other thing.
All right, brilliant, excellent. There's still plenty of other things, but like you said, just to move it around so that people are not waiting for too long. Let's see if Ajale Koko is ready. Ajale Koko, you are up next. Ajale Koko is in the fridge as usual. Let's go to Ekene, who probably already asleep. Ekene? Jagaban? What's going on here? Let's go to Adewale. All right.
One man.
Oga Kwata Kwata. Alpha.
This your talk. I did. No, so this is a topic in intelligent people talking. So, no one crack my too much bread with this. Just one listening. If you're listening, I want to chip in, I will chip in.
And you know one talk. You can't know where they no green bill.
I follow them go, God. I don't know. No one talk.
You know one talk. What about Onyema, where the UK won't come up for Gatwick?
Oh yeah, my issue. Everybody knows his issue now. You know the politics that is going on there. So the West don't want him to fly, and I commend Kayamo for what he's doing to help him out. So it's a nice one. I know that the government is giving him the needed support, so they should continue.
But they are stacking up a case against him in the UK.
They're doing what?
They are stacking up a case against him. You know, they will continue to throw little violations at him, and then that will build up into a significant violation, and then ultimately they will hit him with a heavy hammer. That's usually how they work. You know, they'll cut you in. They call it a death by 1,000 Chinese courts or something like that. You know, this is how they operate. I fear for the guy because they are going to see him out of business.
They have one time accused him of or whatever. Now people when they go about for Igbo people, I know they see them as so they are filing a case against the only flight or international flight that we have in Nigeria. I show you that these guys don't want us to grow as a nation, especially the African people. But
no, I don't think it's from that angle. I think it's more from the angle of business. You know, you have British Airways exploiting the Nigerian traveler. You have Virgin Airline or British entities exploiting the Nigerian traveler, Emirates, etc., Air Ethiopia, all exploiting. So this guy now comes and he cuts the price by what 70%.
They never knew that Nigeria. They never knew that Nigeria will one day rise up to that occasion and have an airline going internationally. So they are very surprised and they want to pull it back. And I know it will not happen. All you need is the support of the people. And I think Festus Kayamo is doing enough. So let's see how it goes. What I know, it will not happen. It will not happen. AirPeace will continue to fly and AirPeace will succeed. At least to know if one man can even come back to Nigeria one day. At least the price of the...
You know, when I'm coming to Nigeria, I'll make it a point to fly AirPeace. You know, Because
Definitely, now that's what
yeah.
you are going to do now.
Yes.
Definitely. So at least now that he has reduced his price, it will attract you to come to
And I
Nigeria.
will
Maybe
encourage
because the price.
every Nigerian listening as well. Make it a point to fly. Why give your money to? They don't have enough money in England or in the Emirates. Fly Airpace. At least you know that the money goes back to us.
That is it now. That's what our brother Nigerians are supposed to do. So it's very good that we are advertising him. We love him. FPC is a nationalist. It's not a bigot. So, and I think a lot of Nigeria love him for what he's doing for Nigeria. So that is it, one man. You have another interesting topic.
What about this? Because you're always, I don't want to say you're weakly known, but you never stop laboring how the Naira is skittish. But it seems to be establishing a plateau now between 1,400 to 1,500. So you're an international businessman. Is that your experience of the Naira? And are you glad now that it's settling at least to a level?
It's about 1,400 and is it 440 something? I forgot the exchange rate today. Because every morning I used to get it on my phone. I don't know how much they showed today. I couldn't look at it. But well, for now, what we are asking for now, even though it's still very high, but if they can give us a little bit stability in it, so that the prices will settle down. If you make 1 naira profit, you know that it's 1 naira you make. Not when you make 1 naira, you add 2 naira to be able to restore. So it's not good for business, but at least for stability. If you make 1 naira profit, your 1 naira profit remains there. That's how it's supposed to be. So even though it's still very high, we are expecting stability. At least let them sustain a certain amount for a period of a year or a year and so that the business will find its ground. So that's how it should be. But let's be looking at them and see how they will deliver in their campaign promises economically. Because economy is what bad economy and bad economy policies is what Nigerians are facing today. The economy is in a very bad shape. That's the major problem of Nigeria. So we are counting on Bola
You mean the economy? You mean the economy is doing like this and is doing like that, according to Kazwari?
The economy is doing economy is doing up and down.
Ekene.
The economy is worshiping idol.
Ekene.
Yeah.
Sorry, one man.
Are they here?
You called me earlier, but I was busy a little bit. But I would not take Ekene's time. I'll let him continue. But I would just wanted to address some. There's still a snag. This guy's indictment in America has not been addressed, and it's a big deal to me because I don't see how he will be able to extend that operation to North America without him. The government of the day
It's
or
already
anything.
been licensed to operate in. I think Nigeria has already signed off that route for him.
They said it
And,
was in the
and,
pipeline
and
but they haven't shed more light on what he has pending. There's no, I mean,
what
it won't.
is indictment in America? Money laundering.
Once you are indicted, that means the case is going to trial. That means a jury will be selected. That means the government has already concluded there's a preponderance of evidence strong
Yeah.
against you.
What is that indictment? Is it money laundering or what is?
It was mainly money laundering. The investigation shows that money was transferred from one account,
but the approval itself, the money went to another account overseas. I think was all this Cave Island or all this Caribbean, but it wasn't meant for what it was purported to have been, meant for. So, and for that, America doesn't joke when it comes to financial transaction that is, um, that is not well. It's not clear. So, and it was indicted. And most of these airline operative, they don't usually register the airline in America. They usually register it in the island, in this Caribbean country, to just to avoid paying huge taxes. So, and for that, I think the money was meant to buy aircraft, but it was diverted for something else. But according to Onyema, I think there was this lag, between the when the transaction was executed and when it was reported. And within that period, it was well, this the mumbo jumbo, according to Onyema, happens because of the time differentials and all that. But actually, I didn't really know the detail, but that was what was reported in the news then. I just hope I know the Tinubu administration does not really have the kind of relationship that he has with the European country, but at least they should try to squash that indictment before his airline commence operation, because it won't go well to have the proprietor being hauled into jail, why this airline is doing well. I don't know. There should be a political solution to that. I just hope, because to me it's a big deal. To be honest with you, it's a big deal. That man has played his part as a Nigerian, and should be accorded that, at least even if it doesn't belong to the government of the day or a friend of the government of the day, he has played his role, and the government should have stepped in for him, as long as it's not didn't commit 419 to defraud, and that's what I'm after. But but for money exchanging hand meant for something, I've seen people that brought money to America to buy a big ship, and the money they paid, I think, a quarter of it or half. But according to they use the private account, and the government steps in. They place embargo on that account for almost 3 4 months. Eventually, they let go, but they stop that transaction. So I don't see reason why, in the person of Onyema, would like to buy a whole aircraft to, and the government would now pretend as if they are not aware that such transaction is taking. And even if the money was diverted for something else, as long as it's not being used, to sponsor
And apart from that, the money is even meant for spare parts in some
so
Canadian
I mean,
companies.
I think the American is sometimes, people always champion them as the champion or the epitome of rule of law, but sometimes they do things in a way that only God knows how to explain it. So I think government should step in, help him out, and get things clear, because I don't want that pending, because they might use it against, because I sent you one report, that purported him to be, you know um not criminal per se, but just to highlight that indictment in America, and to me it's not a good
You
it didn't
you you
depict it.
when the British press were going after Meghan and Harry for visiting Nigeria, that's one of the examples that they cited, that it was being flown around Nigeria by an airline owned by somebody wanted by the Americans.
Yes, that was the report. You are correct. Yes. Yes. And they're always too quick to point out something that has no relevance to the story itself. I just hope, I like that man, to be honest with you. But if he's truly found guilty, for him to have uh, committed what they allege that he did, well, let the rule of law prevail. But in meanwhile, let the government at least step in to see what they can do to help him. Uh, you know, that's my tip. But hey, Kene, you can continue. I think we will talk more when it's my turn to speak. Baba, I acknowledge you, sir. Thank you very much.
Wale, mo kí ẹ o, gbogbo ara mo fi kí ẹ.
Bye bye. Yes, sir. Hey, Kene, continue, my brother. Have you gone to shop? Nobody. I hope nobody steals your diesel today, because yesterday you were hollering on top of your voice as if somebody stole your diesel.
It look like it's not there now.
So I ran him off. You didn't about you needed to see Ekene yesterday. He was everywhere. Picking fight with everybody.
All right. I came to you earlier, Jan Koko, as well. You were not available. So take the floor and speak to us.
Thank you, Wama. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. So, take me one point after the other.
All right. Let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with the UK regulators still going after Alan Onyema. All right. So Adanle Koko interrupted by a call. Okay, Dewale, you take the floor. It's going very well today.
It's still my turn.
Okay. I'm back.
Are you back?
Yeah.
Could continue.
Yeah. UK regulation. Look, let me tell you. You see, they didn't. This UK doesn't want this guy, Airpeace, to fly that route at all, because Airpeace look like is taking a leadership position in that route, and they have seen it clearly that if they allow Airpeace to continue going the way it's going, Airpeace will take them out of business. So I'm talking about that route. They will take them out in that route. They'll be playing second fiddle because the fear by Airpeace is, they cannot compete with him, and he has modern aircraft as well that maybe even more modern than what they have. So all these antics they are using against Airpeace is just to take him out of, if not totally out of business, but to take him out from flying that route. So, look, this colonial criminals state, this is what they are known for. They don't want countries that they colonize or countries that they call third world country to compete with them and overshadow them in any business, any sector at all, any business engagement or any business, they don't want any competition from any country they call third world country. They want third world country to be below there, and they can trample upon them and they can dictate to them. But they fail to know that we are living in a, multi, multipolar world, not unipolar world the way it used to be. So what Nigeria can do is for Nigeria to respond in the same vein. And the responding is not by talking, it's by action. Frustrate them too. Roll out the regulation. Use your regulation. Our aviation sector regulation. Use it against them right there. Charge them for certain things. Make life miserable for them in doing business in Nigeria. That is when they will call you for negotiation, and then both of you will now agree on a concrete term how to do business with each other. So Onyema don't need any talk or anything to talk to them. You don't speak when you want to deal with Western world. When Western world are using this kind of, trying to frustrate you out of this thing is action. That is they understand action than word. So Nigeria should do it immediately. Make business environment miserable for British Airlines, for which other one? Is it, what do you call that one? That one by that...
Virgin Atlantic.
Virgin Atlantic. They cannot do without Nigeria. They can't. Nigeria has given them so much for their business to succeed. Nigeria must start to take leadership, take, what belongs to it in all ramifications whatsoever. That is the only way you can show to them that, oh, yes, we have capacity, we can do things. If you don't want to do business with us, we take our business to other places in the world. That is the way to shake it. That is the action that they can understand. Look at all of them against Russia. They gang up, they impose action just within 1 week. Sanction upon sanction. What did Russia do? It looked towards the Asian country, Southeast country, China, India, all of them. They accepted. They're doing business with Russia. Russia has defeated all their, all their sanctions now. They are suffering the blowback. That is what a country. That is how a country that, have the capacity or areas of, how do I describe it? Comparative advantage. That is how that country must act. So Nigeria is the market. They are not the market. How many British people fly to Nigeria? So they are not the market. Nigeria is the market. Nigeria should be able to show them by action that, look, don't mess with us. We will frustrate you and we will take you out of business. So it's just by action and not by talk anymore, because the one that Onyema did that time, was the aviation minister.
Keyamo.
What they did in supporting Onyema, to establish itself, to get that route, yes, they have fulfilled what they have to do. It is time for international, business war. And if you have advantage, you should be able to win the war. So we have the advantage. We have the people. We are the passengers flying that route, not them. That is where we have that advantage over them. It's we are the market. Nigeria is the market. Nigerian people, Nigerian destination. If Nigerians don't fly British Airways from Nigeria to there, the British Airways and Virgin Atlantic will suffer. So and one thing about what do you call it? Western businesses and corporations, the moment they are recording losses, I'm telling you, they will talk to you to see how to work out things. So that is the game. Nigeria must take action against them. If you don't take action against them, they will not let Air Peace have peace of mind flying that route. That is the way I see it. One man. One man there.
I am here. All right, thank you. So to the next headline, court refuses Kanu bail, orders him to enter trial. So somewhat conflicted on the response there. Nnamdi Kanu, I am not on his side on anything because we're all living witnesses. It wasn't that long ago calling for the slaughtering of so many people, but the law is the law and we have to abide by it. Do you think an injustice has been done to the man from Umar here?
Well, it's the decision of the court. What are we going to do? So let him go through the trial. Let his lawyer be prepared, to fight for him. They have been doing wonders. They fought for him since they've been fighting for him since he was kidnapped and rendition to Nigeria. So they can continue to fight. It doesn't mean the end of the road. He has been there for the past 3 years.
What about the bill, though, which the Supreme Court had already taken a position on? And the position of Binta Nyako, contrary to the Supreme Court's position.
Look, one man, I think we have to tell ourselves the truth. I don't know why in Yanko, why it's not acting in the direction of that ruling by the Supreme Court. So, but I think the argument or the basis of that Nyako ruling is that it's a security risk. He has jumped bail before. So the lawyer of Nnamdi Kanu, I believe, they know how they can press further for his bail. I don't know if they can accomplish that. I don't know much about how the law works, but everything is in the hand of Nnamdi Kanu now. So if the Supreme Court is saying that yes, he can be granted bail, and the lower court is not obeying the Supreme Court ruling, I think they can. There's a way they can fight back. So this conflicting action between the ruling and the action by the ruling of the Supreme Court and the action of the lower court, High Court, I don't know why it should be like that. But the lawyer of Nnamdi Kanu can figure it out. They know the law. They can fight their way. I mean, I don't know how they're going to do it because it's another judge that has ruled now. I don't know. Maybe that ruling is open for for appeal. They could appeal it. I don't know. But everything is just convoluted. It's just. I mean, you cannot really know why it is going up and down. There's no. You can't see.
There is every suggestion to suggest that essentially it's a political prisoner, isn't it?
Oh yes, it's a political prisoner, and that is why some people.
Let me ask one man. So trial hasn't started at all before. This case is very confusing. I thought he was in trial.
That itself is a problem, They've renditioned this guy now for 3-4 years.
For 3 years. I mean, what is going on?
Trial has not commenced.
The trial did commence. Nnamdi Kanu won in the trial level of the courts. The government then appealed those things.
What did they win?
You saw when the judges threw out all those cases. Those are cases
they didn't throw out all the cases. No, they did not.
No, just Google it. All you have to do is to Google it.
No, they did not throw out all the cases. They put about 14 charges against him, And the judge said a lot of those charges were duplicitous. So she threw some of them out to narrow it to about 7 charges.
That is one action. That is true in the one action, right? And that's winning, by the way, when that happens.
That's not winning. That's
let me.
condensing.
If you talk, then you let me talk. That's all you have to do. Just talk and let me talk. They heard you what you said, and you're partly right. But you're gonna have to find out that most of those things have already been tried, and they appealed it all the way to the Supreme Court. You heard the Nnamdi Kanu himself make that statement. Those statements that I've been telling you here all the time. That the judge, the Supreme Court.
What did they appeal to the Supreme Court?
They appealed, number one, that he did not jump bail.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So that one, they agreed that he did not jump bail, but they said it's a procedural thing. Just because the government did a lot of wrong things, that they still cannot cut off that judge by his knee. They have to send it back to him to adjudicate fairly. Right?
Yes.
So they did go with going and bringing him back from Kenya. They've ruled that as a matter of fact, they charged the government for doing that and admonished the government for doing the wrong thing. And the language was not ambiguous at all. So all the substantive.
Hold on. What did they conclude?
Yeah, when it gets to my turn, I want to treat it methodically. But what I want to say is to Thomas, his question is a relevant one. One other thing you have to understand, in that particular question you're asking me right now, to give it to you in a nutshell, they concluded that the government acted illegally by going over there and bringing it back. That is absolutely insane for the government to do that. And
but
then,
what did they conclude?
That's what I'm saying. So what you have to then look at is the substantive.
No.
Hold on.
Hold on. You've not answered my question. What did they conclude?
That's the conclusion. The conclusion of what I just looked.
No,
but let me land and then you go on, right? I'll wait for my turn.
You can't spread either misinformation or half
if I'm misinformed, then you poke holes in it, right?
Yeah.
Once I finish speaking, I won't be the last speaker. You still have to speak after me. What I'm saying is that when the judge took a look at it, he decided the substantive issues, but he left this procedural issue back to this court, which comes down to action on that bail.
No, that's the other way around.
So now, all the substantive issues.
They decided the procedural issues and referred the substantive issue back to the High Court.
No,
that's what they did.
No, they did. It's the other way around. The substantive issues are this: did he jump bail? Did the government act illegally by going to bring him back from Kenya? Those are the substantive issues. Now, procedural issue of what a judge does, it's left to the judge, right? It's his courtroom. It's his courtroom to determine the procedure. You know what a procedure is? Procedure is different from substantive. When it comes to the substantive
English,
okay, so if you do, then apply it here, knowing that the substantive issues are whatever he's charged with. But how a court operates, it's just like on this platform. I leave the procedural issues for you. What time you're gonna close your show? But when it comes to the substantive issue of determining true and false, I fight you on that, like we're doing now. That's the issue. It's your platform. You could do that. Same thing. That courtroom is his courtroom. Now, I believe that was wrong. The Supreme Court erred by doing that. If they found that bail was not jumped, they should have reinstated the bail. There's no reason. It's not cutting the judge's knees off by finding that he erred. It's not a big deal. Just he erred, then take action, correct the action. So, but they sent it back to him. But I would treat that more fairly with that argument, because there's no reason to argue. We should debate. So, but if you go line by line,
Professor Masat, let me ask you this, please.
I'm not a professor. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, I'm just
I know. Yeah.
If Supreme Court have already said he didn't jump bail,
right,
and I thought said his rendition back to Nigeria is illegal,
right?
So why don't they set him free?
Abio, see, that's the thing.
All right, let me come in, because we have to clarify a few things. The substantive issues at the charges leveled against him. So that's one. The procedural issues are things like bail. That's just administrative stuff. So the substance does not procedure does not supersede substance. So that's one.
Yes.
And then the Supreme Court made no judgments that sets Nnamdi Kanu free. So the Supreme Court made judgments on the narrowness of the bail conditions or how that was handled, and they made commentaries on his rendition in, which were all favorable to him. But the
Yes.
substance of the charges leveled against him still subsist. And
Okay,
they
can I
referred that
answer?
hold on, and
Yeah.
then they referred that back to the High Court for the trial to continue. So that's what happened.
Okay, so what you're doing there, where you're getting it wrong is this: the substantive issues are exactly those things that Thomas said, and the ones that you also mentioned, right? The courtroom judges power to determine things, right? Rule on motions. That's they left that for the court to determine, but they then went ahead with prejudice. Now, a higher court could rule without prejudice. They could say, you know what, we didn't look at the substantive issues. We're just going to rule on this and that. That's without prejudice. You understand? In essence, they didn't prejudge it. But this Supreme Court went ahead and judged the substantive issues. It wasn't with prejudice. Do you understand? They judged it and they said the rendition is illegal. He did not jump bail. So now, what the honorable thing this court would have done is to go ahead and restate the bail. Do you understand what I'm saying? But the court wants to supersede. In essence, it's an absurdity. The court wants to overrule the Supreme Court, who's already ruled.
All right.
In a normal country, it should be the other way around.
I agree with you on that.
Yes.
I agree with. Yes. So
yeah, thank you.
Last, we agree on something. Yes.
Yeah.
Ajale, go back to you. But what Pansat said there, I'm not quite sure why the Supreme Court has not even come out to take a position. They've said that the guy did not jump bail, which by that pronouncement reinstates the bail. So he reverts it back to that bail as soon as that pronouncement was made. I'm not even sure that it requires the sign-off of Binta Yako. Once it should be working out of that court with his bail and the conditions reinstated. So it's just this is why we're a banana republic.
No, what does that tell you? It's a political problem. That's all. It's a political problem. When the time is ripe, it will go.
Well, I think I want to agree with Baba. Nigerian state doesn't want to let him go yet. And a lot of us have been calling on the state to resolve this issue politically. They should resolve this matter politically so that, 3 years that he has been in detention is enough to punish, someone. He's been denied of so many rights as a citizen. So I know that is contestable. Some people believe that he should be punished, but the government doesn't want him to go yet. I believe when he gets to that point, according to Baba, they will take a look of it politically and let him go. But for now, I don't think they want to get him out. So a political solution is.
Angelico, sorry if you can hear me. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Quick question. So maybe the Nigerian state has been deceiving us for a long time. So are you guys saying that Nnamdi Kanu never jumped bail? So when he left the first time around, went to UK and they caught him up in Kenya, the man was a free man at that point in time. Is that what you're saying?
Let me answer that. Let me take
let me attempt at it and then come after me, Pansata. I think that what the Supreme Court said is exactly that, somewhat, that the guy had reasons to flee for his life. and is life more paramount than bail conditions? So if his life was at risk, which was clearly
He proved it in court.
Yes. So he had to first fight for his life before any bail condition can be adhered to, and that was the position of the Supreme Court, which then makes Pansat, you can come in.
Before Pansat comes in, so based on what Woman said, in other words, are you trying to illegalize the Nigerian state or its judicial system? Because that statement you just made, that if Nnamdi Kanu feared for his life, then the Nigerian state may be a terrorist of some sort. Is that what we're saying? Or the Supreme Court is saying?
Well, one of the ways to look at it is that Supreme Court, if you're somebody as implied in your question, it's interpretation of our Constitution. There's only one body in the whole world that is constitutionally guaranteed to interpret our Constitution. That's our Supreme Court, right? That's their role, judicial review. They look at what the Constitution meant to say and what it doesn't say. So once they've ruled, that's what it is. We can second guess here. That's why it's mute. They've looked at the issues at hand and they reviewed it, and they determined that he did not jump bail. So everything else is mute. Every other court, vertically speaking, is an inferior court to that body. They've ruled that he did not jump bail. So we're not trying to be extra constitutional here or to trash the Nigerian state.
Yeah, I can accept the final decision of the Supreme Court, no doubt. If I agree with it or not, that's irrelevant.
But the same Supreme Court, wait a moment, President.
1 second.
As soon as they said that, they say, but go back to the starting point, that is back to Nyako, and ask for bail there. They didn't say go.
Right.
So maybe I should find that judgment. Did they say to go back to the
Nyako? Yes. The Supreme Court directed back.
All right. So they.
Please find it. One man, please find it on it, because the statement that accompanied that is important. Why they said go back to that court was basically, like I said, a matter of deference or respect for the court. They said, just because you've come up here and you've proven this and proven that, it doesn't give us a right to just cut them off on the knees. It's like respect.
It's a deference.
Yeah, but they stated it clearly there. We find this, he did not jump back, and they just give him respect. It's like, go back there, but guiding it. There's a guide post. Do you understand? That's a guide.
Again, I agree with the Supreme Court final decision, but to me, it seems kind of convoluted. Why? Because
it is.
Nigerian states, we have to define what Nigerian state is. That is the government or the judiciary that put him in prison in the first place.
We have
if you can't substantiate that. No, it's only an illegal. Hold on, it's only an illegal entity, be it a person or an institution or a state, can be a threat to somebody's life. The fact that Nnamdi Kanu may have been in a really dire situation or his life threatened, I don't think it's a sufficient justification to invalidate the right of the Nigerian state to hold him.
Okay, but look, on the thing we're talking about, though, if I asked you what was verbatim, what was your opinion? We have to have that opinion to see their reasoning why it was sent back to that court. I really support that. If you cannot find a one man, I can dig it out for you and post it.
No, I've dug it out. I've sent it to one man. There is
very good. Yeah, please let's
from Reuters.
Yeah, it's an opinion. So let's look at their justification for sending it back to Nyako and see if Nyako is operating outside of that. So I'll be quiet to listen to it. Please read it so we can really hear it. It's important.
Yeah, woman, we can hear you.
No, I was just all right.
Do you want me to read it? I can read it. I can see very clearly.
All right. If you want to give it a stab, yeah, carry
okay. But you walk with me by moving it up and down. Okay.
Right.
Abuja, March 19, Reuters. A Nigerian federal court on Tuesday denied separatist leader Nnamdi Kanu bail and instead ordered an accelerated trial of a pending 7-count terrorism charge against him. Kano, a British citizen who leads the band Indigenous People of the... Yeah,
sir,
go
this
ahead.
may not be the right one because it says a Nigerian Federal High Court. I thought we were looking for the Supreme Court.
No, it's in the third paragraph. It said in December, Nigeria Supreme Court overturned. Go ahead, the third paragraph.
Okay.
Take it from the top. Take it from the top.
Please, could we see? Let me just see the heading of the thing. Could I see? You go up a little bit. Let me just see what Nigerian court denies separatist can bail, orders trial, and that was March 19. Okay, let's go to that.
Yeah, go to the third paragraph in December.
Take it from the top so that we get context.
From beginning again.
Yes, you can. Do you want me to? You can speak through.
Okay. Abuja, March 19. Reuters. A Nigerian federal court on Tuesday denied separatist leader Nnamdi Kanu bail and instead ordered an accelerated trial of a pending 7-count terrorism charge against him. Kanu, a British citizen who leads the band Indigenous People of Biafra movement, disappeared from Nigeria after skipping bail in 2017. He was arrested in Kenya in 2021 and charged in Nigeria with terrorism. In December, Nigeria Supreme Court overturned the judgment by lower court that dropped the terrorism charges against Kanu. Okay, please underline that. In December, Nigeria Supreme Court overturned a judgment by lower court that dropped the terrorism charges against Kanu, setting the stage for his trial to commence. Quote, I will respond to all charges and the court will see that they are all lies, Kanu told the court. Judge Murtala Nyako adjourned the case to April 17 to start trial. Nyako also denied a request by Kanu, currently in custody of the Department of State Services, DSS, a security agency, to be transferred to a regular prison on health grounds. He told the court, I can't read that fast, okay. He told the court he has congenital heart disease. Kanu has previously denied the terrorism charges and knowingly broadcasting falsehoods, which are linked to social media posts he issued between 2018 and 2022. His lawyers have argued that he could not receive a fair trial in Nigeria because he was forcefully extradited from Kenya. Kenya has declined to say if it played a role in Kanu's return. Kanu's IPOP campaigns for the secession of southeastern Nigeria, where the majority belong to the Igbo ethnic group, that's my group. Nigerian authorities have labeled IPOP a terrorist organization. An attempt by the southern region to succeed as the Republic of Biafra in 1967. The year I don't see it here.
No, all right. I think we've hit the spot we needed to hit. Unless you want to take it to the end.
No, I don't think this is actually relevant to.
Yes, yes. I think this may well be the one. Nigerian Supreme Court blocks release of separatist leader Kanu. So do you want to start at this, or do you want me to?
Why don't you go ahead and then, if you.
It says that Nigeria Supreme Court on Friday overturned a judgment by a lower court that dropped terrorism charges against separatist leader Nnamdi Kanu, ruling that the trial trial on the charges should continue. So that's not favorable to Kanu, by the way. You were asking me to highlight it. But that's not favorable. So they said it does have a case to answer. That's that one.
What I meant is that other courts had already thrown those things out. That's what I was saying. They had looked at it. So in a trial court, it's actually where the substantive issues are handled. Now, when you appeal, then you're appealing on the law. Do you understand? So when a trial court is the one that looked at the cases and then tossed them out, because that's where you present evidence and you make your case. You face your accusers, and then that trial court ruled against the state. Then the state then appealed to a court on law, not on. They don't get over there and appeal. They don't get to hear the case and have evidence produced. You go over there to handle the issue of law where the court erred or whatever happened, but not the substantive decision where you took evidence, took testimony. But go ahead.
All right, but that's lower court, of course. Judgment procured from Umahia Federal High Court.
That's the same kind of Umahia court that set Showore free. Two judges are Igbos.
When did Umahia? When did
what I mean by Umahia is Igbo judge. That's what you mean by Umahia, right? I'm saying
Igbo judge.
That's who set Showore free.
I meant actually what set him? He got a judgment from Abia State, and we know what those states are.
Yes.
Yes,
he got one at the UN. He got some in Abuja. He's won quite a lot. So I only interjected on that to say that his lawyers should not be dismissed, right? As some kind of cabal against him. They've been winning. They won about 97. It's not easy to win a case against a state, right? They have a burden of proof, but in Nigeria, it's that particular principle is set on its head, right? The state has a big burden to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, a moral certainty, right? It's not for now the kind of proof is innocent.
All right, let me add this into the conversation. Assessor Kano, a British citizen who leads the band Indigenous People of Biafra (IPOB), disappeared from Nigeria after escaping bail 2017. He was arrested in Kenya 2021 and charged with terrorism. Friday's ruling by Judge Lawal Garba reinstating Kano's 7-count terrorism trial at a lower court has effectively extended his detention, which began 2 years ago after his arrest. Even though illegal, I think this is the bit you were wanting to label. Even though illegalities were committed with the deployment of brutal force to invade his home after he was granted bail and the extraordinary rendition from Kenya into the country, there is no legislation yet. There is no legislation yet that has ousted the jurisdiction of the court to trial him. So they acknowledge that illegality was done, but they're saying the substance of the case, what's been leveled against him essentially still has to be addressed. Kano had denied the charges of terrorism and knowingly broadcasting false. Sorry, who's that? Kano had denied charges of terrorism and knowingly broadcasting falsehood, which are linked to social media posts he issued between 2018.
Yeah, one man. Excuse me. Let me just say we read the rest of it like before, but could you just leave that up, move up a little bit where the issue we're here for, right? Even though, okay, see that this is where the error came into play, right? You know, we copied our constitution from the United States, verbatim, ipsissima verba. So whatever is not there in that constitution inures to the people, inures to the defendant, which could be any of us. So when this judge found out that there was brutal force to invade his home, and after that, extraordinary rendition took place, it was on them. If they don't find anything that would bar them from taking action, then they should take action. So, but this particular jurist erred, right? But they is the apex. They're the apex court, but they erred by looking for legislation. The role of a Supreme Court is to look at the intention of the framers of the Constitution. Because even legislation, this judge has a right, even if the courts, I mean, the legislative arm had made some kind of law, a judge from the Supreme Court could consider that particular legislation unconstitutional. That is how much power they have. So what he did there was wrong because he doesn't even know the power he has. He has a power over that lower court, inferior court, like they say. I don't like using that, but that's the jargon, right? So what he did here was, number one, he doesn't know, first of all, the power he has. He has a power to say that a legislation is unconstitutional. So he's looking and begging the court, I mean the legislative branch, to bail him out. And then he also go into an inferior court to review something that he has power to determine, even though he's also seen that an evil was done. I believe he used the word evil in certain cases. This is just a paragraph, but you could see that he's saying, look, even though illegalities were committed, this is our Supreme Court that's seen an illegality of the awesome power of a state on a mere individual. A wrong has been done. So the deployment of brutal force, not just force, he found out that was, by the way, that is some kind of, how do you say it? That 27 people were killed. So it's a euphemism to say brutal force.
That's according to IPOB. That's according to IPOB. Yes.
He should have been set free.
Absolutely.
No, it should not have been set free. Pansat is spinning a yarn. I'm just waiting for him to land so I can.
Okay, I will land by saying I came with a better spirit, and I was going to come here first to ask for apology from my friend. Well, I can't see his name now. His name is probably low on the screen. What is his name? Prince. But because Emeka spoke very well like a Nigerian, and Baba followed it up. So I came with a spirit. I said, well, maybe this one Nigeria could be possible after all, where we are condemning our institutions, where they've gone wrong. And everybody's saying, releasing Nnamdi Kanu. So I'm back to Nigeria spirit here. So please, I know you kid a lot, one man, when you're talking to me with disrespect, of course. Let's have a good spirit by looking at the law.
No, we are looking at the law, and I'm not on board that Nnamdi Kanu should be released. By the way, I think the fullness of should be vested upon him.
Okay, so now fine, but here's what I'm gonna say, because I heard your remarks earlier. You're contradicting yourself. Let me just end it up by saying this for those who are listening here. When we are saying let's clutch onto our constitution, is to see if this is going to be done legally. I have a feeling they're not going to release him because a lot of all these people with lame dicks, their thing is to come with bravado against an individual or a certain side or a certain religion or a certain section of the country, right? My warning to them is this: do the right thing. If anything happens to Nnamdi Kanu, you're going to get it. Those of us who are saying peacefully.
Sorry, hold on one moment. If anything happens to Nnamdi Kanu, let's say he pies, which is the new phraseology now, in prison. Well, what do you think will happen? There'll be a couple of rascals will make some vacuous noise. They'll get flogged heavily by the state, and everything settles down. Nothing will happen.
No, let me tell you why there's a difference here. See, we Nigerians, we don't have anything unifying us. That's true. Lately, we've had in the past, but this is one issue where a lot of Nigerians are galvanized. This is not a tribal issue, as you heard Baba speak here. He's not an Igbo guy. You've heard King Emeka speak. So there's a threshold that's reached where when Nigerians have a sense of what is wrong and what is right. Right? What is unacceptable come into play. So with that is a formidable, awesome force for them to go against it. They don't need it, and it's unnecessary. So do the right thing, because one thing that's not going to happen is for anybody to start listening to, in our language, they say, no. Why if they do it, I can tell. First of all, the Igbos alone, if we want to make trouble on this, we're going to take over that country based on this. I'm warning you right now, because we can't. Okay, so whether you like it or not, I'm not saying it to make friends or those who've already supported Nnamdi. We're not going to support you anymore because Pansat spoke that way.
You were going to make that trouble if the Supreme Court did not go your way for the. So where's that trouble you promised?
No. What I did. Okay, like I said, I came with a better spirit, because sometime when for example, we don't get this only when you have an Igbo victim. We had it with Showere. All of us. I know what I did. I'm not going to repeat it here. You go and you charge Showere with because it's a revolution. All of us said no. That is unfair. He didn't mean this or didn't mean that, and we rallied around. And 2 Igbo judges cut him free, and he's back home. It's not a tribal issue. We are looking at the laws.
It's not don't spread propaganda. It's not Igbo judges that set free.
It is Igbo now. One man, can you dig it up? Dig it up, please.
Hold on.
No, let him dig it up. I don't support. I don't trust whatever you're gonna say.
The federal government withdrew the charges.
It's Attorney General that withdrew the charge.
No. But there's a judge. Listen, there's a judge.
Prosecute.
No. But listen now. Listen to me. There are 2 things that set him free. Number one, he was restricted to Abuja, where he was relieved from custody. Right. That judge is Igbo. Now, when a judge is listening, only Attorney General has the right to do a nolle prosequa, but that is from a guide. When you have a judge sitting there, okay, that judge is very important in that case. He's able to have made some smaller rulings to show the state, hey, look, try to drop this thing. That the judge, just like this Nyako right now, even though the Supreme Court, the apex court, is guiding her to do the right thing, that judge may be recalcitrant. So what I'm saying to you, if you go and dig up the judges that looked over this case with Showere, you're going to find out that in those two case instances, I believe Ngozi is one of the names of the last one, that judge, you have to give him credit for putting the law, doing the right thing. If a judge doesn't want to do the right thing, you're going to have a difficult time. So every time anybody lately, okay, I say lately, since maybe 2015 when Buhari came in there, the only time a judge had looked at a case and done the right thing is an Igbo judge. If you say I'm wrong, find me another one. So there is a tribal issue. First of all, it's an absurdity to have a Muslim as a judge over a Christian. Hold on.
I have the floor.
Let me land with this. It's an absurdity where you don't have a jury trial, because we copied our constitution from the United States, and over here it stated that the defendant has a right to be judged by a jury of their peers. Now, what is a jury?
Our legal system is not from the United States; it's from Britain.
No. Everything is from the United States. We have it.
No, it's not.
No, let me land now. We have a constitution. You cannot have a set. There are three branches of government. One of those branches is the legal. Is our court.
I thought right? You are interjecting. We have taken.
I know, but I didn't know you to be somebody who liked to obstruct the truth. Now, let the truth come out. Let me just land by saying. Let me say this. I appreciate. Listen, when my time comes, then you do something. Here's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I didn't want to come here with that kind of tempo. Let me reduce the tempo, right? I'm not gonna reduce what I'm saying, but I'm just gonna say
it's only when you are talking this Igboistic that you don't want to make sense. But when you
give me a break now. We don't want to invoke the host into this. What I'm saying is that if you take a look at the warning I'm giving, I'm saying it that it's unnecessary. We are going this route because if the system is fair, you have due process. A lot of Nigerians don't care if Nnamdi Kanu is guilty, find him guilty, and punish him according to the laws. Who cares? I don't care. But if you're gonna have a system where somebody's not tried by a jury of their peers, because you have to go and find out what does that mean. A jury of your peers is not gonna be your enemies, your nemesis. You cannot have a Christian going in front of a judge. Hold on.
I was gonna ask a question, but
hold on. Could you hold on? You cannot go if you have such a system. If you copied such a system, that is a standard you cannot avoid. First of all, you're not doing jury. You're doing a judge. The minimum is that you have to, if you're a Christian, it has to be a Christian judge that has to hear your case. You cannot go in such a system and have a Muslim sitting in judgment of a Christian. First of all,
even in the US, you can opt for the judge to judge your case absent the jury.
Admonish your panelists, right? Let me land. I got permission to land.
You have made
Hold on. I got a permission to land.
Tribal and religiosity.
No. Only when you make me do it, right? In this case, I'm saying that human beings, if human beings are angels, you don't need a law. That's the reason why you have that law, even here in the United States, where basically it's like everybody's about the same in educational level. You don't do
maybe what you are trying to say that the judge that you sit on his case should be an Igbo man. Is that what you
not only on his case, but whenever you have a defendant, right? Because they're making me do it. If the Muslims are fair, it's not necessary, but we haven't gotten there yet. We have a nascent democracy, but you have to apply having somebody face a judge, right? Is very important thing. That's a lot of due process there. If you're not gonna have a jury, you cannot afford it, fine. If you're gonna have a judge, that judge has to be fair. They cannot, as we see here, this Nyanko is far from fair. That is somebody who shouldn't even sit on a bench. So now you're gonna have an important case where a Supreme Court gave you deference, right? and then gave you a guidepost. They've already predetermined the substantive issues, and they say, hey, look, we don't want to cut the judge off by the knees.
Pastor, let me take my. I'm waiting.
Okay. All right, no problem. Okay, one man, I yield back, but please let it get to me as soon as possible, so I could then get down into it.
Pastor, you mentioned my name, but I didn't know what you wanted. But let Angelica continue. You know.
Oh no, I said I was gonna ask for your apology before you get back on this platform, but I changed my mind. But I said you're my friend. A lot of Baba has spoken well. Emeka has spoken well. In the spirit of one Nigeria, I'm gonna let you
tomorrow I'll be a video
water
to
under
you,
the
right?
bridge. Water under the bridge. No big deal.
Prince Daddy, you're trying to say something?
All right, so thank you.
No, guys, Angelica. Actually, you were talking earlier. I think you left that topic, but I was gonna ask you when you were talking about the Onyema and the Airspace with the British. What advantage? See, Onyema, at the end of the day, you know how Nigeria works. Is a businessman, a successful businessman at that. But the Nigerian state would abandon him if the push comes to shove. When the kitchen gets hot, they're gonna abandon him because why? He's just a single business person. Now we are more dependent on the the England, than they are to us. Correct me if I'm wrong, because they control a lot of stuff. I mean, when it comes to immigration, when it comes to finance or finance in the international bankers or whatnot. So I'm not sure. I mean, at the end of the day, if my point is, what do we have that can really stand up to the British people if they choose to dislodge Onyema from England?
What I was saying is that we have the market. They don't have the market. The market that they fly to make that money, that sustain their aviation industry. Don't let me say their aviation industry. I mean that, British Airways and Virgin Airline, that Nigerian London flight, we provided the market for it. How many British fly that route compared to Nigerians that fly it on daily basis? So if Nigeria don't push back by action, this is not talk. You don't need, look, you know the way he talks, you know the way he works. Companies in United States and Australia in other Western world don't like to lose money. The moment they start in recording loss, investors will start to challenge, ask questions from the management, what is happening. They don't even want to get to that stage where investors will start asking questions. They will quickly find a way, to correct that, find solution to that problem. So what I'm saying is that as they are giving Onyema, using their regulatory power to want to frustrate him out of business, we should use our own regulatory power in Nigeria to frustrate them as well. It is tit for tat. That is the way. That is where it works.
Yes, I accept that. Look, what is going on, what you just described there, that we have a larger market, true. But what is the difference? I mean, it's just a parallel to how the rest of the world treats Nigeria or Africa. You are a market for the Chinese goods. You are a market for the British Airlines. You you're just raw material. I mean, and that's the way they look at you. So you mentioned earlier about maybe racism or discrimination. Well, that may be true, but let's go a little bit above that. At the end of the day, it's just competition. It's just like no business wants the competitor to take their market share. So they will fight tooth and nail to maintain or retain their share. So that's just the bottom line here. And that Nigerian route, or that Lagos or Abuja to Heathrow or London route, is very profitable because, just like you said, the market is there. So it's just people, businesses fighting. But again, at the end of the day, I see the Nigerian state abandoning Onyema because they have more to lose. Imagine if they ban all your politicians from coming to London or doing business over there. You don't think they're going to ban Onyema? They will.
No, no, it's not going to get to that end. It's not. This is not a diplomatic confrontation between Nigeria and England. This is
It's
just
commerce.
yeah, it's just commerce. And look, why is United States rolling out tariff against China? It's because America is the market. If they allow electric vehicles from China to come into America, the auto industry will be wiped out. All the auto industry in America will suffer. China will take over. So a country where you have comparative advantage over other, you must be able to use that power of comparative where you have that comparative advantage over other. You should be able to use it. So we should be able to dictate the how do I describe it? We should be able to dictate how that route should be run, and not them, because
But
we are the power. Our
no,
market
you're not the power. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You like raw material. You're not the power.
No,
They
that
have
is
the
how
power.
it has been. That is how it has been. What I'm saying is that Nigeria should be able to show that, look, we cannot continue to be that market where you can come and do whatever you want to do. We want to structure our market well so that you pay your own fair share. The competition. I mean, this business relationship between us, we should be able to respect each other.
I agree with you if you say it's a new dawn, it's a new day. That is how we should. Okay,
yes.
I will agree with you, but I disagree. Well, but you know everything is intertwined. By the way, don't think this is commerce. It is commerce. It's diplomacy. It's everything. See, businesses, they're not isolated. They don't work in isolation. They work with the government. Okay, if the government seeks to use the tool of diplomacy to give them advantage in this space, they will. Don't think nothing's isolated in this world. It's
Prince
all
Daddy,
intertwined.
Prince Daddy, what you are saying is a fact. But what people like me, we are saying is that we have to confront them.
I agree.
They don't have monopoly of putting stumbling blocks on our way. And I tell you for free, most times when they do these things, they are just testing the waters, and they're always surprised the way we swallow it. So if we don't push back, how do we know? We have to push back. We don't just stand and take it. If they regulate it, we regulate ours too. We own our airspace, we own our airports and all the facilities therein. We shouldn't be anybody's footmats at all. If they ban Air Peace, we ban British Airways. Air Peace can take their passengers to Germany, and Lufthansa can take them from Germany to England. It is they who will lose the market. Like Ajale Kuku said, we are the market. How many British fly to Nigeria on a daily basis? So we have that advantage. We are the passengers. It is our route. They are reaping all the benefits. It's high time it stopped. Look, we've done it before. We've done it before. We've confronted them in Angola, in Botswana, in Mozambique, everything. We lost a lot of things though, but they respected us until the politicians came and eroded those powers we gained. So we have to do it. We don't just lie low and take everything they throw at us. It has to stop. And we protect our own businesses. If our country, they are not giving our billionaires diplomatic passports, they should start doing it now because other countries are doing it. Do you think Bill Gates travel with ordinary deep blue passports? No. They protect them. They are diplomatically covered. So we have to cover our own too. They are all we have. You think it's easy to build a business and some diplomat somewhere in Westminster will start ruining them? No, it's not going to happen again. Thank you, Aja.
Oba, yes. First Daddy, no, we cannot continue like this. The more we continue to surrender ourselves to these people, the more they continue to ride on you and, keep you on the ground. You have to stand up. You cannot continue to lie low on the ground and allow them. They did nothing. Look, we
They are
have...
so petty, Aja. Look at what they are even saying. A fugitive flying Harry and Meghan. What's Harry got to do with us? They are visitors to our country. And they've gone back to where they belong. Just because we entertain people a couple they hate, we should hate them. I mean, I don't understand these people. Honestly, I don't understand them. So petty.
Their mindset is so odd. This colonial colonial master mentality that they enjoy for so long, they think it's going to be there forever. No. Nigeria will come to rule them. It's a matter of time. If our leadership can stand, yes.
Yeah, that's another territory.
They colonized India. Is India not wealthier than them now, than Great Britain? Indians have bought everything they have in Britain.
That's
what
true.
did they have? All their auto industry have been bought by India. Their Rolls Royce, the face of their auto, their Land Cruiser, what do you call the symbol of their auto engineering? They've been bought by India. Kilani,
even
what do
Bentley.
they have? Even Bentley, what do they have? Look, they will suffer most if Nigeria should cut trade ties with them. They will suffer most. Yes, we're going to suffer it too, but I'm telling you, they will suffer the more. And it's time for Nigeria to start standing up, to develop capacity, to control our economy by herself. Our economy is not controlled by Nigeria, it's controlled by this Western world. Even if you look at the oil sector, where we are so proud to say, yes, that sustain our economy. The oil and gas sector, who are the major oil companies?
Ajale Koko, be careful.
Are they not Exxon? Hold on.
Ajale Koko. UK will not give you visa. Be careful.
Oh, forget about UK. This or UK. Call us the major oil companies that exploit that oil for us: Exxon, Chevron, Shell, and Total. All of them Western country. Where is our own?
We are buying them out gradually anyway in that sector.
Who is buying them out?
We're buying them out.
They are still the major. Where we are talking about the major.
It's only Shell that is still around very much.
We have to take over what belongs to us. So this route between Nigeria and London is our own. We are the market. They should not threaten us. They should be able to partner. Let us partner for everybody to win, and not them to be the master while we continue to play the servant role. No, Nigeria should push it back against them by action and not by talk. Don't talk with them. Action is what they understand. So the moment they are losing money, hey, they will come to sit at the table and negotiate. They done it during the Buhari Diagbon regime, when they seized Nigerian Airways for some debt that Nigerian Airways owed them. They seized our airline in London. Nigeria seized their own in Nigeria. So what did they do? They come to negotiation table. The military held their airline in Lagos. They come to negotiation table and they release our own force before they are going to release their own. That is how a government must act. You don't allow any other country to dominate you, particularly when we call ourselves a sovereign state. So that's my answer to that, Prince Daddy. So on Nnamdi Kanu case, look, I think that Nigerian state is, I think they just want to punish Nnamdi Kanu. They are not truly following the law in the real sense of it. If I believe that Nnamdi Kanu can win that case, because when they came up with all charges and the court struck out many of those charges, so whatever is found left, let them go through the court and let them go and battle it. He has some brilliant, lawyers, son, fighting this thing for him in Nigeria. I believe he could, in the proper and a court trial that follow the law. I believe he might win the case. So that's what I see in his whole matter. For the fact that he ran away when they wanted to kill him. There was charges against him. Back then when they have.
Let me push you back, please, if you don't mind. How do we know that they wanted to kill him?
Oh, no, look.
Let me say this. No, let me say this.
Yeah.
If the Nigerian state is coming to your house, let's just suppose it with what happened in the Igbo's house. They came to your house, they knock at your door, you surrender yourself. There was no kerfuffle, there was no shooting, there was no battle, there was no any resistance. I don't think they would just get there and they will start shooting, start killing people. There will be something from the other side before Nigerian government, Nigerian soldier or army will respond. So we didn't know that they wanted to go and kill him. We can't ascertain that. That is just a speculation. They could have go there to effect his arrest, and if he surrender himself to them, there will nothing will happen. That's my pushback.
What is the job of the military? Do you know, Thomas?
Yes, I know the job of the ministry.
Tell me, what's their job?
To fight battle. Maybe we have any external.
And fight people, right?
No, not to fight people. Not to fight people.
Hold on, no. Military. I'm not saying police. Military.
Yeah.
They are trained to fight.
Yes, that's
So when the military were coming to his house, he knew what they were trying to do. Nigeria, it has happened before to a lot of people. You say you should wait? No. Baby, he did what he got to do. If Igbowo did not find his way, did not escape. So, look, military, when you see them, go and ask Fela and their family. They will tell you what military did for them in Nigeria. Alone, look, Fela now. They wanted to kill him. They went to his house. They wanted to kill Fela. They broke his head. A lot of his band members, they were responsible. They shielded him. They beat him. They broke his hand, his head, his leg, everything. They threw his mother, 87 years old woman, from the window, from the upstairs. They threw her down. They are trained in Nigeria and all over the world. Just go and fight. the people that 87-year-old woman from the upstairs, they threw her down. Kí ló fi pè wọ́n? Ṣé orí àwọn yẹn pé no, Nnamdi Kanu did the right thing to run away. So, but I let them go through the trial. I don't even care. The whole thing has been messed up. He have the right here. He doesn't have right. They can try him. They cannot try him. Let them start the trial and let us see where it's going to end. Maybe after the trial, if they declare him, no case to answer, then they will let him go. If they want to sentence him, let him sentence him, and then they will come to maybe one day the president or they will pardon him or something will happen. So let us just, this is too much. So let me leave it there, one man.
All right. Give us just a little flavor on the minimum wage, and then I will go from you to Passat. Get serious. NLC rejects federal government's 100,000 new minimum wage offer. So I mean, I think that offer is a little bit too excessive. Even we know we have inflation now, but that's been tackled. So when prices come down, then that's I think that 48,000 is just about right.
When it is how much you say is right?
The 48,000 that's been tabled.
Are you doing our or what are you doing, one man? 48,000, right? What you try to that is not enough to buy one bag of rice, right? Look, let me tell you. I think NFC is doing the right thing. They should reject 100,000. Can 100,000 buy 2 bags of rice? I don't think so. So if the cost of living is very, very, very high in Nigeria now, and for people with family, you want to send your children to school, you want to pay their school fees, you want to buy them food, you want to pay your rent, transportation, and workers should not live in poverty, and that is what Nigerian state Nigerian state have been doing to the worker. They have workers in Nigeria have been badly.
Sorry, my sister told me that if you are in Nigeria, you are not complaining. Maybe you have somebody in abroad sending you money, or you are stealing from somewhere. This is not easy.
Your sister is not lying; she's saying the truth. So, Nigerian workers are poorly paid. The value of 120 naira in the 80s, the minimum wage back then was 120. Now, our minimum wage, and 120 back then against dollar is $150 to 120 Nigerian, 140 to 150 to 120 Nigerian naira. Now, your 30,000 is just like around $20 to $22. The 30,000 minimum wage is like maybe $22 or $24. So, what are we talking about for a month? It's not enough. So, the Ajero and his team, I think they are trying to fight for Nigerian workers so that they can make living wage. The idea of minimum wage of 30,000 or 48,000, 48,000 rather, is ridiculous. Government that fail to pay the worker right cannot promote productivity. If you want a country that really want to achieve, want to be a productive state must pay the worker well. That is the way it works. That is the psychological aspect of it. When people are well paid, I'm not saying too much paid, though not too much, but when people are paid in such a way that they can eat conveniently, they can transport, and they can live in a good place, and they won't have to look, elsewhere to see how they can support themselves financially to meet their ends meet. I think that country will achieve a greater productivity, but we are doing harm to ourselves for not paying our workers right. That is the real issue in Nigeria. Workers are not well paid. Productivity cannot be achieved. Wealth cannot be achieved by that country, and that country will, we will produce poor people, poverty. A country that doesn't do anything to fight poverty, it will not, will be on the ground. So paying workers poorly is a way of producing poverty in that country. And we should start looking for a way of taking our people out of poverty. One man, 48,000 is nothing to write home about. You can't buy good shoe. One man, are you listening? You cannot buy good shoe.
I'm here, but you know that's the mistake we always make. You can't draw parallels between your life and the life of the working Nigerian. You know, you don't live the same life, so I'm sure for the bend down select boutiques, I'm sure they can buy a decent shoe for 500 naira.
Look, if why do you think that they have to go bend down select?
Mama, you are weak. You are wicked. Ajale woman is wicked.
No. You know there are people that shop in charity shops in this country because that's their economic bracket. So it's not. All fingers are never equal. We all know that.
Ajale, are you saying 100,000 is too small?
It's too much, is what is. You mean Ajale Koko? Yes.
Yeah, 100,000.
He probably thinks they should be paid $1 million a month.
Aja, what happened? Is it driving?
No, I think it may be in the middle of something. He just dropped now. So Pansat, you're up next. So you take the floor and free flow. Pansat.
Right. Thank you very much. Let me say that today's show is highly responsible.
What? One man.
All right, Ajale Koko is back. So let him bring it home. Then I'll come to you. Yeah, back to you, Ajale Koko. You dropped.
Oh yeah. So Nigeria. I mean, it is very embarrassing to put forward 48,000. What are they trying to do? 48,000 is nothing. It's nothing. It's very embarrassing that they are. It does show that they don't have the interests of the workers at hand, and that is what this administration have done wrong. Tinubu should have, from day one, proposed for minimum wage or set up that tripartite meeting with the workers to see what they can do. Since it removed oil subsidy, it knew that oil subsidy will affect the economic activities, and the worker will suffer it the most. It should have met with the workers right then, set up that tripartite meeting. By now, maybe they should have agreed, and that is what will have kicked off productivity in that country. But it's dealing.
But the minimum wage thing, I think, is a function of the law. I think every 5 or 6 years, and the last one I think was it 2019 or 2018? So it's actually lapsed this May. So it's a function of the law. You can't. It's not something they can arbitrarily do all the time. So it is due this year, this May. So that's why they are digging in. They set up that meeting and they offer them the 48. But now I think they've raised the ante to about 100,000 now, which NLC is still rejecting. But in my opinion, anyway, me thinks 100,000 I think is fair, because I was thinking in the region of 85,000. 100,000, if FG can afford it, it's okay. But what about those states that even at 30,000 are still paying 14,000 according to informations in the north?
Yeah, you see the problem in Nigeria with minimum wage, with the economic problem. All those problems are created by government in Nigeria. I'm not saying this government particularly, but even all the government before him, before Tinubu to date, all those problems are created, and they keep on accumulating to where it is today. So government has been the creator of problem for Nigerian people. The insecurity, they are the problem. It's not Nigerian people that are the problem. The farmers that cannot go to farm, they are the ones that make it impossible for them, because we have criminals, they can't fight insecurity. So they lack that capacity to secure life and property. The economic problem we are going with, we are confronting today, they created it. So why are they creating problem, day in, day out for Nigerian people? And when we say, come and solve this problem, they don't want to solve it. They created the problem, they don't want to solve it. Nigerian workers don't deserve better minimum wage than what they are proposing.
What will you consider appropriate in this climate, this very moment? How much will you consider appropriate?
Look, I think for workers to have stable life, we are talking of stable. I mean, for them to just have, a sense of stability, for them to have that sense of belonging, that yes, they are in a nation that, is paying a fair share to them. I think they should not be paid less than 150. They should not be paid less than 150. I know that, the private industries, yes, it's going to be difficult for some people running small business, to pay such money. But the civil servant that represent the tools, the backbone of governance, should not suffer. Civil servants don't suffer in the United States. They
What
enjoy so
about the
much
states?
benefit.
The states, can they afford
They
it?
are all civil servants.
Can they afford it?
They can afford it. They just need to cut down the
When,
cost. The
when
cost
they
of
cannot?
Baba. Do you know how much governors spend on convoy of vehicle and
Yeah, look,
assistance?
like I
They are
know.
very, very
I get
wasteful.
irritated when I hear a governor saying that they can't pay 30,000, even when their FAC allocation has been increased minimum by 40%, some 100%, some 70%, and yet they are complaining. Absent that increase, what were they doing before? So it was like a windfall. So why can't you use that windfall to cover up? Yet they are still digging in. I know the government is crazy out there, particularly in the north. You understand what they are doing to their people is so unfair. But hey, like I say on this
Bad
platform,
leadership.
it's
Bad.
no more my cup of tea. As far as my own neck of the wood is okay, because for the life of me, I can't imagine a government, even with this increment, this windfall in the last 1 year, saying that they can't even afford to pay 30,000. I mean, a governor shouldn't even open his mouth and say that. Because I was surprised that Sokoto IGR a month, I think the last one was 3.8 billion. Sokoto, where they will count them and tell me they're in billions, collecting only 3.8. If they can't think out of the box, that is their own problem. But this 150 you are saying, I think for the sake of parity, to give some chance to those states that are crime poverty, maybe 100,000 is okay. I think so. I think it's fair enough, particularly if it's accompanied with this new policy of credit system, scholarship things, and the new hope housing estates that are coming up and everything. I think the government have their hands full. So that is the Fed I'm talking about now, the federal. Well, 100,000 I think is okay. I don't know.
Well, you see, if at the federal, state, and local government, people have been, running government openly and, investing in areas of education, healthcare, and, those areas that really affect the life of people. Maybe cost of living will not be high as it is today, but their failure to invest on their people, but rather on themselves, buying huge vehicle, having thousands of assistants, or what do they call them? Special
assistant and special assistant to special assistant.
So special assistant having all this. I think that is
or
that.
Bongbe or Bokmo.
So they have created a lot of problem, a lot of avenue to siphon people's resources to themselves and at the detriment of the people. That is what has created all this. Do you know many of them, or maybe all they sign that 30,000 minimum wage, but a lot of them refuse to pay it. That's to tell you how
I think that's even criminal. Honestly, it's criminal.
Irresponsible. That's illegal. How can you sign to an agreement and you fulfill
How did they even sleep?
I don't know. They are heartless people. All they believe nothing can happen. If people want to protest, they can use the police gun and buy them, and they get away. Lawless people in the position of power. So, like you said, I mean, 100,000, 120, 150. I think maybe they can start from there, but it's just it's not good. I don't understand what they Tinubu should have done well. I want to blame him for not doing something about workers' salary from day one. It shouldn't be a year old in office or over a year in office before trying to do something about it. And when you are trying to do something, you are bringing a proposal that is very shameful. 48,000, for God's sake. Claude,
we've gone past that. It's now 100.
So it's we look forward. They just need to be open to the workers. Negotiate, sit down with them. We are all Nigerians.
They are the one that doesn't want to sit down now. Who do not want to sit down right
when
now?
They are bringing, a proposal that is, doesn't. You don't even know where to start from. But let's see, if they want to pay 100,000, there's a way to do it. Workers' union, they are not evil. They are representing the interest of workers, and they know how to carry out their function. They go to negotiation, they report to the workers. They have assembly where they report to, and those assembly will now put head together and then say, okay, let us go in this direction. Let us accept this. Let us accept this. So it's the government that has not been doing well to the workers. Look at the what do you call it? Even the medical doctors. Why should they be treating all workers like that? They are all workers in different cadre of the society, different profession of the society. As long as they are civil servants, they just want to treat them so bad, poorly paid, and then how do you want to achieve productivity? How do you want the government service to function well? It's not going to function well when people are not well paid. So I'm recommending them, I'm suggesting to them to sit down with the workers, let them negotiate, maybe 120, 150, and let's move on. So that's my take, one man. Let me leave it there for that.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So let's go on from Ajale Koko. I think Panstat yield to Prince Daddy because I think he needs a moment. So hopefully the Prince is ready. Prince Obalola.
Yeah, hello, woman. How you doing? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
good. Yes, we can hear you perfectly. So good to be your company. Let me move you away from workers' wages temporarily and take you to a more thorny issue. Nnamdi Kanu. About 4 times they've applied for this bail application. The lady has said no, and she directed them not to come back again. Otherwise, she will consider that an abuse of the process. She says, if you are not satisfied, escalate it up the chain of hierarchy in the judiciary system. So, what are you then making of this incarceration, which seems to run contrary to law in Nigeria? Not even being an Nnamdi Kanu fan, but the law is there to be adhered to.
Yeah, hello, woman. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. Yeah, I was trying to get understanding to what's really going on. Just like I said, well, when it comes to the law, it really comes down to interpretation of it. That's what it comes down to. I mean, you would think in the American Supreme Court, um, the justices, they're so smart and educated and well accomplished that they will see things the same way, but not at all. In fact, we have some of them that went to the same college, the same universities, but they had different ideology. At the end of the day, they interpreted law the way they see it from their values and their point of view. So with Nnamdi Kanu's case, I don't know what to make of it, but I was just trying to get a sense earlier about did Nnamdi Kanu ever jump bail? And so I was trying to get to that point. So, however, the Supreme Court interprets.
Sorry, what's your consideration of his circumstance? Do you consider, because I can hear an undertone somewhat, that you consider that he did jump bail?
Well, that's from what is out there and what I've known out there, it appeared that he jumped bail. But again, there's propaganda all the time. The states, the Nigerian state, could be lying, the governments, and also there's so much information out there that can make things so complex or complicated to analyze.
If you are going by the strict technicalities of it, then you would say that he jumps bail. But there are extenuating circumstances that are reasons why he would need to make his escape. So the Supreme Court said excessive brutal force was what they took to his house, and there's no equivocation that the intention was to kill. So if the intention is to kill, and the clarity was that the intention is to kill, would he stay there to adhere to bail-in conditions and lose his life, or look to effect his escape?
Yeah. So, what is the recourse in the Nigerian space if such a thing happens to one? Where do you go to? How do you approach it? Does he have an international body to intervene in the affairs? So that's one thing that has to be established. Unless we say the law says, okay, if your life is threatened, then if you leave based on the restriction given to you, then that nullifies any bill set forth by the court. Well, if that's the interpretation, then that is fine. But because your life is threatened, it still doesn't mean that you did not jump bail. So are they nullifying his bail due to his life being threatened? That's the question. Because obviously he did jump bail. Did they establish that? So the Supreme Court can go around the circles trying to explain that, or he did not know. It appeared that it did because there was an injunction, I believe, for him not to leave the country, but he did. And that's what I'm saying. That how do we define who is strengthening his life? Is it the Nigerian state, the government? Are there an illegal government, a terrorist organization? If that been the case, then I would agree that yeah, maybe he didn't jump bail. He had to escape for his life. That would make sense. But anyways, it all comes down to interpretation.
So from what you are saying, you align with Justice Binta Nyako that that bail has been forfeited and it should be held in custody.
Yeah, it's been forfeited and it should be held. But now I sympathize with his followers and he in Namdekan himself. We saw him last time in the court. It looks like he's had it. You know, he wants to be freed.
Why is he always shouting, by the way? Let me play you a clip. It just befuddles me. I think he wants to project still some sort of machismo to his audience. This is him addressing, this is just how he speaks anyway. He just feels the need to shout because he thinks that makes him alpha.
Terrorism Prohibition and Prevention Act says I cannot be tried in Nigeria. That's the law of Nigeria. I can never be tried in any court of law in Nigeria. That's what the law says. Anybody standing in trial or coming to try me is a terrorist. That's what their law says. Not me. As simple as that. Section 2, subsection 3F of Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act. That's what it says. Any court considered to try me is committed an act of terrorism. Yes. Very clear. You cannot violate a treaty that Nigeria entered into and then come to try that very person. Is not done anywhere in the world. So you must be aware of that. So that is why there is all these ridiculous delay.
So there he is still trying to be bombastic. I think he plays that. It does that for the audience out there rather than if he showed a little bit of contrition, maybe the law would be a little bit more lenient with him. But all this bullish peacocking and whatnot is hardly what, you know. I mean, what do you make of just that force and shouting all the time?
I would like to mention some leaders, but it has to project that strength. It has to talk like that. Which other way does it have to talk? I mean, if any other way apart from that will make him look weak and ineffective to his people, he has to show that strength, that machismo. He has to. So on that part, I don't fault him at all. He's talking the way he should talk. Yeah. So.
He's a show boy. That's what I would call performative demagoguery. That's what he's doing there. Carry on, Prince Daddy. Sorry.
Yeah. So, in Nnamdi Kanu, one side, and the rest of other people that fall into the same category from other parts of the country. Is it at this point in time? Is it being treated fairly? What would you say to that one man or any other person for that matter? I believe that we don't want to make a mockery of the state of the Nigerian state. If somebody's committed a crime and they found the person guilty, the person should go through the process, the judicial system, and get what they deserve. I mean, that's the way it should be. You can't make a mockery of the law. But some people are getting away with it. So I mean, then how do we juxtapose?
Prince, one of the arguments, and it's quite a feeble argument, but it does have some sort of a tenuous link about some of the arguments being made by his followership is that there's a disparity somewhat in how similar crimes are treated, and there's an ethnic undertone. They cite Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu who somewhat straddle the same sort of strap line, but the law shows a lot more clemency towards them.
Yeah, of course it's subjective, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I mean, you have well, you say Shore, no, I guess partially Yoruba or supposedly Yoruba person, man, and you have Igbo right there, two persons, and they've been freed, and there's Nnamdi Kanu still being held in captive. So, I mean, that's an easy conclusion by any ordinary person, especially of his own stock, to draw such a tribal conclusion. I mean, I see that. And when it comes to the Northerners, I think the Nigerian state is quite apprehensive, especially those from the southern part of the country, to be rough towards the northern, you know, um, if you want to call them culprits. So that's the way it stands. In Anukanu, not that he said some inflammatory things. He's been bombastic, he's called for violence against the state and whatnot. Okay, he did all that, but um you can come to the table and negotiate if to cease to do all those things and be respectful towards the Nigerian state. Maybe they can come to a consensus to release him, but you can't just let him go because he is his character. He's not going to give up. He's he wants to be the leader. Um, but he has to give up that ambition, to continue to pursue that route. I think they can come to an amicable uh, solution to
Please,
this
Daddy,
problem.
can I please interject you, please, if you don't mind?
Right.
Are you do you see where the aspect woman is coming from? That is a bit leniency to Igbo. If you remember the time they invaded his house, Peter Mfunaya, I remember vividly on channels, show some weapons discovered from Igbo allegedly, and he declared him wanted. I say that again. He declared him wanted. So why did they give Igbo to came into the country to have the burial of his mother? I think as soon as he landed in Lagos, he should have been picked up. So do you see this ethnic coloration to all this what you are saying? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Thomas. I mean, it is. I see. I mean, I can see why his followers would think that way. And if it's truly they found illegal weapons with Sunday Igboho, yes, it's all those things tantamount to maybe terrorism in one way or another. But again, Nnamdi Kanu is being kind of a thorn in the flesh of the Nigerian state, right? Especially from the time of Buhari and others. So not justice. We like justice to be equal, but it's not true. It's never equal. It's never equal, especially when things come to interpretation of individuals. So that's the thing. That's the thing with Nnamdi Kanu. But I don't want him to pie in prison. Um, because they're going to do anything about it. His supporters.
Yes.
But
What if he did though? It just I don't want him to either. But what if he did? What would be the
yeah,
consequence of that?
there won't be any real consequence. Just the same online, massive agitation by some people in terms of what would have happened to the Nigerian state. I don't see much. But apart from that, that's why we have to. Perception is everything, one man. Perception is everything, and we can't deny it as human beings. We go by what we perceive or what we think the reality is based on our own background and inferences and interpretation. That's just the way life is. Is a bad look. Yes, they're not going to do nothing to the Nigerian state, but it would be a bad look for him to pie in prison. Not good. It
Yeah,
just will
yes,
continue to fuel.
especially given the international flavor that the case has. Yes.
Yes, exactly, and that's why, believe it or not, the last election, the 2020 election in America, the Supreme Court, they went out of the way, especially the Chief Justice Roberts, not to entertain that case in the Supreme Court because of the perception of the country. The country was volatile. There was rioting. There was all kinds of stuff going on, and they did not want to be part of it. So, it's in life. Nothing is in isolation. Things they work. Things are not isolated. Things have to be put in the right context. In the right frame to be executed.
So yeah, I don't want him to quiet there in prison. Let them find a way to get him out. So it's doable. I think that's it on Nnamdi Kanu.
All right, brilliant. Take us to Alan Onyema, Prince, and the UK's acts of subterfuge, Machiavellian maneuverings.
Well, yeah, no doubt. I was talking to a brief interjection with Ajala Koko. Ajala Koko was trying to inject some racism or discrimination in the whole affair, but maybe so. Of course, one can draw such conclusion on any matter, especially when it has to do with two different races. But the reality is that we're talking about commerce, just like Baba said. It is competition. Who wants what business? Look at Dangote, where people are blaming Dangote for doing a monopoly, whatnot. Well, it is true, but he's a businessman. Why should any business give up a profitable in this case route just like that would have been forcefully dislodged? It's a profitable route. They maximize the profit on every flyer, and they don't want to give it up. It just makes perfect sense to me. I see no racial undertone or discrimination there. It's just like businesses fighting for their territory, and that's what it is. And I said it earlier that look, when it comes to, at the end of the day, Kiyama is doing a wonderful job to have gone that far with Onyema and working internationally. Kiyama is, the other day we were having a conversation about leadership and who should be in a certain position based on their technical background or whatnot. Kiyama is really an excellent aviation minister. See, your ability as an individual, regardless of the background, to be able to have a to translate your skills and your background into any field is quite remarkable. And Kiamo's background as an attorney, as a lawyer, in this position is been paying off greatly. I don't know if you watch this guy talk on even Arise News or whatnot. The guy understands the job very well. I can guarantee he doesn't fly plane. He's just a passenger, just like most of us are. But his legal background and his ability to understand international law and to negotiate based on critical points, it's really helping the Nigerian aviation space greatly. The guy understands contracting when it comes to the procurement of planes by lease or buyout. He explained in detail, and it's just a new aviation minister. It's a gem. I know it doesn't get a lot of credit. It's not maybe flashy out there, but the guy understands. The guy's always been smart anyways. He's smart. He understands. Is able to articulate his point very well. So kudos to maybe Tinubu for giving that position. He's been able to transition to that position greatly and offers expertise. So good take on that. But at the end of the day, I was making the point that the Nigerian government state may likely abandon Onyema and Airpeace when the kitchen gets hot. Why? Because they have other interests. Do we put our neck on the line for Onyema for this route that we don't have a problem flying anyways? Than to lose our other benefits and investments in England. And by the way, not just England, you know very well that these countries, they may fight against each other or quarrel. I'm talking about France, Germany, Britain, and all these Scandinavian countries. But at the end of the day, they feel very much comfortable sitting at the same table together and trying to displace the Africans or the black people. And nothing racial, just self-interest. There's nothing wrong with that. And I'm saying that these people will come together eventually and trying to dislodge Airpeace. And I don't think Nigeria has enough fodder to fight back. Yes, they had a large marketplace for the route, but they don't have enough capital internationally. And when it comes to cooperating with the other nations to fight, what was Nigeria's partner? Ghana, Niger. Who are they? Name them. They're non-existent. So I tell you, I wish Onyema keeps that route, deservingly so. I think it does. But if the British government, put more gasoline in the fire, it doesn't stand a chance. They'll push him out. They'll find one thing or another to displace him. They're not to do it. They're the master at it, the British. So yeah, that's what it is. We just don't have it. We don't have that culture of putting our neck out. I say it all the time. We Africans, we know how to suffer, but we don't know how to sacrifice, and that is key in any society that makes it. Having that ability to sacrifice. We don't sacrifice for nothing. But guess what? We die more than every other people, every other race, uselessly. But we don't have to sacrifice. Come, give them time. These people will organize and they coordinate amongst themselves to make it difficult for Airpeace or even Nigerian government to withdraw their support for Airpeace, so it can abandon that route. Yeah, and I wish, just like Angelico said, that it's a new dawn. Maybe it's a new day whereby we put down our feet and resist the pressure and stand by him with everything that we have, and to make sure it keeps that route and make it a new day. Yeah, I like it. Make it a new day for Nigeria, for Africa, because Nigeria is a great representation for Africa.
You're quite desperate to sing that song, aren't you? So just sing it. It's a new dawn. Look at this guy. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. And I'm feeling good.
No, well, it is. I hope it is. No, really. I mean, I hope it truly is. I mean, I think we've come a long way to be. I mean, to be able to stand up. But there's always a saying that the student can never be greater than the teacher. So if that holds true,
That's from Machiavelli, by the way. Oh, is that, yes? Is that not from Machiavelli? Never outdo the master. I think that's from Machiavelli.
yeah, he said that in 48 Laws of Power. I think I read that in that book, but it's a quote from the Bible, actually. So maybe you got it from the Bible. So yeah,
right.
so that's the story of Onyema. I hope he makes it, and to make it, if at the end of the day, usually these private enterprises, they survive because guess what? They get a lot of money from the governments. They do. I think somebody was saying the other day, which I read, that Intel, for example, or even the Microsoft, all these companies, they get a lot of money from the government of the United States, free money in the billions, and however they reported on the balance sheet, they get this money. But I'm not sure. We don't have that we borrow money left and right. How much money can we really give Onyema for free to show up its fight against the British Airways or the British government? So we are handicapped in a lot of ways. We are truly handicapped. If the guy makes it, I mean, it would be a great fit, really. But it's just a lot. I mean, a lot for him to lose if he doesn't make it.
What do you mean that we are handicapped? How are we are handicapped?
I mean, we don't have a lot to fight back. We are highly dependent on these people. We spend billions of dollars every year for tuition in England, in America, and these people are allies. Our politicians
we are feeding their economy. We are sustaining their economy. If they cannot kick out Nigerian students, they cannot. That you know how many billions that Nigerian pay for their education in Britain.
But that's like I said, yeah.
Even this market we are talking about, this aviation industry, Nigeria is the market for their airline. They will rather work it out, the problem. They will rather see how they can, work it out and let us come to an agreement that be suitable for both of us, than to say, oh, no. They are very fragile. Their economy is very fragile, and they know
I agree with you.
They are not like our people that, can be battered, can be suppressed, that can be punished by government economically and financially. Their people will not stand it. Look at the way they have changed government in Britain within a year. Last year, is it not 3 governments that they changed within a year, or how many? because their people cannot stand that kind of crazy. They can't. They are very. It's a fragile economy with people that are not ready to take nonsense from their government. So we have all the advantage over there. We just need, to push back. And then
We have the advantage on paper, but we don't have that in the practical reality of things. We do not. Okay, so the ban, we get billions of dollars in every year in tuition in that country. But what is the alternative for Nigerian students? Are the Nigerian students people willing to take the pain to sacrifice and not have to send their children to the prestigious colleges they have over there? We have yes, that's what we're used to doing. Our politicians, the citizens, we give to them. We don't know how to collect. They've structured the environment to be productive, and we've not.
But one
That's
thing
why
you
we're
are
dependent
missing
on
though,
them.
one thing you are missing though is like, I mean, what I can understand you saying is that we have to continue with them the way we've been doing. We should not even fight to stand up. Is that what you are trying? You are suggesting
Well,
we just let it be. Just let it be. Let it
no,
be.
absolutely
Let
not.
it be.
Absolutely not.
Is
I
that what
want
you say?
freedom. I want us to be free. But the point I'm trying to make is that look, we have to be deliberate and calculating. Okay, that's just the reality. We're likely to suffer.
Recommend, suggest that calculative move that you are suggesting. How do we play it out? Suggest.
Oh, I don't have the answer to it, but in this case, specifically about this airline thing, um, it's all about negotiation. Let's not use we trying to defeat our colonial masters, and we're trying to it's about negotiation, and I trust people, someone like Tinubu, to be able to do that. We have to bring about understanding. Really, if you want to take it by force, they can use force too. But if you can negotiate, okay, maybe make some concession right now to the agreement somehow, and just over time work it out to the point that it's mutually beneficial to both sides, and maybe finally you have a much larger share of the route, or maybe there's a way to work it out.
So
All I'm saying is
negotiation.
that,
Negotiation. Who should dictate the terms of the agreement?
well, that's why it's negotiation. I mean, do you think they want to give
They
it
are
up?
not ready for negotiation. Look, Nigeria has done everything to negotiate. Even for Onyema to get this, rouse, it was through negotiation. But what did they do after giving that right? They're trying to frustrate him. The first place they gave him, they took him out from that place. They went to instead of Heathrow, they took him to what's the other one? The
Gatwick.
Gatwick. And at that Gatwick, they took him. I mean, the tarmac that they approved for him to use is like an abandon where this trolley doesn't work, where people have to carry this thing. So it's like they're trying to
With cockroaches and rats.
to frustrate, the passenger to say no, I can't travel with I can't go through this set. They want to make that route stressful for the
Yeah.
passengers so that they can abandon, what do you call it, peace, air peace, and then patronize their own. We can't stand that. You
They are
cannot allow
fighting
them to take the
technically.
country.
I have a video where they show rats in that
Ah,
terminal crawling all over the place. I have a video.
Yeah, that's part of the tactics, right? They're trying to
Yeah,
frustrate
very
Onyema, then
communist
frustrate the
tactics.
passengers, the flyers, and it's part of the deal. But if is it working for them? I mean, is their plan working against Onyema?
Yeah,
if
sure.
it's if it is, they won't continue to want to displace him. I don't know what is going on. But obviously they've done the calculation. It's a very, of course, it's a very profitable route. They don't want him. It sounds like they don't want Onyema at all. See, they rather deal with themselves, the Europeans, to control their routes, even with
They are
the
fighting
Arabs, the Arabs.
technically to railroad him, running out of town. Well, we shouldn't, as a people, accept that. No.
Well, of course we shouldn't. We should never accept that. But the point I'm trying to make is that, look, again, we Africans, we know how to suffer, we do know how to sacrifice. If this
Yeah, I like
Onyema,
that. Yeah, we know how to say it again, please.
I said we Africans, we know how to suffer, but we don't know how to sacrifice.
I agree with you totally.
Okay, so
but no how to sacrifice. In this respect, explain it. Let me understand what you mean.
Well, okay, in this respect, in actuality, actually, I do agree with you, Ajale Koko and Baba, that if we really want to put our foot down in this particular instance with Onyema, let's go all the way. We have to be ready to go all the way to support him. Are we ready? That's what I'm saying. That your politicians, are they willing to give up their assets in England, their properties in France? I mean, there's gonna be a lot of consequences. Don't get dirty with these people. They can play dirty. You know that.
Please, that is not gonna get to that.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know.
It's not gonna get to that. We just need to tell them, look, we know all these antics. Stop it. We are not going to take it anymore. That is just it. And there's reciprocity in.
Put some monkey wrench in their way of their own Virgin Atlantic and British Airways for 2 days, and they will sit up.
For 2 days, and the next time you go get a loan from the World Bank, they deny you the loan.
Yeah, like they're doing for countries that refuse LGBT something.
There you go. Exactly. So it's always a moving target. They have more tools. That's my point. They have more tools in their toolbox to retaliate against us.
Hold on. What I'm telling you is that they have a lot to lose if they want to be very confrontational against Nigeria. They have a lot to lose than what we are going to lose.
I'm not sure that you are right. There's more dependency from Nigeria to the UK than.
What are you saying, one man?
See, I think I agree with Ajale Kokodo. The problem with our leaders is just because many of them they put the hand in the cookie jar. So these people, they are just kleptomaniacs that once they steal the country's wealth, where do they take it to? They stash it away in the Western world. And so when it comes to the time for them to talk, they don't want to talk because they can be easily be.
So, do you agree with Ajale Koko or me? What do you mean? That's what I was saying.
I agree with Ajale Koko because
how you're talking to my point? You're making my point.
Okay, I agree with because when I said I agree with Ajale Koko is this: look at the new policy they do on the universities. Look at the impact. Although I know it's not only Nigeria, but Nigeria is contributing.
Can anybody hear me?
What's going on here?
Sorry.
Yeah, Ola just stop. Okay. Yeah.
So the thing is,
one man is not here.
We are the one.
One man, are you here?
One man is there.
We are the one that crave for foreign goods, that we import a lot from them, that we're helping the economy, even to the extent that we can even import jollof rice, everything from the economy. So we have a way, because if we are talking of the UK here now, you understand, we have a way of helping the economy, tourism, and so many things. So look at, they are coming to Nigeria. If Nigeria is not profitable, they won't be coming. And they won't even be trying to frustrate Airpeace to start with. So we've done this thing before. It's not as if this is the first time we'll be doing that. You understand? Even the man that did this is the man that I don't want to give credit to. They did it before, and we know what happened to them. So if we have someone that can stand up against these guys, they will reset. It's just because they know they have something on our leaders. So we should be talking, because I heard someone saying World Bank loan or those. See, let me tell you, even before we even go by, naturally, we shouldn't even be begging for World Bank loan if we know if we know our word, because they should be running after us with loan if we don't have corrupt leaders, because loan to our country is supposed to be beneficial to them. So to me, they have a lot to lose if we decide to know our identity and if we decide to know our strength. So they are playing this mental game with us, and we are falling for it. So if that is what Prince Daddy is saying and Ajale Koko, then I totally agree with Ajale Koko and Prince Daddy.
All right, Ola and Prince Daddy, I had yielded you my time.
You see, Pansa, you are never patient now. Look at you now.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. He did yield that time because he wanted Prince Daddy to go ahead of him because he had to attend to something. But Prince Daddy, bring that particular topic home. I'll take you to one more, and then I'll go on to Pansat. But on my way there.
But one man, since he has given that slot to, you should let Prince Daddy finish. I mean, make it that Prince Daddy's time, and he can come after Prince Daddy. You shouldn't be rushing Prince Daddy now.
No, it's not rushing him now. But
why is he complaining now? This mentality of impatience. No,
that's Pansat now. He always complains.
Where is this mentality of impatience coming from? Be patient. People who are patient for you when you talk for 5 minutes, but now your own time, you are trying to.
All right. You make your point vividly. That's fine. I agree. I did hear that time, and I'm waiting for him to conclude so I could then put mine in. No problem. Go ahead, Prince Daddy. Sorry about that.
All right. Conclude your thoughts on that space, Prince Daddy, and then I'll take you to one more talking point. But on my way there, let me highlight this. As you know, we broadcast on a multiplicity of our platforms, one of them being Twitter. So if you're not following us on Twitter, go follow now. If you follow, retweet the links to the broadcast so that we can generate we've only just started broadcasting on Twitter anyway, so that we can generate the audience from that space as well, as we synergize all of social media to expand our reach. So if you're not following on Twitter already, that's the link right there. Go follow. Back to you, Prince Daddy. Prince.
Yeah, woman. Okay, so let me wrap it up. What else?
No, finish your thoughts on that space. You were speaking on Alan Onyema, and then I'll take you to the Naira making a discovery, finding its level.
Yeah, I think I'm done with Onyema. I mean, I agree with Ajale Koko and Baba that maybe it's a new day, it's a new dawn. Then we should do whatever we can to support him, support Airpace, and make sure we resist the British hegemony in this regards. So, but it is what it is. I wish him well. At the end of the day, it is competition. It's commerce.
All right, brilliant. So to the Naira finding its level, it seems to be establishing somewhat 1,400 to 1,500 to the dollar. So just for the stability of it, is this good news?
Stability of it. What is the stability? It's almost 14.50 per dollar. Hello?
Yes, that seems to be where it's been playing out for the last 2 weeks. It never exceeds 1,500, and it's not really going under 1,400. So the margins are establishing at least as a ceiling for the currency. Yes.
So are you saying that's going to be the natural natural state for the Naira to the dollar, or is that what you're saying? Because it went all the way to about 1,100 at one point in time, and the projection was that it would continue to go down, or to rather appreciate, but you don't think so?
No, not necessarily. I wasn't saying that. What I am sort of inferring or hoping even is that the ceiling is being established. So if it's showing resistance at 1,500 and it's showing consistency at 1,400, that tells you then that it is reaching a ceiling point, which is not going to exceed too often. So if we establish that as a ceiling, then we know that the naira resists at 1,500. So then how to then strengthen it then, having established the ceiling, is the next task.
Okay, I get your point. So at that rate, is that a healthy rate to exchange at for the economy? Is that good?
No, it's not good. 1,700 will probably be where its natural place is, but even for business, if it's showing consistency at whatever level, then business can, they can plan around sort of
Right. Okay.
an established rate. Yes.
Yeah, I get your point, absolutely. But again, it's if that that rate exchange rate, if that's a healthy exchange for the country, for the economy, well, that obviously I don't know. But yeah, I mean, coming all the way from what 600 about all the way to this almost 1,500, it seems to be it seems to be a lot, but again, I don't. It's if that our economy is highly dollarized. If that's it becomes the natural exchange rate for the dollar to the naira, then the government needs to begin to ramp things up. Let's increase the minimum wage for the workers because things are quite expensive right now. If it remains at that rate, so yeah, it's fine, but I don't feel comfortable with it. It still looks pretty high. I think at one point in time, one man you talked about going all the way down to what 700 or 800 as where it would be the natural exchange rate. Didn't you say that before?
Yes, and I still stand by that statement. But what we're establishing is a ceiling, not the natural value, but a ceiling.
Okay.
You don't buy it. You're not convinced.
Well, it's not. I'm not convinced. I'm just unless we can justify if the economy can the Nigerian economy maintain that ceiling? To me, it looks high. It does look high because it's making a lot of things expensive. So, I cannot complain the other day a tube of yam from what about 1,500 or 1,200 naira all the way to 4,500 naira. That's a big jump. That's a big large multiple. So yeah, I don't know how they're going to reconfigure the economy to revolve around that amount. It looks a lot, but ideally, quite frankly, I would prefer it to be less than 1,000, less than 1,000 naira to a dollar. But how to achieve that, I don't know. It's I don't know. It's we just need to get back to a real economy that produces. Okay, they actually produce goods, not pretend to offer services and call them goods, like Joel of Nashville said yesterday. We need to start producing things for the rest of the world, for Africa, and we can do it. And to improve um, to improve our economy and grow our GDP. And just like I said, it's and that will not be a factor. Now, then if you have a weak currency with a high turnout in terms of positive net trade positive, then we will be fine. You know, but we don't. In a country whereby people are paying fees in dollars and a lot of rent seeking going on, and we're so highly dependent on oil, it is painful. But again, at the end of the day, I always say we thank God for the Nigerian private sector. We talk about the diasporans that always send money back home or do one kind of business or another to sustain the country. We thank God for them, really. because if Nigeria didn't have that cushion or that lever, I think we'll be in a huge mess right now, a huge mess. So the people outside the country they do support that country a whole lot. So well, let's say it plays out. Let's say it plays out.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So stay with us, Prince. Let's come from you to Pansat,
All right, thanks, woman.
who is impatient to have his go. A man noted for many things, patience not one of them. So Pansat, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We were way over 120 here by the time Prince that is done. I think dropped it to like 94 from my screen from those watching. So let me see where I'll take it up to. I'm talking about viewers.
You know, you don't actually know how many people. Only I know how many people are watching us. But carry on.
All right, thank you very much. Look, let me say hello to everybody in there that's listening to us all the way in Nigeria. Now I'm putting it in the order that I actually give reverence to. Nigerians listening to us all over the world, and then those in the comment section, and then the panelists, and then one man, in that order. One man.
Thank you, Mr. Propagandist. Thank you. You're welcome.
You used to be a gentleman when I first came here, but let me say that the statements I'm going to make here, they're not meant to be a legal advice, right? If you need specific legal advice, you should seek those who are practicing in your area, jurisdiction, or wherever you are in Nigeria and the United States. So this is to provide general information on the subject matter that we're talking about. So there's no client-attorney relationship between me, Pansat, and then the listeners on this show. But for purposes, for specifically one person here, which is Baba, let me post a sign here. Woman, can you find out from Baba if he knows what this means, or anybody else? I don't know if you have a way to publish anything I put on the private section. Could you put it on the screen? Or Baba, if you're here, could you look at that sign and tell me what it means? Because I don't think that Nigerians are very familiar with that particular symbol.
I can't see it on the screen.
It's on the private chat. If you don't see it, it's okay. What I was going to say about it, if nobody says anything, I will assume that nobody knows what it means. Most Nigerians don't know what that means. And I know we studied that when I was going to school in primary school. It looks like an equal sign, but it has one more line that runs. So there's 3 lines.
Tell us now.
Okay, what that means is identical to. It's similar. It's identical to something. It doesn't mean they are the same thing. It's not exactly the same thing. So when we're talking about cases, the way the law looks at it, the way you deal with Chowere, you have to deal with Nnamdi Kanu, you have to deal with Igboho. So because I guess people don't know this symbol here, when people are complaining, they say, oh, you're doing it out of tribal reasons. No, our laws have to be equitably used with all the citizens of Nigeria in order for everyone to feel like they belong to that country. So that is one thing that if I have a way, those are some elementary things that we have to teach in our school. Now, let's deal with, I want a free flow, but I've forgotten some of those topics. So let me take it step by step. Well, go ahead and feed me those things and I'll deal with them because I may forget the topics that you have covered. I know there was a Nnamdi Kanu case. I know there's the Ijele case. I don't think Prince Daddy even dealt with that. So why don't you feed me the questions and then I'll deal with them.
Why don't you kick it off with a nice easy one, which is the Alan Onyema versus the United Kingdom?
Okay, yes. I believe that in that particular case, you covered it very well, but especially King Emeka dealt with it with the soberness that it required. even threatened that it ends softly. I said he did it with low key, low energy. There should be more outreach than that. These people, like you said yourself, if I'm not mistaken, that they're adept at using all those kind of tools against Africans in general, especially Brits. They've done it for a very long time. And they're going to, I believe you say they're going to nick him with 1,000 Chinese cards. I don't know what that means, but I think it's probably self-explanatory. Anything that nicks somebody 1,000 times, I don't care if it's Chinese or it's from Panya. We have to do something about this, because this is the kind of fight that we should yearn for and deal with Brits, because they're about 60,000, 65,000 people. We're 200 and something million, 65 million to 200 and something million. And they're stealing our oil. If I'm president, even if you beat me in the aviation vertical, then I'm going to deal with you with oil. They don't have any oil. If you treat our airlines in anyhow, they were going to deal with you anyhow in the oil.
Sorry, Pansat, just for the benefit of, it's called Lin Chi in Chinese. It means death by 1,000 cords. So that's what that. So they slowly squeeze the life out of you. That's essentially.
Exactly, and I don't think that is fair. We should at some point begin to be patriotic, because the way they colonized India and Nigeria, for that matter, is by giving sanction to British companies. That's who actually, you're not going to see King Charles running around colonizing you. They do it with corporations. So how are you going to have a stellar, competent, like you described? I don't quite have the gift of the gab like you do. You described Onyema as a law-abiding person. You might have a corporate issue here and there in the United States that is time-barred. If we look at other people such as Dangote and others, their lorries practically take the lives of Nigerians every day on that in those goddamn roads in Nigeria. We don't hold it against an entrepreneur. If he's committed a crime, let him be convicted. Unless he's convicted, everything else is garbage. So I loved the way every Nigerian who's spoken, from Baba to King Emeka to you yourself, that's the spirit that calls for me to moderate my language, because sometimes if you're fighting internal ethnic and clannish stuff, and then you still have to deal with these imperialist evil people, how are you going to be, over these years, you're running your planes to our country, making money, overcharging us, and we just have one company coming up doing the right thing, and you want to destroy them, and we see you doing it. It's unfair. So I leave that to those who covered it very well. Let's just leave that at that. Let's go to the next one. Are you there, one man? Okay, so
go to Ijele now. The Ijele.
Okay, let me go to Ijele. As you all know,
do you want to go to Ijele, or do you want to go to him via Nnamdi Kanu?
No, let me go to Ijele. Let me go to Ijele.
All right. Ijele, of course, a friend of this platform, but for reasons of him being the Koboko for Pansat. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, so Ijele is no friend of mine. He's been on this platform, and we had our issues, but we're brothers, and we're countrymen, my fellow countrymen. I have never made a statement since he's had his travels in Nigeria. He's a victim of the same thing we'll talk about. When he came here, he didn't wax his ears very well, so he couldn't comprehend what I was saying. We're fighting for a better Nigeria. We're talking about a new constitution, and we're talking about restructuring, and he's there making noise, making trouble. But that does not mean he's then not entitled to due process. The case that they've got against him is a defamation case. Now, defamation has two aspects to it.
Sorry, Pansat. What
Yeah.
was it that he was calling you when you had that little contract on with him? Was it Okonkwo? Why was he calling you Okonkwo?
If it's what he just called me, if it's what he called me, it would be like water on the back of a duck. But I was insulting my parents and all kinds of things. So, but he just his nature. So I don't remember what it is. I'm a pure African. I don't bear grudges. And in this case, I've never spoken about his travels because I'm on his side on this. And everything else that happened on social media, tossed out. So let me then address his issue today, because it calls for, I say, defamatory involvement. Now, defamation in every country involves, there are two types. You have your, what do you call it? Libel. That's a more serious something. That means you printed whatever it was. It's in a print form. Okay? But I believe that what is being accused of here is the slander. That is something that was spoken. You follow me? Now, the way our Constitution treated this thing is not really clear. That's some of them are lacuna. Lacuna in law means it really didn't tie up the knots. There's something missing, right? So, if like in his case, it's a slander case. It's not in written form. Our Constitution deals more seriously with something more permanent like that, something that you wrote.
Passat, please,
Yes,
sorry
sir.
for cutting your train of thought. Sorry.
Yes.
In any defamation case,
Yeah.
slander, anything you can call it, should police ever involve?
No.
Being arrested.
No, but our laws have it to where they can be. Now, if you recall, Ned Nwokolo, I think he has a case with Showore right now as well, but he also had another case with another person. I really can't recall their name now. So, in the Administration of Criminal Justice Act of 2015, the police is excluded from interfering in civil disputes. So, Section 8.
Passat, for your information, the person that you already have problem with is not a northerner, it's an Igbo, something in Nwoko.
Yeah, it's Ned Nwokolo. That's what I'm talking about. But
It's an Igbo man.
It's an Igbo man, but it's not from the core Igbo state. It's from one of those states that are Igbo, but they say they're not Igbo, but they have Igbo names, right? This guy, when he talks, I can't tell him apart from somebody from Akoko-Edo, for example, right? But you probably won't be able to tell those kind of differences. It doesn't matter. Ned Nwokolo also is suing Showore, and the attorney representing Showore in that case is a known guy. It's called Inibehe Efio. So the jurisdiction technicalities that him as a human rights lawyer argues that the line between civil and criminal defamation is smudged, where the law is often activated in cases involving influential personalities. And I agree with him on that, right? So Section 375 of the Criminal Code Act states that any person who publishes, now that word publishes, any defamatory matter is guilty of a misdemeanor and is liable to imprisonment for 1 year. Now, when I started talking about this, I stated that there's a lacuna in our laws because now we have Twitter, we have social media, basically. So some things need to be tightened. We need to go in the way of most advanced countries, which is to do away with criminality of defamation. It should be a civil matter, You sue somebody if you feel that they defamed you in any manner. Then you go to court. The judge, you two of you will tell it to the judge. The judge will determine as far as what you have to pay to repair somebody's. If let's say you lower the person's, if you expose that person to hatred, contempt, or ridicule, or you cause other persons to shun that person or avoid them, discredit their office, trade, or profession, that kind of thing, injure their financial credit, lower the person's estimation of right-thinking members of a society generally, in essence, that kind of thing. It's supposed to be a civil matter. So we have these bicameral legislatures, instead of them doing the right thing, because most times no constitution captures everything. Ours needs some amendments, just like we do here in the United States. We have over 20 amendments in our in the Constitution here in the United States. So there's nothing wrong with the amendment. Some of us opt for a brand new one, right? So under Section 392 of the Penal Code, any person who defames another shall be punished with imprisonment of a term that may extend up to 2 years, or with a fine. But remember, most times they're talking about the more serious thing, right, which is libel. Now, the question that Thomas asked me is an important one. The police should not be involved in it. And this particular case is some kind of pastor, somebody who's ecclesiastical, right? And I don't even think these people pay taxes. So even if he's to prove that the slander cost him money, he's not supposed to be running a business or an enterprise that he makes money, because in our tax code, churches and mosques or charitable or educational bodies are exempt from paying taxes. Okay, so he's not losing anything unless if he wins and makes a claim to where he's paid any kind of money, then he should be paying taxes, because he's probably engaged in something that's making money rather than preaching the gospel. So Section 19 of Personal Income Tax Act exempts income of any ecclesiastical, charitable, educational institution of a public character. All right, as far as it's not a trade or business carried out by such institution, and that's in that Peter Act. But let me not go too deep into all that. Like I said, only thing to know as far as Onyema here is that you have two types: the slander and the libel. And under the cover of libel, they're treating something as slander. Even with the present laws we have, it should not rise into this situation where the police is going to come and they deny the person bail. And they've been in custody for so long. That's what we're talking about here, about procedural stuff that is being abused. Libel involves just the dissemination of defamatory comment.
I'm not quite sure why he's not been allowed bail for this level of accusation.
Non-permanent is a non-permanent thing. It's not a permanent thing like you publish a book. These are just spoken comments or gestures. That's a distinction.
I suppose it been on social media gives it some permanency. The internet never forgets, as you know. But
I know, but even though, yeah, like you said, it rises out of a single thought of defamation. Yeah, it comes from the thought of the. By the way, our privacy laws, they come under the same thing. There's a lacuna there. Do we have rights to privacy, and then that extends into the new technology? But no, it's governed by the same principle, but they do differ. Whereas libel is always actionable per se, without for you to prove it. If you publish a book and you defame somebody, it's automatically assumed that you have harmed that person. You don't need a special proof for damages. But slander is different. It's not actionable per se, except in some limited cases. So in any liable case, of course, the claimant, this pastor, has to prove that the matter complained of is defamatory, refers to him or her, has been published in the third person. So when you look at it, there's always publication involved. Now, even when you speak about the one we're talking about now, slander, somebody, from what I've heard, I don't know much about what Ijele said. Now he runs his mouth like a free wheel. Obviously, who knows what he went over there and said?
Is that he does fake miracles? That seems to be the hub of it.
Okay, that's what I was suspecting to be something like that, right? Now, in a proper court, that guy has to come over there and do some miracles to show that it's not true, even though the burden is on the defense in this case. If it was civil, but it's not a civil case. So if they're treating it like a criminal case, the burden will shift back over to that pastor to do some miracles, and we can use it. I would go to jail for Ijele if that pastor could come over there and prove that Ijele is wrong. We just need to go over there and gather some lame, blind people that will have an abundance in that country, poor people. Let him do some miracles to prove him wrong. You know, this country really don't have any class. This is one of those cases that we're gonna use to really know what we're dealing with here in that country. Do we have pastors that could do miracles? Because if we can, this is when they have to show it. We could have friends of the court, not just him. I'm gonna say you come, and then what they call amicus curiae, friends of the court. All of them could come and do some miracles in that court. Yeah.
Passat, sorry. He will alleges have to prove. So how can Jele prove that the guy is doing fake miracles?
Yeah, because of the nature of cases. In a criminal case, right, you have to, the burden is on the state to prove. It's a big burden because they're alleging, and that's what they're doing here. Is the state that's charging this guy. So instead of, when it comes to that burden, is put on the defendant to show that he did not defame this pastor. That's the way it is right now. And that's unfair. That would also show you the confusion and that on what they're doing over there. So in this case, it's Ijele who has to prove that he did not defame him, but he's being treated like a criminal. He's been put in prison. So if I'm a judge, the first thing I'll have to do is to bring that burden right back over here. Say, hey, this in here is a hybrid. All right. The way it's written in our constitution, it puts the burden on a defendant, and that's not proper. In any jurisdiction in the world, in any established jurisdiction, you allege, like Thomas said, you have to prove. So we leave that at that. I was going to tie in section. I don't know if I'm just wasting my time quoting all these things, because a bunch of lazy youths these days, it's not like you're gonna look it up, right? So there's a difference between northern and southern jurisdictions. Northern Nigerians, they have what they call penal code over there. So sections 391 to 395, and then of course Abuja account for the criminal defamation. That doesn't apply to us in the south. We'll have our own. But to make it short, section 39 now, 1 of our 1999 Shambole Constitution says that every person shall be entitled to freedom of expression. Now, this Ijele should write this down, including the freedom to hold opinions and to receive, impart information without interference. Now, that's from our Constitution itself. As you know, there are 2 or 3 kinds of laws. Now, in this case, you're not going to blame Nigerians. There's something called common law. Most times, that's what rules a country. In the United States, it's 99% common law. It has nothing to do with what the laws that are being made in Congress, right? Common law is when a court rules on something in a written form. All right. They call it opinion, but is the law. That's the law that got, in essence, this thing that we're dealing with here. A lot of it is going to be precedents, stare decisis. It has all kinds of names, but it comes in totality as common law, even in Britain where you are over there. So these unelected judges make the laws that govern us, even here in the United States. Now, that's quite clever, the way they came about that. So know that today, write it down. All the laws that's guiding us is imputed by the courts. They're gonna quote laws to justify their opinion, whatever it is they're dealing with, right? So the common law, also known as judicial precedent, a judge-made law, or formally here in the United States, it's called case law. It's created by judges and quasi-judicial tribunals by just writing the opinion. So that's what you have to know. But I did quote you that our Constitution itself, what gives us the right, aside from the ones given to us by God, give us in that penal code, section 391 to 395 for Abuja and those areas. Then when it comes down to section 31 of our Constitution, 31.1 of the 1999 Constitution, states that every person shall be entitled to freedom of expression, such as Ijele did, including the freedom to hold opinions. You could think that this pastor is fleecing his people there. And 100%, that's obviously what he's doing if he's claiming any kind of miracles out there. Right? Now, I want the judges, if they're listening, put that burden on him. It's about time they prove some of these things. Bring some people there. If he can make a lame person get up and walk, put Ijele in jail, and then I will volunteer to do at least half of his time. Okay, let's go to the next one.
All right. Take us to the Naira establishing a value or somewhat now, showing resistance at 1,500. Somewhat good news, would you say?
I wouldn't say, and that is one. Before I knew you, those are the kind of things you say, and I will fly off the handle and I'll be upset. But apparently, you are what do they call it? You're playing, right? You're playing around. Trolling. And it's quite sad when the host is a troll. You cannot play with such a serious matter. How is that a good news that when we give $1 to Yibo, it's 1,500 of ours? Is that what he inherited when he came in there? Even if it's $500, right? So besides, you violate the temporal, the time factor. You know, for I guess for a week, you're gonna say that something has settled. That's just a joke. I am unhappy about it. I know that these white folks, they've seen it. They don't see us tired. They don't see us finish. Because I was here, I believe it was here in the late session one day, and we're talking. As a matter of fact, Prince Daddy was here, and I was saying that we should pin our money to £1 British pound, period. If you don't like it, pack up your embassy and get the hell out of our country. I don't want to hear from an economist. I don't want to know. We're just going to pin it one naira, it's £1, not dollar, £1. Gibraltar did it. There's nothing happening to them. They don't want to hear anything. They only got tourism and a couple of.
Does the economy sustain that?
I don't want to know. Whether it's none of my business. All I know.
So then you subsidize it heavily.
No, I don't even want to hear anything like that because it doesn't call to know anything. What it is that we got oil that we want to sell. We don't want to know too much. All we want to do is that when you come there to buy our oil, you're gonna pay £1 for one of our dollars. That's it. A horse manufacturers, if the manufacturer doesn't like it, move to Ghana or move somewhere else. Our oil is very important to us, and we're gonna take back all those oil fields from everybody who's got it right now. Take it back, right? Oh yeah, I have about 3 or 4 things that I thought about when I woke up this morning, because it's not very difficult to fix our country. Okay, the one I'm telling you, first of all, we need to cut costs. All embassies should go. We're not that kind of a country. We have 250 million or 220 million troublemakers. We don't need another. We don't need the Brits or Americans. We have enough trouble. Pack your things, go. If we want to reach you, if we need the advice, we'll call you. We can call you with what do you call this thing that has a video on it, right? We could
Zoom.
With Zoom, not just telephone, which we do in my book. It's no need to Zoom. If I want to see white people, I go on a tour. But if I want to just talk to you, I call you. If you want to talk to me, you call me. Go and bring back our own people over there. They're not doing anything. So that's one. Two, we need something like 27 what do you call it? 27 people to sign a check. 27. So there will be no deadlock. If the government have to buy anything or spend any money, of course, all the money goes into their account, but there are 27 people, and every single one of them have to sign for that check to be issued, right? And they picked from all over the country. So that's one. I mean, that's another one. Those kind of things. It's very easy. We need a lot of numbers, but the numbers has to be in a way that is final. Now, anyway, I'm gonna write it in a book. So I have a lot of things. I noticed that what we need to our own brand of democracy in Nigeria, because we have so many crooks. So what it's gonna take is a lot of what you have. What they call the only danger will be the confusion of a majority, rather than the crookedness of a cabal, which is what we have. We have too few people making top decisions, signing a check. Before any check is issued, it needs the signature of 27 statesmen, good Nigerians. So let's go.
I know you said a pound to a naira, but in realistic terms, what do you think the actual value of the naira should be?
$2. That's how much it was in the 80s, and we didn't have any problem.
$2 to a naira.
Yes.
So that's 50 kobo to $1.
Yeah. If you want to reduce it all the way down. I wanted to make it to what it was. When I tendered 7,000 naira in 80 or so, they gave me in August of 1980. When I changed it was over $15,000. My pocket change. So, and we did fine. No economist, Kulata, or these people that come here talking about all kinds of stuff, I don't want to know about it. By experience, I know that it worked. We had a very good country when that was the real value of our money. Everything worked. And we can also make it bigger. That should be the minimum it should be. We can make it bigger. We don't want to learn anything about how it retards export, how it does all that. Whatever it doesn't do, we'll live with it. What we cannot live with is the humiliation of, if I want to tip somebody $10, I have to carry boxes of it. Not only that, it's against the law. Do you understand what I'm saying? To do. I don't want to know. These people, they started a long time ago, so they have incurred problems for being pioneers. For somebody like me, who just has a nascent democracy, I can leapfrog all of it. It's like doing poles, electrical poles, and you go up, stretching the wires, stringing the wires from house to house. Well, you don't have to. The only reason why in America you have that is that they did it a long time ago when they were stupid, right? You don't have to do that. You could go underground. You could use solar. Solar is not. I heard another guy yesterday, Yusuf, talking about that they have the sun in the north, which means he's talking about archaic old solar panels that deal with heat. Today, solar deals with light. So we have a lot more light in the south than we have in the north. And I concord with Joel when he said, we want them to have the sun. We want them to do very well. If they not do very well, whatever money and education God gives to the north, God gave it to us in the south. Anything to bring them up some. Empty their pockets of these bombs, leave these secondary school girls alone, leave our people to go to the farms, and go to school. Okay, let me have the next one.
All right, let me take you to the minimum wage. We may well be wrapping it up fairly shortly because the after hours crew, they're not assembling as they often do. But we'll take you to this talking point and then we'll see what happens after that. NLC.
I haven't dealt with Nnamdi Kanu, but we're gonna get to that, I'm sure.
Yes. That would be your crescendo. That would be your yes.
I'm gonna disappoint you, but go ahead.
No, well, there is nothing you will say that will not be predictable. But this 100,000 minimum wage being offered, is that viable? And the NLC rejecting it, is that acceptable?
Well, the labor unions in Nigeria, they're crooks, right? If you're somebody who's waiting for them to take any action that will bring the government to be reasonable, all they have to do is to bribe a few of them. Like I said, the problem we have cabals in Nigeria. We need a lot of people to head anything. There's a joke here is how many women does it take to screw in a light bulb? And some people say a dozen and stuff. It's like a joke. It's like, how many Nigerians does it take to really run an institution? I would say it's a lot. It's easy to bribe one or two people, but if you have a lot of people, then it would bring in some quality people, because we also have a lot of quality people. They're just not the strong type that will rise up to be the person doing it. But no, there's nothing. The federal government, as far as this, they're doing this crazy stuff. Like, for example, if you see 100,000 naira, if you're from Mars, you're gonna say, well, why are they rejecting it? They gotta be crazy. Say 100,000. How much is 100,000? How much is 100,000 for minimum wage? Let's say $1 a pound.
It's a significant amount,
For minimum wage. How much?
Yes.
At 1,500 divided by 100. What is that?
Oh, you mean in dollar terms?
Yeah.
Oh, probably something you throw at a homeless person.
Right.
Yes.
So that's what the problem is, right? That's not acceptable to me. It's not enough money. 300,000 naira is not even enough money because they have no respect. Both sides, these guys are operating this NLC. They're operating with, they're afraid. They're not bold. And still, they get played with by the government. So until there's been a revolution, I don't really want to put a figure to it, but our people, like I said, you wanted to pay in that money, $1 to $2, $1 naira to $2. Therefore, minimum wage here should be the minimum wage in Nigeria. That's where it works. We have a lot of oil in that country. We have a lot of other resources. If government doesn't, if somebody cannot do it, let them get out. It's very, very easy to fix all these things. They're correlated stuff. It's respective. Right? So that our people are just as good, if not better, than all these people in the first world that have had their fun. They've enjoyed themselves. They've let their people go on our continent, take our stuff, and then bring it over here, and they're enjoying themselves, talking nonsense about economics. If I'm in charge, I don't have to work too hard. I'm going to say, how much is the minimum wage in the United States? Because I like their roads, I like their the houses their people live in. I like the clothes they wear. I like them going to games on the weekends. I like them traveling. I like the cars they drive. So I want to copy what they're doing. I don't want to learn economics. I want to copy somebody who's doing it right. Whatever it is that we want, that's what we're supposed to get, especially when we got that oil there. The first thing is to pull out of OPEC, give that Prince Salman or whatever the hell his name is, give him the finger. He's got less than 30 million people and it's pumping 10,000 barrels of oil a day. And we're pumping, I don't know, 1.5 or whatever it is, 2,000 barrels. And they say, oh, we don't have the capacity. Yeah, we don't have the capacity. If I let you pick the leader, who's going to be the petroleum minister? Who's going to let you deposit stolen money in your country? Right? Because as big as Nigeria is, first of all, I'll slap that ambassador before I tell him to pick up all his stuff and get the hell out of the country. There's 220 million Nigerians. And you've got 30 million people. Half of them are Filipinos working in your country. You got a lot of knobs. Every city in Nigeria should be like Jeddah, or what is their capital over there, right? Every city in Nigeria, we should be selling our oil.
I think it's Riyadh. Is it not Riyadh?
Riyadh, or whatever it is they have. I'm here in the United States. I don't want to know anywhere over there. Here in America,
I've not given you citizenship yet in America. It'd be a shame if they have.
That's the first thing I did when I came here. Have to have it. But to be honest with you, I'm here in the United States. I don't know anywhere else. I go to New York, I go to Florida, I go to Vegas. A lot of babes in Vegas. Aside from Nigeria, you don't have anywhere else you have better girls than over there. And then we have a lot of cities here.
No, I think the Armenians probably have better girls.
I don't think so. Because
that's where who's that woman that Kanye West was married to?
How many black girls do they have in America?
Kardashians, yes.
I know, but how many black girls do they have?
Yeah, but they have black girl physiques. If you the endowment,
fake ones, yeah, they're faking it.
No, yes, some enhanced, but are naturally.
But anyway, every country has beautiful women when we're serious. I mean, there's just no doubt about that. But look, one man, it's such, what kind of African are you when you've seen the history, what Oyibos have done to us? I mean, you look at it, and you can do something about it, and you don't. What kind of African are you that you have people who were in elementary school when you were in elementary school, who were in college when you're in college, and they're now leading France and leading United Kingdom, even an Indian guy, right? And you don't remind them of why they should be ashamed of themselves. You don't. You let them make your money go down. You let them pick your leaders. You let them set prices for your commodities. You have to understand, like a place like Britain, right? See, they've been very lucky. Now, I'm sorry that you guys are over there. Now, you can't probably say much because you're what the hell they call you over there? You are subjects. You don't have a written constitution, which means you don't have a constitution. You've never picked a leader in your life for the as far as the leadership of.
We have the Magna Carta.
Yeah, they say that, right? That was fighting. All those things were fighting that monarchy. Even America is established as antithesis to your country, right? It's a monarchy, it's a kingdom. You have a king, one man. Right now, you have a king in the 21st century. You have a king. Now, when you had
it's ceremonial king, yes.
No. Look, I used to get upset when they said I used to go to there was a platform. I mean, they call themselves Republic, right? And I know I used to go there and give them hell because sometimes they'll say something like that and they just upset me. That king, now you used to have somebody that looked like a grandmother, right? So we endured it. Who's gonna go knocking a grandma, right? But now I said, okay, when it's time to pass that thing over, Brits are gonna revolt and cut out that nonsense. But no, you actually sat there and he's your king. And of course, Canadians here, some of those on this platform, they're kind of like King Emeka. Charles is your king, Emeka, right? So it's funny. That king picks the sheriffs. That king owns, I don't know if it's a swan or geese, owns all of it that's wild in that country. He's got a duchy. Right?
That's true. That's true. Actually, you cannot kill a geese.
Right, a geese. It belongs to.
Yes.
Not only that, you got a duchy. I don't know how you pronounce Duchy. That's a business making billions of pounds, goes to them. Right? It's got palaces all over the place. But on top of that, it's a bloody monarchy whereby it has to be one of them in their family that's going to be your king. The Navy is loyal to them, not to the country. Right? And they have the power to be giving away all kinds of medals to their kids. So your kid can never be king. Forever. You're forever precluded from producing a king because you're not from that family. Now, that's not a democracy.
Is that not how the monarchical system works?
That's the way it works there. Okay, but
no, anywhere in the world.
In Iran, it's not like that. In Iran,
democracy is not
it's not like that.
A monarchy is not a democracy.
It's not, and that's what they should
by the ballot.
Admit it, because it's analogous to Iran, with one exception. At least the Ayatollah is elected. You understand? You have never.
Yeah, but the Ayatollah is not a monarch. It's a religious leader.
That's right. The king is the religious leader of Britain, as well as for what do you call that? Anglican church there, right? The monarch.
No, the Archbishop of Canterbury is the religious leader.
No. He's the king. It was the queen before. That's who's the leader now. You have Archbishop, but it's reportable to that monarch. Your prime minister, which is like Primus inter pares, the first among equal, are people who elected into parliament. They pick one person. So in all of Britain's existence, they've never picked head of state, ever. No Brit has ever picked a head of state. So now this prime minister, when they do this primus inter pares, which simply means first among equal, is the prime minister. He has to report to the king, in this case, but before the queen, every 2 weeks in secrecy. Now you tell me how fair that is. Now, normally I like the Brits, don't get me wrong, right? As wicked as they are, and as evil as they've done us and continue to do us, which is where I'm complaining, right? So I'm saying the only thing that's holding it is American white supremacy, because Brits should have been left to fall, and Germany would have done it. The Brits have harmed a lot of people. Now, if they stopped, fine, but don't tell me not to talk the way I'm talking when they're still doing what they're doing in our country. You saw the Onyema issue there. You saw how they supported Tinubu, they supported Buhari, and held them for 109 days, Buhari in that case, going through intrusive surgery where we're looking for the son of a gun, right? So what they're doing, they are now trying to rub it in our face. What can we do? So what led me to that is that oil, they need it. They have the third, fourth, and the fifth largest oil companies in the world, and they just have a little lick of oil in Scotland, who we should have freed. Nigeria, Biafrans, especially, I'm a Biafran here. Let me make that disclaimer. Should break up that country to Scotland, Northern Ireland. All these people should be freed. What is the other one?
But the Scottish themselves don't want to leave.
They do. That thing was rigged, right? No. That election was rigged. I mean, it's like, I guess they're just trying to give you a warning. It's coming. They have their own legislature, right? They prepared it, and the queen is gone now, because before, like I was saying, there was sympathy. Say, okay, just let the queen go. I bet Canadians next to us here The same crazies. Even where Thomas is over there, Australia. Guess they got a king. Now that's what I'm saying. If you didn't have American white supremacy going on here, people like Canada should have been dealt with for what they're doing. Your next door to us here, you basically live off of us, right? That's all they do. They scam us here in the United States. That's what Canada does. And there are more schools in California than entire Canada. Now, you have to understand how big Canada is landmass. They have a lot of land. But they went and they kept the queen at that time and now, King Charles, as their king. If it's an African country doing that, they would have been undermined by the CIA. They let it happen. They let the Brits be subject under this monarchy, evil monarchy. There are a lot of people there that want to be Republicans. You could Google the organization they call the Republic. They're crying every day. But they have no freedom. America will not do it. They will do it to Iran because Iran is not white. So that's why this country, they gotta get their heads right and follow our constitution. An injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. You cannot keep Britain doing what they're doing. They need to free up Scotland, free up Wales. All these people want to be on their own. Free up Northern Ireland, just like they did with Ireland itself. Let it be England doing their thing. You want to have a king of England? Fine. You have your king, but get your dirty hands off of our oil. Stay out of our elections. Take your embassy. Go home. When we want to talk, we'll call you. You want to buy oil? It's $1, £2. I mean, what I say? £1 to £1. I'll be kind to him. Right? Bring it in cash, pay it, and take the oil and go and get the hell out. I'm ready to go home if they'll do that, because it's unsustainable. You could be doing this now, but at some point we're gonna come home and we're gonna take our country back, and this is what we're gonna have to do. We have a lot of aged parents. We have a lot of people who are out of school. You don't have a heart. Just give us a break. For almost 64 years now, in this October, you've been trying to snub the life out of our country with your oil companies.
So that's for clarity. Which of your countries are they snuffing the life out of? The United States, the Nigerian state, or the Phantom Biafra?
It's the Phantom Africa, right? We should be one. I'm a Pan-Africanist. We should be one country, right? Africa, but it hasn't happened yet. It's West Africa. I have a lot of names. It's West Africa. It's Nigeria. It's Biafra. So the nuclear state, if you want to ask me, is Biafra, obviously, right? I'm a Biafran, but when you Nnamdi Kanu and I do not have the same definition of Biafra. I have a much different inclusive Biafra than he does. I believe that my friend Nnamdi Azikiwe, who will be a forefather to you guys, or grandfather or father, but a friend of mine, is Nnamdi Azikiwe, and he got that independence for that country. And I'm not gonna let you take it away from me just because you're running your mouth. You took it from the Brits along with other African states in 1960. I think there were 17 of them that got independence. So I'm not gonna let somebody like Baba here, I think Baba is gone, from Chad or wherever it is, wherever the hell they all come from in the north, and amalgamated, and it's okay. Pan-African, I'm a Pan-African, I don't mind. But if we have to take our country back, that particular country was brought in by my own friend, your forefathers. And if you wanted a country, you should have gone and gotten one. We got this one. It's ours. So Nnamdi Kanu, as far as I'm concerned, is talking nonsense about 5 states or whatever it is he calls it. You go anywhere in Nigeria, you got Igbos all over that country because it's ours. I'm talking about indigenous. You go to Kogi, you have indigenous Igbos there. as far back as you could trace it. You go to River State, that one. They're scammers. They've turned into scammers. Some of them, they will take an Igbo name. Take an Igbo name.
Igbo. Kogi is territory of
yes.
Igbo.
A lot of Yoruba, a lot of Yoruba land are Biafran land. Let me just
you own
your
state too, right?
I'm telling you, we're not gonna do it by logic. We're gonna take it by force. That's what. See, we're gonna take it by force. So there's no reason to argue. If we cannot take it, then you resist it. Resist it. Let me see you resist it. We're gonna come to get our country back, and we're gonna come
Pan-Africanist,
war.
right?
We're gonna come by war.
You want to go and take other
it's not a rhetorical. It's not rhetoric, right? Because I will deal with you with the butt of a gun, so that you leave the country
and
alone.
you call yourself a Pan-Africanist, right? And you want to go and take the territory of other people by force.
It's not other people's territory. I'm trying to tell you how it came about. Go and look at the history. No, wait. Let's not double the session. I'm almost done here. What I'm saying to you is that it's
what you are saying doesn't.
It's not a debate. What you have to do right now, if you want to debate, go and get a constitution that is fair, that is inclusive, right? And then there'll be no need for this. Then we're gonna have to then deal with outsiders who are taking our resources. You cannot have your people, Dangote, all this, go to the south, right? That was eastern region. That's what it was called. The nomenclature was north, west, and east. So you go at a climate that's favorable to you because the Brits want our oil, and then change the nomenclature and call them south-south. You tell me any other place in the world where you have south-south. There's nowhere else. It doesn't exist. That's east. We had 3 areas geographically: north, west, and the east. Okay, so our people came back from a war, 3 years war. You say, no, Victor, no vanquished, let's reconcile. And you lied. So you've been busy going to this Emeka is Yoruba guy. What is and who's here that's from the south? Nobody here.
Who won?
So Wike then, right?
Who won
Wike, say that. Nobody won the war. Don't you understand? No Victor, no vanquished. Look it up in English language.
Who surrendered? Nobody won. Who surrendered?
The Calabar surrendered.
The Calabar. Okay. Yeah. What happened?
You cannot show me anywhere in the world where an Igbo man. Hold on now. I'm answering your question.
Where was the Biafran leader?
Hold on now.
Why did Biafran leader run away?
No. Hold on. Let me answer you.
You did surrender.
Listen to me now. One man.
Biafran leader.
Bring order here. Bring order. The guy that surrendered.
Okay. Let me bring order by. Let me bring. I wasn't even going to play this, but let me bring you somebody of your accent, giving you somewhat of a different perspective. I wasn't going to play this.
Are you trying to dabaru the session? Let's not do that.
No, now maybe you need to hear this.
The Yoruba is the most civilized ethnic group in Nigeria, and honestly, that statement just came to me naturally. I didn't know when I made that statement. Because for me, I thought we all know, I thought everybody in Nigeria is aware that Yoruba is the most civilized ethnic group in Nigeria. I didn't know anybody would have issues with that statement. I thought everybody is aware. For those that doesn't know, the Yorubas are the most civilized people in Nigeria, if not in the whole of Africa.
Please don't forget to subscribe, comment, share with your friends to have access to this kind of content that you have here. Don't forget to subscribe. I love and respect you. I'll be right back.
So, I'm saying this because someone sent me a private message, asking me why I made that statement. Apparently, this person is not Igbo. He is one of those instigators. This instigator was querying me in his message. He said other ethnic groups in Nigeria are saying that Igbos are the most civilized ethnic group in Nigeria. But I came online to chase clout, maybe to get the support of Yoruba people. So I said that the Yorubas are the most civilized people in Nigeria. So I read that message, but I did not reply. What I did was to go to Meta AI and ask this question: what is the meaning of civilized? And what you're seeing on your screen right now is the answer I got from Meta. And for me, I reflected on the answer after I got it, and I became more convinced, even more than ever, that the Yoruba ethnic group is the most civilized ethnic group in Nigeria. It is not in contention. It is not in contention. Okay, when you talk about social order and stability, which ethnic group in Nigeria, let's even use the most populous ethnic groups, Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba, which one is more stable? Nobody comes close to the Yorubas when you talk about respect for law and human rights. When anything law, it is the Yorubas, leave it for them. They've been paying taxes, they've been respecting government for a very long time. Igbos are still learning how to respect government, respect law. The Hausa Fulanis are struggling. If you don't hit them very hard, you will not get compliance. The Yoruba man is the only man that would wake up in the morning and know that he's supposed to pay his tax. He will go to tax office and pay. It is in their nature to comply with law. You know, you talk about advanced technology and infrastructure. Where do we have advanced technology and infrastructure in Nigeria? It is in Yoruba land. You may say it is only Lagos, but yes, it is in Yoruba land. You know, you talk about high standard of living and education. Yes, Igbos are trying to meet up, but the Yorubas are still #1 in Nigeria. You know, you talk about art and culture and intellectual pursuits. Leave it for the Yorubas. Now they get art and culture. Now they get intellectual pursuits. Nobody comes close. Eh? You talk about tolerance, inclusivity, and diversity. Even I can tell you that in the whole world, nobody is as tolerant as the Yoruba man. The Yoruba people are the most tolerant people in the world. It is only in Yoruba land that you will see somebody, his wife is Muslim, his father is Christian, his first one is Muslim, this one is, and they all tolerate each other. They don't even know the difference between Christian and Muslim. Everybody is doing Christmas together. Everybody is doing Salah together. When you talk about tolerance, I believe the Yorubas are #1 in the whole world. Nobody comes close. You talk about complex social structure and institutions. From day one, Yorubas have that institutions where they have the Alafia for the Oyomesi, the Ogbonis. Those institutions were there doing their job. It is endemic in the Yoruba social structure. You talk about ability to resolve conflict peacefully. You give it to the Yorubas again. Look at this Oduduwa Nation Kini, Sunday Buhamata. You see how it is easily resolved peacefully. Why that of Nnamdi Kanu is still there, dragging in court. So let's not fool ourselves. For those that doesn't know, the Yorubas are the most civilized people in Nigeria, if not in the whole of Africa. I go to talk now. My Igbo brothers, they no go listen.
So there it is, from your own accent, the truth.
By the way, he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. A proud and gracious person.
That's a big punch.
Hold on, Aja, hold on. I thought you said you're civilized. Please, be civilized now. Don't interject. Don't be rude.
You have contrary.
Show us that what he said is true now by waiting for your turn. Be civilized on this platform. So now, he didn't say anything that I'm quarrel with. We're Africans and we're proud of our tribes. And that's the way that's why I would describe the Yoruba. Now, I have said recently that the Yorubas have turned into an iniquitous tribe where there are only three good Yorubas. And that's from 2015 to now. It hasn't been like that historically. What he says there, I'm not going to quarrel with. But now, for equal time and all fairness, let me paste here so you could put this on the screen and I'll read it. I posted something for you on the comment section. This is from a scholar. I would say in the 1990s, he was a prophet. He dealt with this topic. It's not an Igbo.
You've been laboring this particular piece for.
Please let me read it.
For as long as I've known you, but
I do it. Let me tell you, Sanusi words on marble. Yorubas are the problem with Nigeria now. This has a date of February 21, but I think this was written way back. I'll see if I'm gonna see the date in the 1990s by Sanusi Lamido Sanusi. If you have to be familiar with who he is, but if you're not, just Google up. It says this. Yoruba elite were the first in 1962 to attempt a violent overthrow of an elected government in this country. After Chief Awo lost to Shagari in 1983 elections, it was the discontent and bad publicity in the Southwest which led to the Buhari intervention. In sum, the Yoruba political leadership, as mentioned by Balarabe Musa, has shown itself over the years to be incapable.
Balarabe.
Nanabe Musa, has shown itself over the years to be incapable of rising above narrow tribal interest and reciprocating goodwill from other sections of the country by treating other groups with respect. Practically every crisis in Nigeria since independence has its roots in this attitude. I, the Yoruba elite and area boy.
That's Roman. That's one, not I. One.
Okay, I was gonna say I, then I. I. That's where we say it in Nigeria.
One.
But I say one. You're Britain.
Yes.
What can I say? 2, Igbo marginalization and the responsible limits of retribution. And 3, the Yoruba factor and area boy politics. Area boy doesn't sound like civilized to me. Anyway, my views on the Yoruba political leadership have been thoroughly articulated in some of my writings, prime among which was Afenifere, Syllabus of Errors. That's a quote unquote, Afenifere Syllabus of Errors, published by this day, the Sunday newspaper, on September 27, 1998. There was also an earlier publication in the Weekly Trust entitled The Igbo, the Yoruba and History, August 21, 1998. In sum, the Yoruba political leadership, as mentioned by Balarabe Musa, has shown itself over the years to be incapable of rising above narrow tribal interests and reciprocating goodwill from other sections of the country by treating other groups with respect. Practically every crisis in Nigeria since independence has its roots in this attitude. The Yoruba elite were the first in 1962 to attempt a violent overthrow of an elected government in this country. In 1966, it was the violence in the West which provided an avenue for the push of 15th January. After Chief Awolowo lost to Shagari in 1983 elections, it was the discontent and bad publicity in the Southwest which led to the Buhari intervention. When Buhari jailed UPN governors like Ige and Onabanjo, the Southwestern press castigated that good government and provided the right mood for IBB to take over power. As soon as IBB cleared UPN governors of charges against them in a politically motivated retrial, he became the darling of the Southwest. When IBB annulled the primaries in which Adamu Siroma and Shehu Yaradoa emerged as presidential candidates in the NRC and SDP, he was held by the Southwest. When the same man annulled the June 12, 1993 elections in which Abiola was the front runner, the Southwest now became defenders of democracy. It seemed Sani Abacha was sympathetic to Abiola. The Southwest supported his takeover. He was in fact invited by a prominent NADECO members to take over in a published letter shortly before the event. Even though Abiola had won the elections in the North was blamed for its annulment. When Abdul Salami Abubakar started his transition, the Yoruba political leadership through NADECO presented a memorandum on a government of national unity that showed complete disrespect for the intelligence and liberties of other Nigerians. Subsequently, they formed a tribal party which failed to meet minimum requirements for registration, but was registered all the way to avoid the violence that was bound to follow non-registration, given the area boy mentality of the Southwest politicians. Having rejected an Obasanjo candidacy and challenged the election as a fraud in court, we now find the leading member of the AD in the government, a daughter of an Afenifere leader as Minister of State, and Awolowo's daughter as ambassador, and all appointed by a man who won the election through fraud. Meanwhile, nothing has been negotiated for the children of Abiola. The focus of the Yoruba political activity in return for these favors, the AD solidly voted for Evan Enwerem as Senate president. This is a man who participated in the 2 million man march for Abacha's self-succession. He also is reputed to have hosted a meeting of governors during IBB's transition, demanded that June 12 elections should never be annulled, and threatening that the East would go to war if this was done. When Ibrahim Salisu Buhari was accused of swearing to a false affidavit, the Yoruba political elite correctly took up the gauntlet for his resignation. I think we haven't gotten to where I want to deal with. There's got to be more.
I think that's the totality of it.
No, there should be more, please. Because
Well, I'm scrolling now, so you can see.
okay, let me give you another one, please. That will have it. Was that Point Blank you were listening to?
Yes, that's Point Blank.
Okay, let's use this one. Get the link. Copy.
Where is this leading to, by the way? So
what is going to lead to is
an embittered northern guy that is now
no.
his knees to the Yorubas. We rescued
That's not
him
fair.
when they were chopping his head off in his own in his own locality.
No, but he's actually an intellectual, right?
Intellectual. When did Lamido Sanusi become an intellectual?
Yeah, no, he studied Arabic. It's true.
In Khartoum, he studied Islamic something in Khartoum.
No.
How does that elevate to intellectual?
No, he's an intellectual. For real, I'm hard on him. What did you say?
Where is the intellectual in? He studied Arabic studies in Khartoum.
No. That I'll be wrong. You're gonna give him his. You gotta give him his views.
We bring his CV up. He went to Islamic studies.
He's actually
beheading study.
He's an intellectual. But one might go ahead and show the rest of this article because we're almost done with it. I posted the link. We could start from where I stopped, which would have been. Do you see it? I don't know why they didn't.
I see it, but I don't see anything attached to it. There it is.
I see it on the screen. Just go all the way down to where I stopped. See if the article is complete. But what we've read so far is also damning because it claims that they're the very first to do things. It's around here.
So have you then moved from the point that the Northerners are the problem of Nigeria and Islam is something that should be
it's there now. No, I haven't moved from that point. The Yorubas they do not go kidnapping people. Okay, so where did I stop again? You just highlight.
I'm just trying to find where you stopped. It was. Let me just do it first. Let's do meanwhile.
We can start from there.
Hold on.
And again, I hope you're listening. Okay. All right. Meanwhile, nothing has been negotiated for. Oh no, we did that already. We did even the next. Okay, well, let me just start from there. You want me to go from meanwhile? I read that already, but we could do that.
It says for many years the Yorubas have inundated the countries with stories of. Did you do that one?
No.
All right, started from the meanwhile and then just
okay. Meanwhile, nothing has been negotiated for the children of Abiola, the focus of Yoruba political activity. In return for these favors, the AD solidly voted for Evan Enwem. I think we did that, but we could do it again. This is a man who participated in the 2 million man march for Abacha's self-succession. He also is reputed to have hosted a meeting of governors during IBB's transition, demanding that June 12 elections should never be de-annulled and threatening that the East would go to war if this was done. When Ibrahim Salisu Buhari was accused of swearing to a false affidavit, the Yoruba political elite correctly took up the gauntlet for his resignation. When an AD governor, Bola Tinubu, swears to a false affidavit that he attended an Ivy League university, which he did not attend, we hear excuses. For so many years, the Yoruba have inundated this country with stories of being marginalized and of a civil service dominated by Northerners through quota system. The Federal Character Commission has recently released a report which shows that the Southwest accounts for 27.8% of civil servants in the range GL08 to GL14 and a full 29.5% of GL15 and above. One zone out of 6 zones controls a full 30% of the civil service, leaving the other 5 zones to share the remaining 70%. We find the same story in the economy, in academia, and parastatals. Yet, in spite of being so dominant, the Yoruba complained and complained of marginalization. Of recent, the recognition of the trauma which hit the Southwest after June 12, the rest of the country forced everyone out of the race to ensure that the Southwesterner emerged, often against the best advice of political activists. Instead of leading a path of reconciliation and strong appreciation, the Yoruba have embarked on short-sighted triumphalism, threatening other nationalities that they, who after all lost the election, will protect Obasanjo, who was forced on them. No less a person than Bola Ige has made such utterances. To further show that they were in charge, they led a cult into the Hausa area of Shagamu, murdered a Hausa woman, and nothing happened. In the violence that followed, they killed several Hausa residents, with Yoruba leaders like Shegu Oshoba reminding Nigerians of the need to respect the culture of their host communities. This would have continued were it not for the people of Kano, who showed that they could also create their own Oro, which would only be appeased through the shedding of innocent Yoruba blood. I say all this to support Balarabe Musa's statement that the greatest problem to nation building in Nigeria are the Yoruba bourgeois. I say this also to underscore my point that until they change this attitude, no conference can solve the problems of Nigeria. We cannot move forward if the leadership of one of the largest ethnic groups continues to operate like statesmen.
So Yoruba is the problem. Like, I mean, Yoruba is causing the problem in Nigeria. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's almost done. We'll have the discussion after the reading. Largest ethnic groups continues to operate not like statesmen, but like common area boys.
Oh, all right.
Three,
Okay.
the Igbo factor and the reasonable limits of retribution. Now, pay attention here. The Igbo people of Nigeria have made a mark in the history of the nation. Please hold on. One man, could you remove Ajay from the platform?
Let him finish the
Please
reading.
remove him. Okay. They led the first successful military coup, which eliminated the military and political leaders of other regions while letting off Igbo leaders. Nwafọ Orizu, then Senate President, in consultation with President Azikiwe, subverted the constitution and handed over power to Aguiyi Ironsi. Subsequent developments included attempts at humiliating other people, led to the counter coup and the later, the civil war. The Igbos themselves must acknowledge that they have a large part of blame for sheltering the unity of this country.
Why is your voice suddenly petering down now that
Here it comes. Having said that, this nation must realize that Igbos have more than paid for their foolishness. They have been defeated in war, rendered paupers by monetary policy fiat, their properties declared abandoned and confiscated, kept out of strategic public sector appointments, and deprived of public services. The rest of the country forced them to remain in Nigeria and has continued to deny them equity. The Northern bourgeois and the Yoruba bourgeois have conspired to keep the Igbo out of the scheme of things. In the recent transition, when the Igbo solidly supported the PDP in the hope of an Ekwueme presidency, the North and the Southwest treated this as a Biafra agenda. Every rule set for the primaries, every gentleman's agreement was set aside to ensure that Obasanjo, not Ekwueme, emerged as the candidate. Things went as far as getting the federal government to hurriedly gazette a pardon. Now, with this government, the marginalization of the Igbo is more complete than ever before. The Igbos have taken all this quietly because they reason. They brought it upon themselves. But the nation is sitting on a time bomb. After the First World War, the victors treated Germany with the same contempt Nigeria is treating Igbos. 2 decades later, there was a Second World War. far costlier than the first. Germany was again defeated, but this time they won a more honorable peace. Our present political leaders have no sense of history. That's a new Igbo man who was not born in 1966 and neither knows nor cares about Njogu and Ojuku. There are Igbo men on the street who were never Biafrans. They were born Nigerians, all Nigerians, but suffer because of actions of earlier generations. They will soon decide that it is better to fight their own war and maybe find an honorable peace than to remain in this contemptible state in perpetuity. The northern bourgeois and the Yoruba bourgeois have exerted their pound. Bourgeoisie. Okay. Remember, you in Britain, I'm in America. Have exalted their pound of flesh from the Igbos.
It's a French word.
What did they know? They lost the war to Germany, remember? For one Sadoana, one Tafawa, Balewa, one Akintola, and one Okotiebo, hundreds of thousands have died and suffered. If this issue is not addressed immediately, no conference will solve Nigeria's problems. Sanusi, Lamido, Sanusi, an acclaimed prince of Mushin, Lagos. Thank you. Now we could discuss it. What's your question, Ajan Lekuko?
I don't have a question for you. I mean, you have said everything that you are known. You know, you are known for all the time.
It's not me. It's not me talking. I'm reading it. It's Sanusi Lamido talking, and it's historical.
Who wrote that?
He lied, who wrote say it?
Huh? Who wrote the article?
Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, the former emir of Kano, the former CBN.
Well, I've been away from my phone. I just came some few minutes. I didn't.
That's okay. That's okay. So then let me have the discussion with one man then.
No, it's not even a discussion. It's just it's a nonsensity. You know, it's a potpourri. It's a licorice. Anyway, it's a nonsense. Lamido Sanusi is not a champion of the Igbo, and it's not an anti-Yoruba person. And this is just it's a political piece, isn't it? For the politics of that time, whatever was rankling him at that time. So a lot of it, the totality of it, of course, is nonsense. There's nobody more verilously anti-Igbo than Lamido Sanusi. So if you think he's your champion,
no. Look, you see, he's an enigma, right, of some sort.
He's
right?
not an
Remember,
enigma.
in Abia State,
he's
in the council of this Abia State governor.
We are recording everything you are saying. You say Sanusi is an enigma. You will come another day.
And they will tell us that all Muslims are.
Yeah, don't worry.
The thing,
of time. Yeah.
No, but you have to, maybe you don't remember that enigma is just like a conundrum, a paradox, right?
All right.
It's a quandary.
Sorry, Pansat. The conversation can go on, but let me bail out. Hand over to
Thomas. Please give me a couple of more minutes so I bail out with you. Let's just conclude.
No, you don't have to bail out with me. You still have
it's okay.
the piece.
I do what I did in that. You have to drive an Uber or something. Why are you running?
Well, I have to drive an Uber, which is which is known as sleep. You know,
okay. That's fine. Go ahead. We'll deal with.
Let me acknowledge the super chatters. As you know, of course, severally. Alexander Gomez passed by. Bosun, who with some frequency. And then Tope also said hello. So those were the super chatters for today. Still, there's room for more super chats if anybody is inclined in that way. So you carry on with your jollification around your new best friend Lamido Sanusi as I take my leave. Thank you
very much. See you soon, one man. Welcome, Thomas. I will try to conclude very quickly. Give a little input on Nnamdi Kanu, and I'll be bailing too. But let me say that. One man played a video of somebody praising the Yorubas, a proud African, a proud Yoruba person. No Igbo man is going to be upset about that. The Yorubas have the right to claim that they're the best this. I've heard them say that the
not Yoruba is an Igbo man like
an Igbo guy. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
that's even you are right there. You're advancing my point, right? An Igbo man can say that, and in this case, it's an Igbo man that said it. So that's good.
Do you agree with all? Do you
unwittingly,
agree with? Hold on. Do you agree with him?
Do I agree with him? Yes, I do.
You agree with everything
he has the right to say it. He has they have to be true on their own. The truth is different from embellishing something, which I'm not against. The Yorubas have the right, just like the Igbos do, to be praising their tribe, be African.
It's not Yoruba that is praising this, and Igbo man that was saying the truth
that's
about
what I'm saying.
Yoruba
Listen to
people.
me. Listen to me. Hear me again. There are two comments there. I don't have to make them simultaneously. I might make one, then if you be quiet, then I'm going to go to the next one, which then cover what you're saying. Not only do the Igbos have the right to embellish and cherish the Yorubas, the Yoruba themselves also have the right to do the same thing, which they do. Perhaps they don't do that with as much class as this guy did it. They be claiming things like we brought the first TV or something like that. I've heard him say that we brought the first TV, right? The first whatever. The Yorubas, they like that a lot.
Is that not true?
I don't know. It's none of my business.
You don't know.
But you have the right to claim it. So what is the big deal about that? Hold on.
So you don't even know the history of that, and
listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah.
for that. If the I just told you, I want the Yorubas to do very well, right?
So you don't say you want.
Let me land now. Let me land.
Well,
I want to land. I want to summarize that article that we read. It's a very important article because not only by the person who wrote it, this guy grew up in Lagos, and when he was dethroned, he's in Lagos right now. Right, so he came there and he studied the Yorubas. He's an academic, right? Albeit changed with Islamic stuff, right? So he's a smart guy, and he is embedded in the. He was like a spy from the north to Lagos, and he's still there now. When they kicked him out of Kano as a Maya, he came down to Lagos. So he studied, but here's what I was going to tell one man. The beauty of that piece is that he just didn't write it now. He wrote that article in 1990 or 1989 or something, or 1999, something like that. I believe it was probably 1999, when he wasn't in government. He was just a banker in Lagos. And Obasanjo was a big Yoruba person in politics. So to him, he had the Northerners had lost to the Yorubas. So he came bearing his soul. So he was telling the truth. His state of mind at the time was not to be evasive and tribal. He was telling the truth at that point. He didn't know that the Hausas are gonna come back. Hausa Fulani are gonna come back.
So you don't.
Obasanjo, let me just land. I'm trying to. This is my opinion. From his perspective,
because his tribe lost out, and for tribal reason, you have to go against.
Yes, because here's what I thought was going through his mind. Obasanjo had the demeanor of somebody who's never lived again, right? Because he had been head of state prior as a military dictator, so he came back as a civilian president, right? So he felt hopeless. That okay, now the Yorubas, Obasanjo is going to be president forever. He's never going to give up power. That's where I read him. I may be wrong. So what he did here was to look at the tripartite stool that's holding Nigeria and decided to tell the truth. It's like somebody surrendering with his hands up, confessing. Yes, we did it. We and the Yorubas, which conspired against the Igbos. And that is enough because these Igbos are going to kick some ass very soon. That's the summary of what he's saying. He's confessing. He's not saying that he's innocent. He's saying the Hausa Fulani is the north and that the southwest have conspired, but that the Yorubas are overdoing it. In essence, he's admonishing his fellow conspirator, the southwest, and they're trying to tell him to let the Igbos give him a break. That the new Igbo man may not put up with this bullshit, and I agree with that. So now let's leave that alone. Let me. What did I want to say on Nnamdi Kanu? I believe that you guys treated him very well. I think that Nnamdi Kanu was quoting an article. Somebody said, "What was that?" I believe it was paragraph 2 of Article 2. Section 2 that says that the president shall have the power by the with the advice and consent of the Senate to make any treaties part of the Nigerian law. So the argument he was making in that then was that Nigeria is a signatory to international law about rendition, and he's right about that. So I don't know what else. I forgot the other thing, but I thought he was quoting some part of our constitution that shows that Nigeria signed, and of course the Supreme Court concurs by ruling that the Nigerian government violated our laws by going there and renditioning him, that he did not jump bail as we treated earlier. Emeka was somebody eloquent on that point, so I think that's been covered as well. So we can leave it. I could leave it there and yield back, unless you have something to ask me, Ajan Lekuko. I want you to go back to being sober.
No, I don't have anything to ask them. Yeah, you have said, you know the way you try to talk down on other tribes. That's what you try to do today. So that's usual of you. So it's no problem. So you have to propagate your tribe the best way you have to do it. So, and but where I think yeah, I have problem with you, and I believe many other people across the world listening to us, even many Igbo people as well, is when you say Igbo, you say Igbo own Kogi State, Igbo own everywhere in Nigeria. You cannot say that, Pansat. That is a ridiculous statement. You are better than that. You know, the territory of Igbo, we all know it. That is where it's clearly defined as southeast in Nigeria. That is the territory of Igbo people. Yes, you could have some Igbo that live in some state closer to you or that borders the Igbo land, like Edo State, like River State, and like maybe
Cameroon
State or Cameroon. It doesn't mean that you own all those states where you have many Igbo living. Igbos does not even dominate. It's not. They are not a predominant predominant population there. But yes, there are many there, but they are not many than the indigenous of those states. But you cannot claim those states. That is if falsehood of the false order. You can't claim that those states belong to Igbo state. You can't claim that Lagos or other places. And it is so ridiculous when you hear some leaders in Igbo land. You are not only, even some notable leaders say that.
Okay, let me respond briefly, because I think you
Ajale
misunderstood.
Koko, let me say this.
Yeah,
Let me say
hold
this.
on.
It's not a
Hold
misunderstanding.
on.
I'm
No,
not
hold on.
holding on. You've been
Simba.
talking. I'm not holding on.
We're having
I
a
will say what I
dialogue.
want to say.
General,
Simba, let
me respond briefly.
Simba, let me see.
No, you will respond because I want to. What Ajale Oko is speaking to, that's what I was, so that you will respond together.
Oh, okay, Pansat, hold on. Let Simba talk. Yeah.
Look at the example Ajale could give to you now. Yoruba, if Yorubas are doing what you are also doing, we can say we own Benin Republic. We can even say we own Togo. We can say we own Kwara State. We can say we own Kogi State. We can say Edo State. You understand?
Right.
So, so all those things that just, I don't know where you are getting all
I
this.
think Angelica quoted me out of, maybe I didn't say what I'm saying. That's a difference between talking civilly, talking tribally, and then talking anthropologically, which is what I do. Angelica talks tribe. I talk anthropology.
Hey,
now,
Professor of Anthropology.
Let me learn now. Nigeria was granted independence on October 1, 1960. Shemba, I want you to listen. A new constitution established a federal system with an elected prime minister and a ceremonial head of state. The NCNC at that time,
story again. Oh my God.
headed by Azikiwe.
We are
Okay, you know what? The problem, what I want to do is to go to the beginning, but let's talk colloquially then. That's probably more.
Can we make it a conversational? Because I don't know.
Remy, you're right. That's why I forgot. I left out the anthropology. Right. Let's talk colloquial nonsense. Right. There's a difference between talking tribal bullshit that we do. Because of peace, the Igbos have endured a lot of provocations. Now, some of that provocation involves changing the nomenclature of our country and taking the eastern part of our country and dividing it, carving out another area that's called South-South. Fine. Now, we have our people there. We have Igbos there.
Can we
okay? So
what
if for peace, I want you to please let me land. Don't talk again, Remy. I find your voice particularly annoying. Let me just land.
Are you a crazy man?
Okay, I said let me land.
Crazy on the head. You have been
we are not going there. We are not going there. No, we are not going there. No.
So what's wrong with him? Why does this guy say I have to find my voice somehow? Who are you? Are you an octogenarian?
I happen to be somebody old enough to be your dad, but please come in there. Let me land. Thomas, I'm about to get the hell out of here. I want to answer Ajanlekoko's point because Ajanlekoko, you misunderstood what I'm saying. There's a difference between discussion for peace, where we let you take our land, rename it, right? But now when we come back to take our lands back, right? We're gonna remember that our son brought about the independence of Nigeria. I was going to tell you when it happened and how it happened. And then that doesn't mean that we're going to stop. We're going to be taking the entire country, right? Because we can, right? We can take it and we're going to take it. And we're going to do it by force. If you don't want that, then you're going to have to, number one, stop provoking us.
I will provoke you because
you stop provoking us, because if we'd have to go the other route, we're gonna have to do it by war. And when it's time for war, we're gonna want the whole country, and we're gonna want Cameroon. A lot of our people are in Cameroon. A lot of our land is in Cameroon, and then we're gonna go all the way to Chad to drain the swamp, so that we're gonna have an entity that cannot be stopped again. Wherever they're breeding these people, what we call the swamp in Chad, we're gonna go up there. And we're gonna take it. Do you understand? Our boys are gonna go all the way to Niger. They're gonna come back from what we call the swamp, where they're training these terrorists. We're gonna have to drain that swamp.
Pansat, I asked you a question earlier. I said first war. Did you win one? Who won the war? Who surrendered?
Okay, the answer is that Britain won the war and the Calabar surrendered. Okay,
Calabar. So, where was the Biafran leader?
That was it. They made a deal. What happened? Right? That's the way wars normally end by negotiation.
What happened?
We had a war for 3
years.
Where
was the Biafran leader?
Let me answer you. Hold on. The Biafran leader, they made a deal, right? Britain won the war because the rest of Nigeria were too stupid to understand what was going on at the time.
No, so the Biafran leader at that time.
The protagonist of the war is
what happened to him?
His people are in camps, IDP camps. We don't have any IDP camps in the Igbo land, right?
Hold on.
So there were losers of the war. One of them is the Hausa Fulani. They lost their leader, right? The Biafrans, the Nigerian soldiers killed him during the war. That's Ahmadu Bello, right? He lost. So we lost a lot of civilians because we're fighting terrorists. So they killed a lot of our civilians, but they didn't lay a glove. They didn't lay a glove on our soldiers. They killed a lot of our civilians, right? With Awolowo engineering starvation. Right now, that is a war crime, right? You see it in Gaza. You saw that.
You did answer. What happened to Biafran?
I'm answering you now. Hold on. Let me give you the answer.
Hold on. The Biafran leader that took you to war. What happened to him as a and that the war ended.
Nothing.
Where was he?
Nothing. Nothing. They had a
No,
deal. They made a peaceful deal.
Hold on.
Nothing happened to him. He came back. He ran for office and lived out the
What
rest of his life.
happened? Did he run away?
No, he did not. Yoruba say that all the time because they're cowards.
Where,
and they're gonna
where
say
was
that.
he? Where was he when the war ended? Hold on. Where was he when the war ended?
What do you mean?
Where was he when the war ended?
They made a deal where he would have to go somewhere, right? That was the deal. They made a deal.
Who was his second in command?
You tell me. There's the guy that surrendered in Calabar.
The surrender. Why did he surrender? Is it by
Because
the Biafran instruction or what?
Igbos will not surrender. Period. That's why they made a
Igbo
deal.
will not surrender.
Yeah, so they made a deal. Let me tell you what happened.
Who made that deal with him? Who made that deal with him to go?
Let me tell
Who?
you.
Hold on. You say you made the deal. Hold on now. Anthropology. You call yourself anthropology. Hold on.
Yeah. So listen now. Let me give you the answer.
Hold on now. Let me answer you. Hold on. You just said something.
How are you going to answer me? You're supposed to be.
Hold on now. You have the floor. You will say you. You said Biafra leader negotiated to leave the country, right?
Pretend negotiated with both of them.
Who did he who did he negotiate with?
Okay, can I please just stay there? Let me answer you because my answer is going to be comprehensive.
Yes.
You have two warring sections, Biafrans and Nigerians.
Okay.
But the actual corporate, the monkey with his hand there, the Esau, is Britain. So they wanted the oil. That's the cause of the war. So they made a deal. We fought into an impasse. It's a 3-year-long war between Biafrans and Nigerians. So they say, you know what? We know you're Igbos, you're not going to surrender. It's a no victor, no vanquish. So what we're going to do, we're going to
on whose side was Britain?
Hold on now.
No, let me ask you a question. On whose side was Britain?
On their own.
On whose side? Hold on. Who did Britain? Hold on.
Yeah.
We have Nigerian Biafran war.
Right.
Who did Britain?
Nigeria. They're supporting Nigeria.
Oh, you see, that is where you got it wrong. If they were supporting Nigeria, why didn't they sell arms to Nigeria? Why did Nigeria getting arms from Russia? Britain supported Biafra.
No, listen to me. Listen, let me tell you what
Britain supported Biafra.
Then they know they have to have deniability. If Britain doesn't want Nigeria to get weapons,
if not for Russia,
I know you won't listen now. Let me answer you
to fight the war.
Listen to me. Let me. You spend every night talking about it. So hear from me. You've already made your case. I've heard you many times making the case. So hear me out as an African, right? By the way, I wouldn't lie to you about this because it's none of my business, to be honest with you. I would have done it differently, right? So what I'm saying is that Britain did in Nigeria what they do in Congo, what they do everywhere, just like in French they do in Mali and other places. So they came for the resources and they're using outsiders to take the oil. So it's a proxy war between Britain and Igbos. So they were helping Nigeria, right? So was Russia helping Nigeria. So
Britain was not supporting Nigeria.
Because I was in that war. And when we shut down some planes, the pilots were either British or they were Saudis. I mean Egyptians, sorry. Egyptians, there was no Nigerian pilot. They don't go to school, they don't make anything, right? So it was, yeah, I'm telling you the truth. So what happened is that we were fighting Britain.
Very good
right?
at
Hold on. So the mistake Ojukwu made was not to mow down everything he sees right after Abade going towards Patakot. Mow down everything. Capture everybody over there. Right? Set that place on fire if he had to. He was looking at it like these are our people, including the Yorubas. We should have run through Yoruba land, taken over that place. Right? Right away.
What happened to him at all? Hold on.
We should have taken over the entire Yoruba land, and we can't.
Hold on. What happened to? Hold on. What happened to Biafra? What happened to Biafra troop at all?
Ojukwu was fighting the war like I'm only fighting the Fulanis, the Hausa Fulanis.
What? Answer the question. What happened to Biafran troop at all?
Nothing. Don't listen to other nonsense. You can win a battle. You can win a battle. But by the time they get to it, they've already captured the rest of those sons of a bitches over there. But they should have shot a lot of them, right? Because they're not listening. They want that oil and they're coming together and they're taking it up to today. I believe that Ojukwu made a mistake by regarding all those people as brothers and sisters and all that. But look, in war,
do you agree with me that Ojukwu fled when
no, he did not.
He fled. He ran up.
You saw Nnamdi Kanu today in court. That's an Igbo warrior right there. Do you see him crying? Right? He's there talking. He looks better than you there.
Baba Jalico, can we just stop this so that Thomas can
just, like I said, let me come in, but I'm saying to you, all that nonsense you talk about when I'm not here, don't repeat them when I'm here, because I was there. You probably weren't even born when that war was going on, but I was there. And I know that they divided us and they made us fight so that they come and take our oil.
Do you know that Nigerian state pardoned Ojukwu to come back to Nigeria?
Look, like I said, they had a deal.
Who? With who?
Who? Listen to me now.
Deal between who and who?
Not touched. Ojukwu came back. He was a millionaire before the war. He came back. They gave him back his properties. He's revered. He was given a state.
Do you know who fought for him to get his property? Who do you know? Hold on. Hold on. Because you odyssey.
No, I'm here to bust all those lies.
Hold on now. Who fought for Ojukwu to get his property?
What do I care?
You don't care because you don't know. Because you go ahead and he's a Yoruba man that fought for Ojukwu, a Yoruba lawyer, top lawyer that fought for him to get it.
For that, right?
Don't know, right?
Listen to me. That is an inconsequential.
You don't know, right?
That is an inconsequential anecdote, right?
Let me
tell you. They're good when we are talking
about history, and what Yoruba have done to help Igbo,
I have not
to exist in that country today.
That subject. I'm not saying that you did or you did not. It's none of my business, right? What I want is this. Listen to me. The Brits came and divided us because of our resources, right? And the rest of the tribes were too stupid to understand that at the time. Only the Igbos knew that. And that, because we're more educated at that time. We're in government. So when they came there, they divided us just to take that oil. So
I agree with you. I'm done.
Okay. So so they made us fight one another. And that was wrong. They're doing it in Congo now. So when you go reciting history, the kind of thing you're talking about is how the Brits divided us and took our resources. Don't come telling me what a Yoruba man did or what how
we did not do nothing. We accept everything we do.
No, but it's not without consequence. You're gonna have to either be talking in a way that is gonna show your remorse, or we're gonna come get you at some point for doing it, right? We're gonna come over there and get you for doing it, right? It's nothing like you just say.
Let's have another.
So you just want to know that
you can take over all Africa.
I'm done. I'm done with you too, because, like I said, if you keep provoking us, it's not over. The war is not over. We're gonna come over there and we're gonna teach you a lesson. That's what you have to take from here, Remy.
Empty barrel. Empty.
Yeah. Ajale Goku, you don't see, yeah, that's past for you. I don't argue anymore, Ajale Goku. If you are arguing, you are just disturbing yourself.
I'm okay.
No. You can't win the battle. You can't win the battle. You can't win the battle. Yeah, let's go to Remy. Yeah, Remy, are you ready for us?
Yeah, I'm ready, Jerry, but don't take me.
Yeah, don't Remy, don't. Mama, you know this guy now. Just ignore.
I know him, but sometimes it's not good to be insulted.
If you can, you know that, my brother. You know that now.
But you know that
you know.
I never insulted anybody.
Did I say you insulted anyone?
I didn't insult anybody at all. We're having
no, I didn't say you insulted anybody.
You just let him be so that we just talk about new topic. Because whatever you say here, defending their tribe, insulting other tribe in Nigeria, they are the best in Nigeria. They are the best all over the world. Let them even take all over. No problem. Nobody
that's fine. Right? Let's move on. Yeah. Finally, the court hammered Nnamdi Kanu again. They
I don't
rejected
want to talk about Nnamdi Kanu at all. Please take me to another topic.
Ah.
I'm not interested. Yeah, I'm not interested at all. I am not interested in it at
No.
all. To me, it's a waste of time.
Oh, that's a it's a waste of time. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. We were talking about dollar earlier on that the dollar continued fluctuating with the naira 1.2 to 1.4 to 1.5. So it has been fluctuating like 3 weeks there about 1.5, 1.2, 1.3. One man was talking earlier on that the naira need to find its own value.
Yeah. Sorry, you are breaking, Thomas. Uh, Thomas, you are breaking. Or freezing. Baba Jaliku, can you hear me?
Remy Mongbai.
Okay, actually, because for him to come back, the reason why we are in this mess, as I always say, is that a country that was not well planned for over 4 decades,
So
and what transpired in the last 15 years, what do you expect? So they will still continue to work on it, continue to do that policy that will farm the naira up, and I think maybe in the next few months. Luckily for Nigeria, if truly Dangote come on stream, it will save Nigeria 6 trillion naira, which we used to import fuel. At least we are not going to spend that money to import fuel anymore. Maybe it will help the naira again because we are going to buy directly from Dangote, and Dangote will have some.
What do you mean by save? Use a proper language. What are we saving? Is it going to be giving us free? What are we saving from?
No. I'm not. What I'm trying to say is that we spend a lot of money, which is a lot of foreign exchange, to import this petrol from abroad. And this time around, we are not going to spend that money to, at least we are not buying the petrol from another land. That's my meaning. Maybe
Okay, no, just hold on. The one that he is also importing crude and is importing it with dollar. So the dollar that he'll be using to import crude, how did he get it? That's the question I want to ask. Because if we're okay,
I continue.
So if we're just looking at one side and we are not looking at the other side, then we'll be raising our hope forcefully.
Yeah, this good news that come from NNPC yesterday. Before we are producing about 1.4 million barrel per day, but as of yesterday, according to them, by April ending, our production already hit almost 1.7 million barrel per day. And if they continue to work on it and we have relative peace in the southeast, maybe south, maybe we can jack up you up to about 2 million barrels per day, which will at least help although it's not enough, at least it will help the country. So if we continue to go in that trajectory and we're no more importing fuel.
It's the same mistake that the predecessors are making, that this government is also making. We have been focusing on oil since 60s.
We are talking about
just wait. There is no way. Let me tell you, there is no way oil alone can improve our currency, our foreign exchange. There's no way. There's no way.
Look, we are not talking about foreign reserve. We are talking about naira.
I'm talking about the same thing.
Let him land.
It's the same thing that I'm talking about. Wait, Remy. I understand what you are saying. Okay, let me give you, for example, how much do you think, even if you are producing 2 million barrels, don't forget that most of this oil that we are talking about have been sold up front. The money has been spent even before this regime. So I don't know where you are placing your hope.
The forward contract will end by July ending. All those contracts is signed. That one will end by July. So that means majority of the money they are going to be making after July will come directly to Nigerian ports.
But you know that even year in, year out, we always record trade deficits. in as much as we are still recording trade deficit, our naira will continue to depreciate.
Yeah,
Do
I
you understand
understand.
what I'm
That is why we
saying?
say the
So
government have a lot of work to do. I understand we
that
need
is
to
it.
diversify.
What I want this government to be doing is to diversify our economy, and so that we can earn from more non-oil sector. All
But
this oil.
if you are following,
And let me tell you, the
if you are
danger of
following
having
the,
one only source of foreign
I
exchange is
don't,
that once there is any little problem in that sector, any
I don't know
unrest,
whether you have been
any
following government report. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, we make more money from non-export, from non-oil than oil for the first time. At least the last 1 or 2 months, that was transpired. You are totally right, we need to diversify. But I still believe that if we really want to diversify, the easiest way that everybody can is to force our people back to the land for agriculture. Because if we can produce en mass, then we can export. This is the very easiest way for us to get the needed foreign, what do you call it, more currency. I mean, the required.
Remy, just 3 days ago, I saw mango here in Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Do you know how much they are selling 10
Yeah, I
mango?
know it's
Just
even here. I saw
10.
it yesterday. It was expensive.
10 mango that when you get to Nigeria is when you get to the bush, you
Everywhere.
get it and the thing is wasting. Okay, let me convert it. 10 mango will be like 30 times 100, 400. That would be like 12,000 naira.
It's
Just 10
always
mangoes, just 10 pieces of.
expensive. It's always expensive.
You know, what I want to say is this. We have all these things in abundance. You understand? If you want to look at how can you diversify, you look at where you have a comparative advantage. The only sector where we have a comparative advantage is agriculture. You see fruit here from all the way from Indonesia, from all those countries, and you even see even countries where they use irrigation. Our home, we
So,
don't even need to do irrigation.
question: do you think we should force our people back to the land, or what should we do? Because we have a lot of youth, so strong, so virile, but they are not ready to go back to the farm. Even if the government have enabling environment, I mean, give them good incentive. Do you think it will be good enough for people to go back to the farm?
To me, I think that's the only way out. I don't need people need to be forced for them to know that there is opportunity in that sector.
So
But
as
it's
we are
only that most people are just comfortable just getting salary. That's it. And I think that's the mentality that most of us we have this fear to take risk for business for
Simba,
everything.
Simba,
Yes.
should we stop people going to Lagos? So from Yoruba land, Igbo land, Hausa, everybody will go back to our farming.
I don't even know what they are getting in that Lagos. What kind of life did they even live in that Lagos?
Simba, I want to ask you a
Yes.
question. You are a civil
Hold on,
servant.
Remy. Hold on, Remy. Yeah, Babati. Let's hear Babati. Babati, yeah.
You can't stop you from the freedom of movement is guaranteed by the constitution, so you can't say people cannot go to Lagos. What
No,
you
just
can
maybe the drastic step. Maybe we should take that drastic step.
to go to or to and you have to incentivize people now. If you want them to move in your direction as a state, okay. If I live in Lagos now, what will make me leave Lagos to say I want to go live in Jigawa State or KB State? Something has to attract me, right?
No, Babati. If you're already living in Lagos, that is different. But people living outside Lagos from Oyo State, their job is farming. Now everybody is in Lagos driving Okada.
Thomas, I want to share something with the panel. I watched a video recently. A full basket of tomato in Jos is being sold
From
in their big market
the
in Jos.
southeast, they are
Jos is in north central of Nigeria. that big basket of tomato is being sold in just for 4,000 naira. And when with logistic and transportation, by the time you get to Lagos, it's being sold for 20 or 25,000 naira. I was shocked that Nigeria also produced strawberries, Chinese cabbage, and all those kind of vegetables that I used to see here. I don't know that they have started planting them in Nigeria too. It was so.
It's not. Let me tell you, Remy. All those things. I have strawberry in my compound.
I can't believe it. So I don't know why.
It's not all those things. It can be planted and they will grow well in our country.
So
I have strawberry. I have strawberry in my own compound, in my own house.
I'm having conversation with Simba. Sorry, Thomas. So Simba, my question to you: do you think the people who are living in the northern part of Nigeria, let's forget about the insecurity now, do you think they are eating more better and having more quality of life in terms of food than the people from the south?
No, to me, it just all this. Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's me. Let me tell you. Yes, me. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Sometimes ago, before I left Nigeria, I went to greet my mommy somewhere in I told you about Adoawaye, close to Iseyin. My mom has a big land there, so he has 2 houses. So I was there. Then we branch one of their markets in Iseyin side. We got there 7 o'clock. Do you know what people told us? People that came from Lagos, they are already there 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. All the yams, they bought all the yams. Do you know what they are telling us? They said, if you need to buy yam by 7 o'clock in the morning, you have to pay for how much those people who sold that yam in Lagos. Do you guys understand what I mean? They said we have to buy it. If they are selling it in Lagos, 1 tuber by 4,000 or 3,000, we have to buy that yam. The yam is still in the farm, it's still in Oyo. It's down there to go and sell it in Lagos. So farming is still making sense. People that are still farming, they are still farming, but it's just few from the southwest that are still farming. Yeah, go on, Remy.
Because from what the price is over there in Jos, that is extremely affordable and much more cheaper, it's like 4 or 5 fold in Lagos, or even maybe 4th fold in Oyo. So what I'm trying to say is that these people, people are going to the farmland to till the land, and while our people in the south, we continue to agitate and fight among ourselves. And most of our young ones, they are just
Remy, that price disparity that you just gave now. You know, one thing I will tell you about one of the problems that faces agriculture in Nigeria is the problem of the middlemen. Yeah. Okay, you can see the middlemen are reaping the farmer.
Yes.
Too much. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, yes, look at it. How even what would be the cost of transporting one basket of that tomato from Jos to Lagos to now make it 25,000?
I don't understand it all. Why are we so wicked in that country? And at the end of the day,
the problem is that for government to, one thing that I've been saying it, the only government does not need to even give credit facilities to farmers. I'm very sure there are so many people in that country that are ready to invest in agriculture. But the problem is that by the time they harvest, one, we have problem of storage. Then we have the problem of these middlemen. If the government can encourage farmers to have like their own market where they can sell. If you're a farmer and you have the ability, you can even transport your own goods from your own farm and take it to the market, not the local market I'm talking about now. I'm talking about if you're a farmer in Jos and you are producing tomato, you can transport it to Lagos on your own and sell. That is the only way you can make reasonable money. But by the time you are selling, because you know all these things are seasonal. By the
So
time you are selling at 4,000, do you think that farmer will be encouraged? He will not be encouraged, and the middlemen will make millions from them. They will be the one that will go and price and say, okay, if you don't sell this thing, because all these goods are perishable.
So Simba,
Perishable
what do
goods.
you think about what Lagos State is building in Ekpe, the biggest logistic hub in all of let's say in Nigeria, and they have a lot of warehouse that to store this perishable good.
I don't know how they are sourcing their
They
produce,
are very
this farm produce. I don't know how they are sourcing it. I don't know who they have collaboration
they
with or
sign a
and all
lot
those
of
things.
memorandum. They sign they sign a lot of memorandum with some northern states, especially Niger, Zamfara, all those kind of that produce all these agricultural products. So by the time they bring it, they will take it to their hub in that place. It's very big, and they said it's going to be ready by next year. So including even aquatic food, maybe fish and the rest.
The what I want to say is this: I don't know how government can bring in. Let me give, for example, you remember during Saraki regime as governor of Kwara State, he brought some Zimbabwe farmers to Songa,
Yes, it's
where they
true.
are doing
Are
farming.
they
You
still there?
understand? They are still there.
Oh
They are
wow.
still there. They are still there. And you know what? There was a time I went to the place, and I can see that all these things that we see even in the Western world, the way they do farming, is something that we can do in Nigeria. You
Yeah,
know
so
what they do? What there they have all these dairy cows, cattle. Then they also raise chickens, and the system is a closed system. You understand? They have their own power generation
But
where
all of them have run away now. Then when the Fulani men started,
they are
no,
there. They are not. They didn't run away. They are there. There's nothing like Fulani men in Songa.
now
They are there.
I listened to some of them that already left too. That
Mm. The one that left is not because of the Fulani whatever. They are still there. They are still doing whatever they were doing. So because even this so-called Fulani whatever, we are over exaggerating the issues, and it's also making people to even scare. Let me tell you, there are so many things that let me tell you now.
so people
Even
that are saying it in all the places, so they are exaggerating it. They are not telling the truth.
Baba
People
Jale
in their
Koko.
different,
Baba
Baba
Jale,
Jare Kuku, I'm
people
not.
in their
I'm not
different.
saying this. I'm not. Let me tell you. You have to understand something about this social media of a thing. You understand? If you cough anywhere in Nigeria now, anywhere in the world, everybody will know that you cough. And that is the
Baba
power of
Jale,
social.
Baba
Let
Jale.
me tell you, before, let me give you, for example, before, it's not as if we don't have pocket of all these things. But social media over exaggerate some of these issues. Let me give, for example, 2004, 2005, when I was working in Edo State. Anytime I travel, there's hardly any time I will travel that will not be armed robbery attack along the road. But as at then, there is nobody. Now, if something like that happen, before you know it, just give it 10, 15 minutes. Somebody will video it and put it. I will say live along Ekpoma, Auchi
They're
Road.
killing
They
people.
are
So
they are
people
killing
already
people
died.
now. Everybody, in fact, they have kidnapped 100 people. You understand? And everybody will believe it. But then it happens, but nobody knows, and people still go about their life. That's what I'm telling you.
Simba, a quick question. That video I saw in Jos Town, I was asking myself, Jos is also an epicenter of insecurity among the tribe. How come they have big market like that and everywhere is in wholesale? You can see
No,
bags,
it's not all those tomato that are doing, they are not
not
produced in
tomatoes,
Nigeria now.
not tomatoes,
They were brought from
onions.
Cameroon.
Onions. It's a big market. What I'm just trying to say is that there is unrest in the north. But still, how come they get all those farm products? It's not only strawberry, it's not tomato, it's not even chili pepper, it's
Let
not
me
onion.
Remy, what you don't know about those areas is not only just, when you look at Plateau State, look at Taraba State, and some part of Adamawa, they have like the kind of climate they have there is like a temperate climate. because all those
My
places
question is that there is
they
insecurity.
most of the thing you
How
see.
come they
Let me
get
tell you, even
not
there, let me tell you, even in those places, they produce coffee, they produce tea.
no, Simba, my question to you is this: there is
Mm.
insecurity in the northern part of Nigeria, but still we have chunk. This is not just like one. I'm talking about more than you can see bags of basket of tomatoes, more than 2,000. You can see big bag of onion, more than 10,000. Lay pack them like this, so it's so big. I'm asking you, there's insecurity in that north. How come they also produce that kind of stuff? How did they get it? They did not import it to Nigeria now. It's planted in Nigeria and harvested.
Look, those one you are seeing it in one place. If you know what farmers are going through to even produce those ones you are seeing, those ones you are seeing, they are little.
They are not
Not
little,
enough.
Baba. This is
No, you are the one looking at it like that. They are not enough.
and this
They
is
are
just
not.
we are
They are
not
not
talking about
enough
all not.
because if we have had a no, I mean, if we don't have security problem,
Insecurity.
if we don't have security
It
problem,
will have been more.
it will be more, and it will be in many part of the north.
No, I agree with you.
Those little you are seeing, do you know why
I'm
they
not
are expensive?
saying, excuse me, I'm not
Yeah.
saying insecurity is not contributing, but this is a recent thing. You understand what I'm saying? Even before we to start talking about insecurity, we've been talking about agriculture, even since 70s, Bajele Cocoa, that people have to go back to farm. Before oil, we know what we are producing: cocoa, granite, palm produce, cotton, and all those things. Is it that our land is not good for all those things again? Because the advent of oil has actually made most people, and the rush to go to Lagos and go to the cities were actually because people were losing for white collar job. Everybody abandoned farming. So the insecurity, yes, but it's not the major problem. It's not a major problem. There are so many problems that we have had in the agricultural sector even before this insecurity. So why are we now focusing only on insecurity and we are amplifying it?
No, hold on. Do you know that if we have not had this security problem, there would have, farming and our agricultural sector will have developed more than the way we have. We will have been producing more. Would have been very cheaper, because let's take Yoruba land for example. A lot of Yoruba before, particularly people from diaspora, a lot of them had returned home, invested in agriculture, but insecurity wiped everything away. They abandoned it and they gone.
But Babajide
Yeah.
Koko,
So,
you should always understand me if I'm talking. I'm not talking. I'm not
but
talking
hold on now, let me land.
theory.
Many parts in the north where they are facing insecurity problem, particularly let's take Benue State for example, which is the food basket of the country. Imagine one state, the food basket of the country. Many local government in that state, like 2/3, 15 out of 23, under the control of banditry. People
You
cannot.
mean Niger State?
No, Benue. Benue is the food basket of the country. So imagine all those local governments where people were producing their
But Babajide Koko, let me ask you this.
and
It's
so
just
we have in many parts, and so we
no,
have in many parts of.
hold on. Before this
So
insecurity,
security
I agree with
number
you.
one.
Just hold on. I agree with you. But even before this insecurity, we are still saying it's not the same lack of food that we have been saying even before this insecurity. Even when we used to even call Benue State food basket of the nation, was there any point that we can say we are food sufficient in that country even before the insecurity? There was no time.
No, let me tell you, the problem with us why we don't have enough food. Food sufficiency in that country is because we don't have this facility for storing? Is it, what do they call it? Is it
Silos.
Silos? Yeah, thank you.
Silos, barns, and all
Silos.
those things,
We don't
depending on
invest.
the time of palm produce that you're talking about. Yes.
Don't invest
So
to
you use the silos that we use to store yams and all those tubers.
yam and all those things. We were producing more than we can consume, but a lot of it are destroyed, are wasted because we don't have
But Abajayoko, let me
to
tell
store
you, we have all those things, but I don't know how they abandoned most of these storage facilities. I don't know. And it's because
we don't plan well in that country at all. With Nigeria, you see, one good thing about that country is that 90%, if not 95% of food we consume are produced in that country. In this country where I live, it is not like that. It is not like that. Many of the food are imported into this America. But Nigeria, most of our food is what we consume, except rice and other jargons, sugar and all those sardine, all those petit, just those one are just by the wayside. But when you talk in terms of real food, gari, ewa,
issue,
all those food,
even
everything, vegetables, we produce it in that country. But we don't have silos facility. We don't store food. When food, anything, we just wasted it and we eat it one time and boom, it's gone. I was listening to one guy, and it is true. I used to have one of my friends back then that, his parents, they would travel to the north and go and bring food. It's like they are doing, what kind of business are these people? Why are they going to? They go and buy this food in trailers, cheap. They bring it to Lagos and they make money. One guy on TV, I was listening to him. He said that in the 80s, when they go to Casino to buy beans, he said they will sell one bag of beans. They give them 10 for free. Where would that happen in any part of the world? That's to tell you we are producing more. The farmers doesn't want those food to waste. So they sell them few and give them a lot for free. Just take it away. We don't want it to waste. We are comfortable. This little we have sold, we are good for it. Land is
but
there.
Babajayoko, the issue now is that those farmers that you are not looking at now, one, you can't use that old generation because they are more contented. The younger generation now, they want to also live a better life. They want good house, accommodation. They want to have car. You understand what I'm saying? Those people, those days, okay, you can imagine that you sell one bag and you give 9 free or 10 free. It doesn't pay that man, but it doesn't have a choice.
But, Simba, I think I will slightly disagree because I think the younger farmers, what they are doing, back in the days, you go to those farms to buy, right? So those old men don't leave that area. They don't travel as much.
Exactly.
So they are limited to whoever comes to them. What these young farmers are now doing is you even see them on Facebook now. You will see them send people to the cities to get customers where they will even be the one you will pay for the transport. They will even bring the stuff to you, like they will even load up so they are finding better ways to sell.
That is what I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
BT the whole world is a global village now. You understand? They were. I know. I think I've mentioned it before. Even people come from other countries to come and buy during the planting season. They will come and meet you and say, okay, if you produce this social number of this number of tons of maize, I'm going to, and they will pay upfront. You understand what I'm saying? So I think, I don't know if we can. I don't even. I am sort of what.
I brought out an idea, but people shut it down. For example, I think Tinubu should like force the state, like he said, give us like maybe 500 acres of land in your state, every state of Nigeria, farmland. Whether the state is going to pay money for the landowners, we don't care. Just give us that land, and then we go for youth service. Every youth service, 6 months, go to the farm, and then 6 months stay in the office as a teacher or whatever they want to do for you. So everybody will know that.
You mean part of youth NYSC?
Yes, NYC. So that
Okay.
if we push them to the farm, we give them house there, and we give them 3 square meters, and they continue to get their alawi every month. And
So what would they be doing? What would they be doing there?
they will be helping us to till the land.
They will not do anything. Forget about it. It will just be a waste of money again.
Remy, don't mean to be sexist, but the women, you think they will work? It will go to the farm and be.
Another law I want Nigeria to make is this. I don't know whether this will suit with you guys. That if you are not 22 for men or 23, you cannot get married. And for a woman, you cannot have a kid until you are 22. So that yes. So that
you Remy, where you are going now, you want to push us away from this agricultural thing. That you hear what happened between the Minister of Women Affairs and that
cultural
because
Niger State
they are
speaker.
just sending these girls to baby factory. A man just continue to give belly to a 16-year-old, 15-year-old girl.
You know what he wanted to do? He said he wanted to help these girls. About 100 of them want to marry them out.
Simba, that was his own poverty alleviation program.
Program. Can see some people don't have brain.
Okay. Now, because we must have solution. If our young people they don't want to till the land anymore, and there's not enough job outside in the city, they are just constantly menaced in the city, not doing nothing. How many of them can be a content creator? How many of them can bank acquired? How many of them can work in insurance? How many of them
Remy, sorry. Thomas, can you let Babayale go in? I think he dropped off. He wants to come back in. And Prince, get your ass back on the platform. Why did you drop off? Okay, go ahead.
So as I was saying, how do we want to foster all these young people? It's a huge population. You need to go to, when you visit Nigeria, you need to see how many people hang around at the airport. When you go
Remy, when you were young, can somebody tell you to come and go to the farm and teach
I will do it too, because
some of us did that one while we are growing up now. Some of us did that.
I remember, let me tell you a story. There was a time that I don't know what I did. Do you know what my principal gave me to do? For a whole time, I was digging the root of a big tree.
And
I was there for a whole time.
You are a stubborn student. No, Remy.
You are a stubborn student. Juvenile delinquency. Juvenile delinquency.
For a whole time, I was digging. I cannot even dig it out until they pardon me for 3 months. And I will dig it early in the morning before I go to the classroom.
Were you able to now uproot the?
I cannot now. It's so big. It's like
how can you do that for 3 months? You do not get anything done.
Punish you.
But Remy, on a more serious note, even in secondary school, every class, everybody don't need it. You have to plant something. You will do vegetable.
May God bless. May God. I think our educational system also, because of the advent of these private schools and everything, has actually caused a lot of problems for us.
Now, they will buy
that's what I'm saying now. Nothing. It has affected. And when you call education, is all these didactic lectures alone. Sports, it's all inclusive.
Even our you will do farming and you must report back. You must do carpentry. The women will do. They will do tailor or whatever, and food nutrition, cooking. So you have to choose at least 2 or 3. in junior high school.
You know, let me even the so-called educationists in Nigeria, what is in their brain? Let me give, for example. There was a time the proprietors of the school that my daughter was going invited me. I said, okay, my daughter did not do well on this subject and this subject. That but she did well in what they call it. They have one subject they call is about tailoring. You understand? That but she performed well in this. I don't know whether she want to become a fashion designer. I said, okay, if she become a fashion designer, what is wrong with that? Is it not your ability to discover the strength where your students have their strength and then you guide them? But you know, all of us will have all this. Everybody just want to become doctor. Everybody want to become a lawyer. Everybody want to become an accountant. You understand? So if you have the educationists that are not even focused, they don't even know, okay, what is the strength? They're supposed to be the one that will identify talent in the school. Oh, this one is good in sport, this one is good in this one is good, and you direct them along that line. But now everybody just have to, and by the time you force all these students to go in one direction, that's when you now see by the time they finish, some of them will now start to define what they wanted to do in their life.
Right. But you must be.
I think what you are suggesting, Timba, is what is exactly what they are doing in China.
But no, that's the way that was the way it was before now. But yeah, it was there before.
Yes.
Before now.
You know what they are doing in China?
In China,
when they finish their let's say primary school, junior middle school, they divide into two: junior middle school and just like Nigeria, 3 years. When you finish your primary school and you finish your middle school, instead of when you are in the middle school, they divide it into two. One is high school, one is middle school. For those ones that are good students for high school, they are preparing them to go to university. For those ones that are there in middle school, they are preparing them to go to vocational college. It is a chunk of them, they push them to the factory to go and work there. They taught them about tailoring, a lot of skills, work in marine, construction, so many things. And the beauty of it is that at the end of the day, they can even make more money than those ones that went to the university. So their program is tailored that everybody will win. Not that, okay, because you are in fact, in China, most of them, they don't want to be a doctor. Because in China, if anything happened to the patient, what do you call it? The parents of the person that died or that the doctor was unable to cure him, sometimes they beat the doctors a lot. So most people, they don't want to be doctor. Secondly, the remuneration for doctor is not so high in China. It's just normal. Like the amount of money you get is nearly the same thing a teacher that is working in the secondary school will get. They will prefer teachers more than
what I mean. Sorry to interject. Back in high school in Nigeria, there was a program that you all had to be involved in. They call it the Italian and Debating Society. You must be part of a group. If it's acting, anything. I still have a friend today, Benga. Benga was a very shy kid in school, but they said, okay, you have to join something. Benga, about people now joined debating whatever. Benga was shy. Today he's a lawyer. That's shy kid from back then. No? By this third year, the guy was bold and confident. It just it helped. It really helped. So my point is, you need to have a school system where it engages students. That way you don't have some kids in the back of the class that nobody cares about. You know, in the back, it's always the guys in the first row in the middle seat. The people in the back, nobody cares about them. You can't have that. You can't have that kind of system. You can't have that. They don't come to PT. You won't see their parents in the PT meeting. Why anyway? So they uncle abandon. But you must have programs in school to engage you. You don't. There's so many things going on in that system, man.
So many things.
Oh,
And even teachers,
BT, you know those society that you are talking about. You know, you also you look at the one that you can fit in, the one where you think you can perform. That is where the one you join.
well,
You understand?
how would you know when they're even available for you to even choose or to even
You know, they don't even exist again. They don't exist again. The only thing that the school does now is to put our school in Wayeko, we have a 95% pass rate. This is what we score in JAMB, and that is what we are. Is that what we are looking for?
I'm still a proud member of Greenhouse. That was my house in school. Greenhouse, no, because you have your house for sports, you had your group for debating, for fine arts, for agriculture, for wood finishing.
You do competitions based on all these
amongst
things.
yourselves, yes.
Exactly. And in fact, by the time you are performing, you know that this is what I want to do. This is the line I want to follow. It's not everybody that become an accountant. Okay, if everybody become, where is what are you been accounting for?
Simba, the system here is also very interesting. You know that in the kindergarten here, from age 2 to probably to age 6 or 5, their kids, they just go to school just to play, learn painting. They learn how to paint.
Finland has the best educational system in the world.
They are not, you know what? They are not even teaching them nothing. And I will tell you one thing. When they have their first short break, they will take them out to walk like 1 kilometer along the periphery of their school, or maybe along the major road. You will stop for them. It's for them in the kindergarten, the primary school, and also the high school, everything. So the way
at what age did they even allow children to start schooling?
They can for kindergarten, you can take your kid to the kindergarten at 2 years old, but they are not teaching them anything. It's just a play group, because they believe that in that particular time they need to play, they need to sleep. So they just teach them maybe probably English, just little, and then give them paper to draw and paint. That's all. The other is to play with the swing, sleep, eat, and don't. By the time they are 6 or 7
in
years
Nigeria, by the time, in fact, they will start teaching them 1, 2, 3 at that 2 years old. But then the parents will still they will now be telling the parents, I see your child cannot even say, does not know 1 to 10. At age 2, when he cannot even talk.
High school, we went to Candy. We were doing excursion. Candy Dam, Palace, this and that. The culture is part of it. They will take you to the shrine. This is where something was. This is
BT. It was like that all over the country. I could remember the first time I went to Kanji Dam was in my secondary school. From Osun State to Kanji in Niger State. We went there. So it's, to me, I think if we can restructure our educational system and maybe even go back to that old system, any private school that does not have all the facilities for agriculture, for sport, for everything should be scrapped. That is not education. Education is not only ABCD.
Yeah, and you see a lot of private schools, they just have 2 or 3 story building, no place for playing, nothing. Yeah, I don't know.
They will put one swing. They will put one swing in the middle of the circle.
And to make it funny, then Nigerian people.
In fact, let me even tell you. That was the time they said my daughter said they were to do entire sport, and I asked them. I said, "Where did you do the practice? So where are you going to do the entire sport?" They said they will go to the stadium. Okay, if you want to go and do entire sport in the stadium, where was the practice? Because I remember those days.
We have to
2-3 months before the entire sport, they will have divided you into houses. You have your houses. They will know who is going to do 100 meters, who is going to do discus throw, who is going to do short put, who is going to do the long jump and the high jump, and all those things. Even match past. You understand? So how do they prepare? How did you prepare when you don't even have a sports facilities and you say you want to do entire sport?
I have to say, high school sport in that school, it was very big in my town. High school where you will have local derbies. When Egba High School is playing Lisabi Grammar School, the whole city shuts down.
Yes.
The whole high school football, or run.
BT, I said it's the same everywhere, principal corp and all those things. You understand? School relay. If one school is doing entire sport, they will invite other schools to come and relay. And you understand? And it's going to be a big competition. Everywhere will be a gog.
So Babati and Simba, and I know why all these developed countries they will continue to outshine Africa. Their system is programmed to last for a long time towards the future. They just think with it little by little if there is some innovations. But our own, instead of us improving, we are digressing. We are not improving at all. When you look at everything here, they did not play with extracurricular activity. On Saturday, on Sunday, because we are now in summer, you can see so many kids go and play practice because this is a cold area. If not cold, you will see them with a lot of different jerseys. Girls and boys, they join a lot of youth teams playing among themselves because they realize that everybody cannot be an engineer or doctor. Even if you're a superstar, a football player, you can even make more money than them. So why you trouble yourself to be a doctor if your brain does not have that to be a doctor? So Nigeria, we need to sit down and think about the future for that country.
That was the first time I saw this guy called Korede. Who play professional in Tokyo. It was discovered in those high school stuff because Pepsi Academy came for him. When they saw him play in those high school stuff, they came for him and he was injured, but he still played in Turkey. Played in Turkey, so he made away at that very young age in Loti Babylon. So you can even discover talents. You can say, okay, maybe it's not even a school at university. You can do other things. Maybe singing, maybe music, maybe acting. People are into acting. In high school, we had my sister used to do cooking, this impromptu where you just act on your own. She used to do this old woman act, whatever. And people discover, get to act in Shaworo there, Shaworo, whatever. That's I like go. Yeah. I knew her from high school. She went to my school now, the grammar school. Yeah. So from there, that's it. That might be your lane. So they discover you early, start developing your talents. It's not all book all the time.
Yeah, all the schools are public school, and all of the school, they have playground, big playground, big one, including soccer pitch. Even if it's not very big, at least they have everything: basketball, swing area. The school, the environment is so good that you like to go to school.
Remy, my secondary school, we have everything. We have poultry, where we have poultry, we have where we have our piggery, where we have our even sheep. That you understand, for agricultural students. We have everything, even sports. I don't think there's any common sport that we do in Africa that we don't even have in my secondary school. Lawn tennis court, volleyball, and we have time for all those things. In fact, I remember when we were even in the junior class level, we used to go out to volleyball, basketball, and all those things. They taught us all those things, how you can do it, how many players plays all these things and all those things. You understand? And then we engage, even schools, we engage in a lot of competitions. And that is how look at it.
So, Simba, let's go back to that agri. What can Nigerians do to force? I don't know whether to use force or
Simba.
Yes.
All those years you mentioned, they were under military rule, right?
No.
All those things that were functioning well back then were under military rule. So, lọ́dà yìí civilian rule sí tẹ́ẹ̀lì rí gbogbo nǹkan tó da yẹn Simba.
On a more serious note, I went to, even to be honest, one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen in my state is a place called Area J4. If you know where Area J4 is in Ogun State, it's a reserve, forest reserve. That place is easy. And that was done under the military. And you go there on excursion, they will show you, the way they are, man. So, well,
bàbá
but
tí ì
when
lọ
is
sí
with
eré
you, man?
ajé fọ yẹn ń sìn wọn á rí i pé wọ́n ti tà fúnra wọn. àwọn lọ síbẹ̀.
Wọ́n tiẹ̀ ti gé wọ́n á ti gé gbogbo igi tó wà ń bẹ̀ wọ́n á ti gbé tà.
tàbá ń sọ wípé ọ̀dà military wípé ilé ayé rojú ó rájè ẹ máa bá
No,
wa jà.
Baba, but it's
wọ́n
not.
fund
Don't
education
ascribe.
dáadáa.
Don't just give them that. Let me tell you, we knew what happened. We know how reckless some of these military officers were then. Also, the military that you can be talking about. Let me tell you, anybody that came after 1983, they did not do. They did not do anything for that country, and you agree with me. So is it during Babangida regime that Babangida was changing all the military administrator every 2 years just to spread the corruption around? That was what he was doing that time.
Babangida started, the corruption started under
Babangida. So what are we talking about?
Yeah. But what I'm saying, even under him,
let me tell you, all those things. Let me tell you, the thing that started deteriorating. You understand? It's only that when you have something on ground, it will take time before that thing will deteriorate to the extent that you will not even see it again. The old things that have been in existence were still what we met and we enjoyed that time. It wasn't as if they improved on it or they added anything to it, Baba Jale Koko. They didn't. My schools, the school I attended, I was established even before independence. So, and all the facilities has been there right from then. Look at, what are those things that we post-colonial eras? What are those things that we put in place? Those are the issues.
Yeah, but the point is that under a civilian rule, we should have done way better with the
thank you, Baba T.
Military that, but at least they still preserve some things.
I'm not saying I'm not saying that they will have done well on that. Okay, if you have somebody like the speaker, somebody like that they become the speaker of a House of Assembly. I said that the only way you can empower women is by marrying them out to suitors.
I don't understand it totally. Stupid man.
You understand? Is that empowerment?
Now? No, yes, in the way.
Just to continue to treat children like that, children that they cannot take care of.
The funny thing,
you will not end up with that Simba, you will not end up with that fistula. Vaginal
fistula.
Fistula, yeah.
Yes, I just wonder how some men.
Because most of these are under age, 13 years old, 14-year-old now. So if you have people like that as leaders, what do they need to offer? If you have 100 of those, what will it cost him? What will it cost him by sending those girls to school or vocational centers to empower them? The same money that is going to use to marry them out, by the time you see the budget that will do for that thing, he's going to spend state money, and you call it a constituency project. You understand? That money that is going to use to marry them out is enough to train those ladies in one form of skill acquisition or the other. But look at the way he's thinking, and he said he will go to court to go and challenge the minister. He will do this, that the marriage will still go ahead.
It's a lie. They will settle out of court. I don't understand. At this century, you are marrying an underage girl out to Baba Agbaya somewhere, and that Baba Agbaya already have like 3 wives at home. Now come join with another small girl. I don't understand it. So that is another way of creating banditry in the future. Because by the time they start having children that they cannot take care of, what would these children become?
No, okay. Can you imagine if you start having children at the age of 13? Look at the reproductive years that lady will pass through, and he will not have any form of contraception. That woman can have like 10 to 15 children before she will stop.
Oh my God.
So basically, for people asking about what we mean by the fistula, it means that because your canal is too young at that age, so there will be an opening in your vagina that allows feces and urine to enter into it, so it to merge together pretty much. Because that place is you're too young to have.
No, by the time they usually, because their pelvis is not well developed, they
Right.
will have baby, then they will not have what we call they will have prolonged labor, and then is by the time they are having that, it will cause a form of erosion of that because it's a link between the bladder and the vagina. And then the urine will not be leaking from the vagina to from the bladder to the vagina. So most of them, and most of the time, they don't get correction. So they become
that will become continuous UTIs.
continuous drainage. Yes. They will just be smelling, be packing the place, infection will set in. So it's a very serious issue.
But where is
And
your
then the surgery now, they are doing the surgery, but the surgery is very, very expensive. And the useless speaker, they have a lot of people that are suffering from that too. It will not go and sponsor those ones for surgery and let them live a better life. God, these
So
guys are stinking.
you can see that this so-called religious leader or whatever, especially in the northern part, they are just killing their people unnecessarily. Continue to do so many terrible things to them. How can you, for God's sake, a girl of 13, 12 or 13, and before she's 20, she already has 7 kids? I just don't get it. And you won't feed them very well, you won't clothe them very well, you won't do nothing to really help them. I don't subscribe. To me,
And Remy, if you, and these are the children that have already suffered from malnutrition. No?
Yes, of course. Now
they have not even have a proper growth and development. They are already stunted. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because if you look at an average 13-year-old girl or 14-year-old girl in Europe or in America, you see them, they are big already.
What are you talking about? Even if you see a girl of 13 here, she's already as tall and as strong.
You understand? Those ones, okay. Can you now compare? Can you compare them with these ladies, these girls that we are talking about?
They are not the same level.
You understand? And then they want to use the same yardstick and say, okay, because of what really? To me, it's not about religion. It's just about their understanding.
Yeah.
Even here in Saudi Arabia, people don't do that any longer because their ladies are schooling now.
I think we should enforce that anybody you see on the street, they should go to school. Whether it's Arabic school you want in or not, I don't care. They should go to school. Just go to school. Because if they go to school, they will be enlightened and at least they will be exposed to so many things because of knowledge. But telling us to stay at home, I don't subscribe to women to be an housewife. Everybody should go to work. Go out there to work. Because when you work, you have more dignity. Even your husband will respect you more. But if you think you can just stay at home and then the man bring money for you every time, no matter what, he won't respect you totally. Because there will be a time that you'll be on his nerve. Because you are just collecting. You are not the one making the money. But if you also make your own part, any man that has a wife that is working.
But Remy, I'm very sorry to say what I discover is that even I don't want to just make it a northern issue because of this. But the issue is here is that even the so-called educated, you see a professor, you understand? That education did not detach them from their religion, did not detach them from the so-called culture that you understand. I thought if you are educated, it's supposed to modify your way of life in a way that at least you will be able to see everything in moderacy. You understand? But you discover that you'll be discussing with a professor, and that professor also believe in that tradition, and they say, hey, there's nothing they can do about it. They just have to continue doing it. You understand?
So many of them in Nigeria, they will be quoting blah blah blah.
The issue is that when it comes to religion, people tend to now be submissive. They tend to actually live, it's like they submit their brain. They don't want to even think about anything. There's no rational thinking again. It just I don't understand.
Do you remember this guy called Al Hassan Dogua that came to the House of Representatives with his wives and 28 children and was boasting
Yes, now, I was
he's very
talking rubbish.
fertile. I'm very fertile. Look at the evidence. 28 children, 4 wives, only me. I'm like, and this one go. The guy has a degree. He has a first class degree from allegedly. And I'm like, see the law school by 28 children. I'm very fertile. That's the evidence of.
And it was, but I think he brought all his wife to the national.
But yes, now they all came. He came there with his kids and his wife. Now. This guy,
It's just a show off unnecessary. Is he really taking care of all the children? Sometimes you even ask yourself, you will see a man that is disciplined. That is one of the reasons why I don't like Atiku. He's not disciplined. Because I say, you call yourself, you want to be a leader that have 35 or 40 children with several wives. He's not disciplined. If you are not disciplined,
Atiku can't his wife. He married all the tribes in Nigeria now, and that's why Nigeria said.
You are not disciplined down there. How can you be disciplined up here? It's easy. So if we throw any women at you, even at 80 years old, you just be signing the document.
It wouldn't when you need.
But it work for you now. For God's sake, at that age, you are still getting married to new at age of 70. Gone to your long because of what? And you want to be a leader. Let's assume that as Atiku is your president today. Do you know how many security details are you going to provide for nearly 40 children? And all those children too, they want the piece of the cake because their father is the president. They want contract, they want this, they want everything. So
ṣé nìkan là ń pariwo ń sìn.
Emani, why not? We can discuss lady by 100 points. We can buy lady. 28 long. We can do. Let me even say this. No, 28 years. It would normally know.
I don't even know.
I'm a lot of DNA money.
Truly, you are the son of the president or daughter of the president. You have to do DNA. There are more than 28.
But you know, on a more serious note, we thank God that he was the president because to backboard the way his kids were talking prior to the elections, like they were coming to just loot the whole place. You remember those stories, those audio leaks, audio tapes?
Yes.
When someone was talking about, so
that's what they would do.
Yeah, like looted the whole place. I mean, we all knew he was coming there to loot anyway. The guy even said it now. He said, I'll take care of my friends now. I mean, I take care of everything.
Because I always ask myself a lot of questions. Everywhere you go, you see people are very disciplined. Even their country is good, but people are still disciplined to take the right decision. And when you now just oppose it with our own people, a lot of people are not taking the right decision. I have a lot of people who does not have a clear-cut job. They are not even making enough money, but they are having 6, 7 children. And when you talk to them, why don't you stop? You are my friend. Why are you using your boat every time? Stop now. Because if you are available, you have kids. You continue to beg all your friends around.
Even if you want to use your bola, you can use your bola. Must it result in babies?
I don't know. You don't have clear-cut job. Your wife is also not good enough. I'm not providing enough. Then when you have this kid, then you start begging us. You want to pay school fees. You want to do naming service. You want to do this. How long are we going to be helping you? Everybody have their own family. So people are not disciplined enough to take the right decision.
Oh, no, one now.
You know, there is a link between poverty and fertility. You know, there is a link between poverty and fertility.
But then he said, of course, only time now. when you have time on
introduce
phone.
that kind of people to Abajali Kukuna. People go ma Abajali
only can my business.
ẹ máa bí sí ẹ máa rẹ̀ sí
my life, no my head. So we introduce them to
ó
Babajali.
ó yẹ ká take care of our responsibility àwọn èèyàn wa tó ń bímọ nílé ká máa encourage wọn kán máa bímọ sí ká dẹ̀ máa fund àwọn ọmọ yẹn.
Àwọn náà ni a máa kó ogun wá sọ́dọ̀ yín náà.
Asset ni wọn o, asset gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí. Look, we have to support them, get more babies, because those babies, whether we like it or not, they're really going to be asset for that country in the future.
ẹ gbàgbé asset ta ní ta kí ni ilé ìtòbí ní ìsọkúsọ wo ni bàbá jẹ́ kó sọ lẹ́nu
lórí bandits tó ṣẹlẹ̀
on yahoo yahoo you can let me tell you, China got to a state they have to regulate it. It's good to have population, but it must be a productive population, not the kind of population that we have. We are not productive, Babajale Koko. I cannot be encouraging irresponsibility.
I disagree with you. Nigerian people are very resilient, very hardworking, and that tells me that we can be very, very productive if we have people.
You are just being visionary. Presently, are we productive?
No, because the resources of the states has not been well managed.
But the issue is this: you have to put before you be encouraging such a thing. You have to put things in place first. Okay, the population that you want to encourage, do you have the infrastructure to cater for them? Do you have you have the educational system? You have to know that, okay, these people that you are trying to bring to the world, you must have plan for them. You cannot plan. What are you talking about, Babajale?
Okay, now I'm getting what you are saying. You are talking that individuals should look on the ground, note that nothing is available, nothing is good, so you don't have to have babies. But human beings can be very hopeful. We can look at today and believe that today could be rough, but we can have that hope that tomorrow
but if people start if you are the one now, the way you are talking now, you are also encouraging a bad thing now. How can you be saying that people should be hopeful in the midst of hopelessness?
I will not tell people not to have.
I will tell them. Because if they are bringing them, it's going to be my own responsibility also. They will be a nuisance to me, and I don't want a situation where it will be a nuisance to me and my family. What are you talking about?
Look, if our parents are thinking like this, the way you are thinking, we won't be here. We won't be here today. But
our parents, you won't be. Your parents take responsibility. They didn't just bring you to the world and throw you out there.
No, we were living inside them. How do I describe it? The situation was not that good that time, but they let me
tell you this.
Yeah.
No, just hold on. If you look at the society then, let me tell you. If you look at the society then,
it wasn't easy back then.
I can't remember. I can't remember any time that I came back from school and my father asked me, go and bring your book. No, I have brothers in front of me. We even on your own as a young kid growing up, we grow up by mentorship. If you remember,
yes, you have brother Dubo, you have sister Dubo.
Yeah, exactly. I remember that time I will carry my own book. I will go to my brother's friend to go and be teaching me all those chemistry and physics and all those, or my own evolution. You understand? Children of nowadays, would they do that?
Yeah, because they are not encouraged. The school system is not working good the way it used to work good during our own days. We were taught in the school. We were shown that the future can be
what I discovered that time.
We don't have. Hold on, Simba. We didn't have distraction the way we have distraction with social media and other things going around in the society now. We weren't having that distraction. So we cannot look at our time and said, oh, These days, oh, you don't have baby. No, let people have baby. Future is going to be better. If Nigeria, look, our leadership just have to invest heavily on education, healthcare,
But
agriculture.
spending, let me,
That is
Babajale
it.
Kuku, let me just
And they use
spending when
them.
they will
They
do that.
use them they use the
Wait,
population, to better those the sector to work in those sector and make it work better.
spending when we have all those things on ground, people should start having babies that they cannot care for. They should stop it. You remember that time? The only way you think that, okay, even that time, if you want to woo a girl, the only thing that you can use to boast, maybe you are brilliant in school, or you are good in one sport or the other, and you are good in one thing or the other. And those are the things that even the ladies are looking. They are looking for one quality in you before they even fall for you.
Sure.
You know, Baba Jale Koko.
Sure.
It's not by money. It's not by what you have. It's
Sure.
your quality.
Mm-hmm.
But those value systems, they're no longer there.
Who do we blame? Yeah, I mean, the value. First of all, we have to blame ourselves for that value system that we didn't maintain, that we failed to maintain. Parenting. I mean, we are failing in our parenting capacity. We are
No,
not
we are.
doing well.
I used to say that we are because we are like a bridge between the old generation and the new generation. We failed.
That's what I'm saying. I said a lot of
The way we train our children, we train them to be dependent, not to be independent.
Oh yeah. You want to provide everything. You don't want them
Everything
to
you
cry. You don't want teacher
fed
to
them
beat
with,
them in the school.
exactly.
You don't want
And we now made
them
them
to
to
go
be
through
useless.
hardship.
They are very useless. I'm very sorry to use language. They are very useless.
You
Good
don't
for
want them to
nothing.
go through hardship.
Do
You don't
you
want them
want
to
to defend
suffer.
something? Simba, are you what useless as in?
You don't want them to drink kulukuli and nepa. You don't want all those things. You want them to
Babati,
live
they are
like
useless as anything. They are useless as like tissue paper. Tissue paper is even have a use.
I don't. I don't agree with that. Let's say I don't think growing up in a comfortable environment. I mean, it's about raising them to be disciplined with what they have.
BT, maybe we can even we can become racial about it. The value system of an average black home is different from the value system of an average white home. You people live there. You understand? Even the way so what are we talking about? They were not raised. They don't raise their children to be as wasteful as we raise our own children.
No, but the point that somebody grew up in an affluent family, then
No, I'm trying to support what you are saying, but the way we do our own, the way we use our own affluence to affect the training of our children, the Oyibo people don't do that. They still have value.
Right. They don't say because oh, you for instance now you beat somebody up and they say I'm a chief on you. No, they will still scold you and say that because I get your point. You don't. I see what you're saying. So you don't. I see it. I get your point now. Yeah, we tend to go overboard with that, which make those kids. I mean, some of them. I won't say all of them, but
majority. You are just being economical with the truth. It's just majority of them are just.
You know, I can't agree with that for obvious reasons, so I have to push back. So it's not always.
And you see what we have done bad for ourselves and our children is that we the society now we have introduced this class system into our society. These are the children of the rich or even those middle class. They don't even want the children of the poor around them. They don't want to. They want to have segregate. We are building a system of segregation too.
Yeah.
The school system, when we are growing up, the children of the richest, we went to the same public school.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? The children of the poorest, we are in the same school. The children of the middle class, we went to the same public school system. So we grew up together to understand each other and to interact and to know each other and believe that we grew up together and we have the same mentality.
And do you know what?
But it's different now.
You know,
we have created a segregation system, and we are dividing. The children does not grow up with the same mindset as they don't see the country the same way. The way the children of the poor see the country is different from this way the middle class children see the different from the way the richest and the rich people they see. We have built a divided country already.
But
it's very bad.
You know what also happens is, let me just give an example, because I went to a legacy school. So even though your parents can afford to send you to a private school, they will choose to send you to that public legacy school because of the name, right? But what happens is, when you mingle with other kids, the school is forced to keep the standard high, because half of the kids there are from rich families and alumni, which also helps the poor students as well, right? So it uplifts both everybody. Everybody gets that leg up to get at least the best education, and you get to interact with other people too, learn from the experiences and stories like that. So, which makes you a better person. But there was a story of this guy. Do you know Kohl's, right? Kohl's, they do bathrooms and bedrooms and all those tiles and all those bathroom sinks. So I was reading the story of the current CEO now. It's a family business. They've owned it for a long time. So he was in college, right? And he was working, and he said, "Where do you work?" And he was a technician, learning how to fix those tiles, how to set it up. Then I say, your father owns this huge conglomerate. Why are you working as a technician? Do you know what he said about Lekpo? He said, because they told him that one day you will become the CEO, but you need to understand from the beginning of how this thing is made, how it is installed, the value. So before he even became the boss now, want to train it from fully understand the business.
Yes.
But in Nigerian circle, they don't raise their kids that way. Just go to Harvard, go to Yale, then you just come back. You don't even know. You just say, I'm the boss now. So you don't care about anybody.
You don't know how the foundation.
Yeah. So you don't care. Yeah. So you don't care about anybody. You don't care about the people that work down there. But now this guy understands everybody. He knows what's going on down there. That's the way we're supposed to. If you're raising a rich family in Nigeria, that's the way you're supposed to raise them. But we don't do that. We shoot them. They shoot them away from that environment. They're not exposed to the real world. They go to their Harvard, their Cambridge. They come back. They become CEOs, or they go work in the bank. So they are never really exposed to real life experience. And oftentimes, I've seen them in this abroad and in Nigeria. They are mostly drug addicts. But they're mostly use drug, or they're into sex, and it's a effed up space.
You see, to change our orientation in that country, we have to start it from the school system. If we don't bring the children of the poor, the rich, bring them together, let them go through the same school system, you see, we are only building the future. I mean, how do I describe it? A future of disaster, a future of crisis for ourselves in that country. Because we're not going to see the country in the same way. The children will grow up, they don't, the country, what the country represents is going to be different to them. And like Simba was saying then, I mean, if those that their father were very rich back then, when we went to school, we were doing the farming and all this thing. We were doing it together. Atomolowo atomokini gbogbo alajijọ ṣiṣẹ́ oko tàbá ṣe agri science tàmá kó wa lọ sínú oko pé okay ibi báyìí ni ibi tó allocate ilẹ̀ títí ẹni kó máa kò rebè níbẹ̀. Àtọmọ olówó àtàwọn àwọn tó jẹ́ pé those that their children are their father were very rich. We went through the same rigorous school system. Everything, the discipline, we were disciplined the same way. Even
So, Baba, could remember, even if you are from the rich home, they will focus more on you. They
will
say,
beat you, and he cannot go home to tell his father.
Before you get home, Baba had to go gun, and that is my there.
Only there was one, I won't mention the name. They are very close to Awolowo. There was one day that we went to Awolowo campaign. I think it was in 1978 or this thing in Ikeja. And we went there, let's go and listen, hear what he just walked up the stage and other Balef Awolowo, well, I don't want to mention their name. But we were friends. I'm not from rich, but we went through the same school system. We became very good friends. But their name, I mean, family name is a household name in Lagos. But it cannot happen now.
Even Baba Koko, if you remember those days, even the so-called rich are ready to welcome the poor. You understand?
Oh, yeah.
You have them as friends, and when you go to their house, they will not say don't come. In fact, they will welcome you. You understand? It even help to integrate the society.
I mean, we have lost it, man. It's so bad. You see,
it's not now that everybody now has a gate. You cannot even enter another man's house. That time, everybody welcome both the rich. There's no you can't even know the difference between the rich and the poor, because the rich also welcome the poor.
So that is one to the school system and these children. Look, this insecurity we have in that country, if we don't fight it, it will not go away. Banditry, terrorism, it doesn't go easily. We must recruit all these children.
Baba, regulate social media, no.
The school system should be used to recruit all these children of the poor and the rich into the military. They must have compulsory military service.
You mean both genders or just the males?
Both gender.
Both of them. They must have compulsory military service to serve their country. That is another way that you can integrate the children of the poor and the rich. There is no exemption. Then they will have the same military training, the same distance, and they have the same mindset that this country belongs to us. We must fight for this country to survive. We must not allow criminals to take over this country from us. But the way it is now,
Baba Jale Koko, they are doing that exactly here. They're about to party ice cream by Malostar military. Everybody already wants to integrate that country.
I said before on this platform, when I went to Israel, I saw these young girls on the, I don't know, like maybe 3 of them, and they had guns. They'll be patrol, uncle move kakiri. Wait a minute. So I asked one of them, I said, wait a minute, he said no, they're actually Americans, but they're American-born Jewish girls, right? Apparently they have a program where in high school you can go to Israel and serve for 2 years in their military. Even if you are born abroad as a Jewish person, they will pay for everything. You will come, they will train you for 2 years, and you can go back, maybe be reserve one. And I'm like, wow, I didn't know.
That is the same thing that we're supposed to do in that country. No exemption.
Even their diaspora, they bring them into them as reserves. They bring them that first 2 years. They will bring them from America or whatever. There's a program for that. I need to find that name. I think I brought it on the program before.
Baba Jale Koko and Baba to everybody, do you know in China you cannot have a baby outside of wedding? The government will not recognize your baby. One no funny social security number to badaba. One no funny benefit. Maybe sometimes they went ahead and abort that pregnancy for you. They are so they control to death. Oh, you cannot just do whatever you want just like that. But in Nigeria, almost 14, 15, 16, why Jordan of state
ẹ̀yin ṣe fẹ́ pé kọ́ máa pa ọmọdé báyìí ti jẹ́ ti China lẹ́ tún fẹ́ sọ.
No, I'm giving you an example. Why in their school, the way they put Africa into their head is Africa is nothing. They are bushmen. The Barry Street or Colopa Africa, we want to buy your they see us as so poor, mystery, poverty stricken. So any evil or bad thing is that continent. That is what they are teaching them. And
you mean in China? You mean in China?
It's not like that. This is what is, but that's what we are taught. And it's true. And what do they show them on TV, on their national TV? They are still showing
Finland,
I'm talking about China. In China, they are still showing them the civil war in Ethiopia, where the children malnutrition.
I wanna copy our West. One copy West. One then lost Africa, lo ma jale, lo ma check.
Tẹ́ bá ṣọ́ra fún ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ àwọn náà gbọ́n gan ni wọ́n kàn máa lẹ̀ fún yín pé àwọn ò mọ nǹkan kan wọ́n máa mú nǹkan kan pamọ́ nípa contract wọn tẹ́ bá wọn ṣe ní láti wà careful gan seriously but wọ́n ti tẹ́mi kàn mọ̀ ni pé kò sí wọ́n ṣe jalè tó ṣèbí infrastructure ṣe bá Africa ló máa wà wọ́n wá gbé nígbà tá a bá rówó san wọ́n wá yọ kúrò ní possible.
You want to blame them? There is this Yoruba saying wọ́n ní orẹ́sẹ̀ kínní kan ò bú ta ló máa gbé tiẹ̀ sílẹ̀. If you are not smart, everybody is ready to dupe you now.
Smart it.
Our leaders are not doing good, though. They are not doing good at all.
It's orientation at all.
Yeah.
Is it okay? You are talking about it's the same. Let me tell you, Baba Kuku, our leader is just a reflection of our society. They are just a reflection of our society. So you can't just take them in isolation. They are not. They are different from us?
No, they've been leading. They are not showing good leadership.
You want to take us back now? How do you define a leader? For the fact that you contested an election and you won an election, does that make you a leader?
Look.
No, look at the example of somebody that we are giving now. That speaker, is that one? Can you call that one a leader?
Well, that is why you see your statement that our leadership reflect who we are as people. I agree with you to some extent. I not totally, but partially. But one thing that we have to that we have to see as very important is that, you see, when people that occupy the position of leadership, they should show discipline, they should show appreciation to the government, to the state, that they are well paid, they are well cared for, and the responsibility that they were elected to do or promised to do, if not 100%, if cannot fulfill it 100%, at least do 70%, not 10%, at least do 70%. If they are all of them in all, position of leadership, if they are performing 70%, we'll be better off. But how can all of them be performing below, under 20 or around 20% all over? That is not good enough.
But where are the check and balances? Somebody has to put I mean, you know, if you don't let's say you apply for a program now, a profession that you're doing, let's say medicine or anything. Every year, right? Simba knows what I'm talking about. You must maybe every 5 years you must renew your certificate. There's standards that you have to meet. When you fail to meet those standards, there's a board or body that regulate that space that will determine that if you still do necessarily like to continue. Not so in this scenario now, I'm not discussing the people deciding maybe elections, waiting for 4 years. Within that 4-year period, if you're not performing the first 1, 2, 3 years, they should be taken balance to say, this person is failing at their job, or get rid of them before that 4-year expires. Like somebody steals money, or they're not up to the task. They don't know how to navigate that. There has to be a system in place to ensure that first, before you even get there, you're qualified. And even if you manage to skate through that, we can get rid of you, or find your replacement before you cause more disaster to the country or to your state or to your local government. That's the kind of system I want in place. Let's not always wait till 4 years to change leaders.
That is true, Baba T, because we have done that before in the past. Right? By the way, hello to those who are joining us. The Nigeria has not been a linear progression, right? We've had that in the past. What's happened to our country is that we have deceptive people coming in and bringing their people into virtually all parts of our country, especially from 2015. They had impetus to do that. Unscrupulous, unprincipled, untrustworthy people, lying sons of a bitches, disingenuous people came in. We saw when that happened. It wasn't like this before. Nigeria has had good leaders in the past. They were not free from outside interference and all that. The Nigerian people themselves, we have a lot of good Nigerians in that country. So, like, it's a mantra now that we have bad leadership in our country. That's all it is, bad leadership. And since Buhari came in and used all kinds of old anachronistic stuff to bring in this new regime that we have now from, let's just say APC, from APC. Before, it was nothing to sing home about. But let's not pretend like we're making progress. We were making progress, right?
If I may quickly add, in contrast, if I may say that if we want a new set of leaders, then I want us to jettison from 1999 to date, because some of them are still recycling themselves or coming back. If we want to have a new set of leaders, then we must say from 1999 to date, none of you, if you have held any political post, should contest anymore. Because
that's a good idea, but you have to suggest something.
You cannot blame APC. We know what PDP.
Yeah, hold on, Remy, hold on.
So you cannot. No.
Let me just land. I was here listening for a very long time. Let me land. What I'm saying is that you cannot be coming in suggesting something that's harder than changing the constitution, for example. If you could do that, then you could change the constitution, which will be better. Right here, I gave my ideas before, but those are just pipe dreams. When I said in order to sign government checks, you need 27 people, for example. I'm suggesting those kind of things. But what I'm saying is that you cannot say from 1999 we're the same as today. No. Today, they're stealing 400 million, I don't know if it's a million barrels of oil. But a big percentage of, maybe half of our oil is gone, but government cannot determine who's doing it. What kind of government is that? In the government of the past, even if you go to Abacha, there's nothing like that. So even in the military era, Obasanjo will not be in power when you kill as many people you kill. You go take girls from our secondary schools. You cannot apprehend anybody and try them. There's nothing like that. Or you go to our main staple, our oil, you steal 400 barrels of oil. You cannot prosecute anybody. You don't know who's doing it. That's a failed state. That's totally different from what we had before. We had inefficiencies, yes. It was a nascent democracy since 1999, so they had an excuse. It's new. but it's nothing like what we have today. So we don't have to go all the way back. Yaradua was okay. Jonathan was okay. There was corruption, but it was nothing like what we have today. We have a lot of corruption on top of that. On top of all that, there's more corruption today than even when Jonathan was there. But at least Jonathan's time, it was corruption. Nobody's going to doubt that. So what I'm saying is that we have to hold APC accountable. APC doesn't belong to anybody. When we talk about APC or this administration, Tinubu does not belong to you more than he belongs to me. Awolowo does not belong to you more than he belongs to me. Nnamdi Azikiwe does not belong to me more than he belongs to you. So, because when we're having a serious conversation, they will have to deal with it in that spirit. We have to at least hold this government accountable, no matter what previous administrations did. Let's hold this one accountable, right? So, especially in the polling booths, next time, let's say you were fooled because everybody kept telling you, this is what you're going to get. There is no way you're going to say that people did not tell you. People, Yoruba said it, Igbo said it, some Hausa said it. If you put in, first of all, the one we had at the time was a horrible government. That political party is full of propaganda and lies. They're no good. There's not a single virtue with that government. That is totally different and alien to Nigerians. I don't care where you're from. That government was no good. So now, when people are saying that Tinubu was convicted of drug issues in the United States, that he's doing nepotism in Lagos, and that he doesn't know his ass from his mouth. That's exactly what it is. It's nothing that any reasonable person could look today after 1 year. If you're sober and you're fair, you're gonna say, you know what? I'm disappointed. I can't believe this man made a fool out of me because people said he's gonna be like this, and it's worse than they said. That's the only way. I mean, how else does any other country survive but to hold their government accountable? Their government. Showere says it. So if you're a General Koko, you support Showere. There is nothing redeeming about this particular administration. Your principal says that he's no good. So that's what I'm saying. It's not when people come here and we're talking. Yes, it's a customary thing in Nigeria to talk, and you're talking from a sectional perspective. Somebody could be talking like me, and all I want is for P2B to replace Tinubu, right? And that's wrong. If that's what I'm doing, that's wrong. So that's what I'm trying to say to you, especially Remy. You're very recalcitrant. You don't even want to give an inch. You're watching and experiencing a 30-something% inflation, monetary policy, everything. There's nothing good. So what else do you want? You were warned. This is the way it is. It's not going to be any better. Tomorrow's going to be worse than today because they have no empathy. They have no common sense. They have no class. So there's nothing that's going to change. I want you to know that now. So now what do? We have to come together. We have to condemn them. The political party itself is no good. They're full of propagandists, thieves, and liars. That's all you have in APC. They're not the only one. The other parties also have bad people, but PDP is not like APC. You have to just know that it's true. PDP is not like APC. PDP is not standard. Labour Party is not up to standard. But none of the other political parties, including ACC or whatever race parties, none of these people are like the APC. There's no political party like that APC in the whole of Africa. So it's not even close. So I want to hear what you have to say. And I want you to always remember that it's not a tribal thing. It's a truth.
Well, that's a very interesting position to take, Pansat. Thank you for saying that. I can say that, so far I've been disappointed so far with the Tinubu administration. But the alternative, I mean, in my opinion, cannot be P2B. I mean, if you tell me you have a grand plan of it for the better Nigeria, the better political system, better political party, and you come up with fresh ideas with a new face that I can at least listen to, then we can have that conversation. But if the alternative is going to be P2B and Labour, then we cannot. There's nothing to talk about. So, on the point of being objective and being critical about Tinubu, I agree. You can. I recoil when people talk about or come the idea that somebody that opposes Tinubu and they're not Yoruba are anti-Yoruba or they hate Yoruba people. I recall from that, belief system. I think that's unfair.
Yeah,
I mean,
you make a point on the somebody like me. If the only
yes,
reason why
it doesn't mean no, but you have you have a history, so perhaps they might not really. But I'm just saying that on the just the general belief that an Igbo man that is critical of Tinubu is tribalist. I don't agree with that. The same way, if I'm critical of Obi, does not mean I hate Igbo people.
No,
but
because there's not an access today only to low information people, right? I'm here in the United States, Baba T, which I believe you are here too. What would prompt me to be for Igbo people? What? There's nothing that will prompt me to be for example, P2B, except that he's exceptionally good for today. He's not a panacea. Peter Obi is not a panacea, but I cannot say, though, given his demeanor, his behavior, his patriotism, right? His stewardship when he was a governor. In that mix, in that cauldron called Nigeria, it's a glaring gem. I don't care where it comes from. It could come from Yoruba.
Can I say this, Pansat? The best argument I've heard from a friend that made the case for P2B was that he described P2B as a bridge from the old into the future. That means it belongs to the youth. So he at least understands that he was part of the system. But he is now going to provide this bridge into, giving access to the youth and for what I believe is new Nigeria. So that's the best argument I have heard so far, that describe P2B as a bridge between the old that we don't like into the future. But what I want is a deviation away totally from the old. No connection whatsoever to what we've had in the past. If you've been a former governor or you've been a PDP, APC, I don't want you at all. But the best argument I've heard so far was that at least it was part of the old system, but is a bridge into the new Nigeria that we want. That is the best argument I've had.
That counts, right? Mm-hmm. You have to deal with the modality you have on ground. You have to deal with the candidates you have, not the ones you wish you had, right? I wish we have somebody like you're describing that is completely alien, was thrown down from Mars, and is an angel, or he's done nothing wrong, brand new. Yeah, of course. Who would choose good if you have better? But we don't have that. What we have is a bunch of people who, when they governed, they fleece their state, for example. They allotted themselves lands, state property. They dip their hands in the public till. They have no clue, have no curiosity. They're tribal, or they have religious animals, jingoism, right? Now, we have to now take a look at some. P2B is not the only one, by the way. In Nigeria, we have Peter Obi. We have Showere. We have the younger candidates who haven't held power. They haven't held power before.
Mogalu,
the Prince Adewale, and all that. So now,
if I may quickly jump in just for 20 seconds.
Sure.
If you are comparing, please, when you talk about Obi, Obi can be classified under the Tinubu and the rest. He is totally different from the Mogalu and the rest. If you are looking for new Nigeria, like I said, and Babati also said, Yobi cannot be included in type of Mogalu or maybe Showore and the rest. They are not
He's
in the same
better.
way.
You're right. He's better than those. Hold on. You said 10 seconds. Okay, 5 seconds.
If
Go ahead.
that is the argument you are making here, a lot of Nigeria will listen to everybody. That okay, let's do away with all these so-called leaders.
No. That's collective punishment, and that's not what we do. We're trying to meticulously analyze. We can look at them.
Then you won't
And
get
then the point you make, just hear me out.
It's already tainted the way you are looking at it. It's already tainted.
And but just listen to me. Listen carefully to me, because I don't think you've ever listened to me before. What I'm saying to you is that Peter Obi is different from Showore, Mogalu, and all those in the sense that he is better than those people, right? Peter Obi has already held a political office, the governorship of a state. He's already led a corporation. He's done a lot of things. He has his school, his friends, his family, his business dealings in the United Kingdom as well as in Nigeria. And maybe he doesn't come out 100%. That's also possible. Some people have made allegations against him. For example, in the papers, I forgot what it's called now. That what is the papers thing called? Babati. What is that? When I remember, I'll tell you. Now, Peter Obi has come out and he has said, "Look, I was governor for 8 years. When I came in, I was impeached for blah, blah, blah. The court restored me. I did not, when I left a certain amount of money. I did not take a dime. I did not have them buy me a bottle of water. If you can go anywhere and find where I did something wrong with the state money, take the state money, I will stop running." So that you have people who will do opposition research, not gossip. These are people, including Showore, who probably has the best opposition research anybody in the country, if not Africa. Right? And he was a contestant in the election. And it was accessible. He would go to the press, and he has a press of his own. He could go on a debate or show it on TV. If you have anything, Peter B is making all these highfalutin claims. Some of them are virtually impossible for somebody to actually oppose. Show it, not gossip. If somebody opened an account in that paper, then I can't remember the name, the islands, how people try to. So opening that thing alone may not qualify. It's what you did with the account, how you evade taxes, what are the funds that were in there, how much tax did you avoid by doing that, where did the income come from? Did you make money in Nigeria and you put money over there, or you were in Britain and you put money over there, which is something that's allowed in Britain, and stuff, something that meets the threshold, at least prima facie threshold. What prima facie standard is this: you have proven something sufficiently enough to then ask that person to show why you're not guilty, right? Now, it's not acceptable in law. In the courts, you have to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt. But with the court of public opinion, there's something you're going to show. He has to respond to it. So he makes all these claims. Showore has never, ever held any elective office. We don't know what he's going to do if he has power to of the purse of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, to tax. Power.
So hold on. So you're saying that for you personally, you believe that for you to run for president, you must at least be a governor first. Is that what you're saying? That you don't believe that anybody from the outside with no political experience, holding any major political office?
You do have to have an answer for a critic like that. Maybe for me, it doesn't really matter, but it's not up to me. It's for the youth. It's for the Nigerians.
Okay, so for you, you just look at what they say, or okay, what is your own require? Because you always talk about being a former governor.
Yes.
So what would be your own? Forget like let's not discuss the
experience.
Okay. Yeah. Just in terms of political exposure or approval, like what would be your own? Is it more of political office, or is it more of what would be your own yardstick for determining the quality of leadership in terms of experience in the political space to run for presidency?
The way I look at it, I look it's a false choice. All right, you have to have whatever you've got. You don't have to be. You don't have to have experience as a president or a governor. You don't, but you have to have a whole lot more things then, right? So that you could be able to answer your critics, and it depends on who's running against you. Let's say in 2019, I supported Showore because at that time Atiku was in the top of the ticket. P2B was vice president candidate, but I didn't know who he was. I had no idea who he was. And then Showore was running, right? And our country, I believe that Jonathan was removed wrongfully by having somebody like Buhari succeed him. Somebody like Showore should have succeeded Jonathan, but Showore made a very bad mistake by having poor judgment. At that point, it was a poor judgment. It was not lack of judgment, right? Because they had a point. Showore had a point that Jonathan was corrupt. But then when it came down to it, where you have a geriatric military thug, former dictator that committed a coup d'etat and was accused of flying in bags of money at some point when Atiku was in the customs. Atiku himself made the accusation, and I believed him. When that choice became binary between good and evil in 2015, between Buhari and Jonathan, Showore maintained the position that there's no difference between those two. I disagree with that. Number one, like I said before, this is a former military dictator who committed a coup d'etat, had a lot of our citizens, at least 4 people, executed because they were accused of crimes involving drug. He made a law that made it retroactive and had them executed. It was brutal. He has no education, and he's a violent person. Had no patriotism whatsoever when it comes to the people, no empathy. Whereas, on the other hand, Jonathan, although maybe he's corrupt, he was a civilian, he's educated, has a doctorate in zoology, he's a gentleman, and he was unprepared because he was was an accidental president because his principal died in office, Yaradua. So it should have been an evolutionary change. You're not going to go replacing somebody like that. We're making progress. Jonathan was better than what is his name? Obasanjo, for example. And Showore maintained the position that there's no difference between the two. So that was poor judgment. Now, when it came down to, he got this man elected somehow by supporting or remaining on the fence. This man went on to put him in prison for something that he didn't do by saying that he's going to do a revolutionary change. He says he's a revolutionary person. He had his somehow just like in the case of Fela Ransom Kuti. It's not like he went there and shot Fela or whatever, but he hassled him until he died. He caused Showore to lose his brother. He put this man in jail with wickedness.
So
Let me just land.
sorry.
Let me land because I'm on.
No, he said his brother was that was caused. Do you have any proof of that?
That's what I mean. That you have to look at the circumstances, right? Even if he allowed thuggery to run amok and terrorists and killers to run amok, as president and commander in chief, his first duty is to protect the lives of Nigerians, right? If somebody killed somebody, the minimum he ought to do is to apprehend that person, or at least look for that person. You just don't let it go. It means that you are complicit. The Nigerian state has a lot of resources, satellite imagery, ability to invite other nations to come in. You have to show effort. Some people go and they kidnap girls in secondary schools, hundreds at a time, 300 girls from Chibok, right? That was under Jonathan, but he came in shortly after that. You can forensically go looking for those girls. There's a lot of things you can do. It's not easy to move 300 screaming girls. It's not easy where you recover some of them came out somehow from the forest. You put them away from the public and start feeding them. You don't do any investigation. You're unperturbed about it. And the governor of Benue Plateau is screaming, hey, look, they're here, they're killing me, come send soldiers. You don't do anything. That's the Nigerian state, right? We've been greater than that. We've gone into countries and rescued them when they need help. Nigeria has a lot of resources. So when I say he's complicit, at the minimum, he's complicit to that degree where he did nothing and some part of he doesn't care. Up to today, if you want those people who are, you could even hire private detectives in the United States and they're going to go find those girls. So now what I'm saying to you is this. We have heat-seeking technology with satellites to find where anybody is. Now, before you interrupted me, what I was saying is I'm coming to Showore because there is some kind of comparison being made between Obi and Showore, and obviously it's laughable, right? But the point I'm making is that when Showore had poor judgment in that case and then suffered the consequences of that, because our people say in Igbo language, if your head go and go to a wasp and you use your head to grab that wasp, it's going to bite you in the head, right? So he didn't learn from that poor judgment. Then he complicated it after this man put him in prison and everything. In the last election, I tried to see if he had a loss of judgment, because when you go into custody with parastatals such as DSS, they could be giving you tea, they could be doing all kinds of things to affect your brain, right? Because politics is a very dangerous game. It's not for choir boys. So when this election went by, I tried to discern, did Showore have a loss of judgment, or is it really lack of judgment? Because this is not the second time. The first time is poor judgment, but this time he demonstrated total lack of judgment, because you're supposed to run, and then at some point when you know you're not going to win, because it was obvious that Peter Obi is a choice of the same constituencies that you are part of, the youth, the progressives, people who want the country to move forward, a new Nigeria. Then you're supposed to give it your best shot. But once you know you're not going to win, like Beverty, you here in the United States, there are a lot of people that ran in the primary against Trump, including the governor of Florida.
So Showore should abandon his own party for the corrupt. That's all done now. To come and join Obi in that corrupt party that as Labour Party today. So you expected Showore to leave his own created party to come and join that corrupt party where will be bribe his way to get
Okay.
his ticket.
Okay. So
that's all.
let me answer you.
Uh-huh.
The answer, first of all, ignoring the ridiculousness of your assertion, right? The answer is yes. That's what the point I was just about to make before you ask the question. You contest. Nobody, you shouldn't abandon your ambition for anybody. You contest, but because what you're fighting for is Nigeria, right? That's where your judgment come in. You're gonna look at the two. You're gonna first of all look at yourself. You're not gonna win. So if you keep running, it may affect the better candidate who can win. Like that would be Peter Obi in this case, right? You make a judgment to say, okay, you know what? I have no experience anyway. I will join and get this party so I could then serve my country in some capacity. You have to work with others. You don't always have to be, if the people don't want you, they don't want you. He didn't win.
Now,
Hold on. Oh, let me say this to you before you ask. Hold on. Let me say this before.
Hold on. Let me interject you.
Because you know, Babalego go.
So, eh?
Atiku Club made the same argument.
Well, yeah, thank you. That's what
if Peter Obi did not run for office, it would have won because they were the same ticket. Like, dude, if you because you ran with me 4 years ago, right? So
no, but
hold on, please, wait now. You ran with me 4 years prior. I'm running now. So the same argument you're making that Showore should have, supported Peter Obi should have supported Atiku too.
Oh, contrary. No, it means you don't get it, Babati, and I'm very surprised at that. Let
me add this.
No, hold on. Oh, please.
Hold on. Let me add this. Would you advise Obi now to go and join Tinubu in the APC for reason of for nation building?
Okay, I get the question.
Can you go and join Tinubu for nation building now?
He used to become a minister.
Can I answer? it's I really think that you're being sincere. That's why I'm gonna answer this thing. Now I really want you to listen to me. Please listen to me. It's not there is a bifurcation, right? Obi is in league with Showere's kind of politics, progressive. Obi doesn't want corruption. For Showere, if he has any mantra whatsoever, it's corruption. He hates corruption more than anything. Right? Hold on, please. I have two questions I'm dealing with. No, I'm gonna insist this time. I'm gonna insist. I have two questions.
It's corrupt.
Can you guys, could you tell this guy to let me answer those two questions, please? I haven't dealt with it. I'm gonna deal with it with respect.
No, we don't have all the time that you.
I know, but it's an important question. Let me answer it. Just relax. My point. You don't think the question is important? If you don't,
it's
then
not important. I'm not saying the question is not important, but you should not take all the whole time. 1 or 1 minute.
I should be able to answer that question without your intervention.
1 minute is enough for you to answer the question. It's not a big question.
Let me try. Let me try if I could do it in 1 minute. What I'm saying is that, first of all, you have to be honest with yourself. If Showere's concern is there's a lot of thieves in our government, a lot of corruption in our government, and then you have Tinubu or Atiku running against Peter Obi, then who should be his man? I mean, you gotta be honest to that. If you're not honest to say to yourself, Obi might have other problems. One of them is not stealing. One of them is not corruption. Unless you are an idiot, right? And you just want to keep talking and talking. Obi does not have that problem. Obi might have other problems. Let me land. Hold on. It's not a minute yet.
It's already 10 seconds left.
So because I noticed that anytime somebody from the southeast is talking, you just keep interrupting. You have no respect. Let me land, right? You do with everybody else, but don't do it with me, Remy, because you're gonna ruffle my feather. I wanna speak, and I want you to speak. I want to hear everybody. Let's talk, but don't be belligerent, right? So now, Babati and Ajahn Lekoko, what I'm saying to you, first of all, where am I getting it wrong? Where do you don't think that Peter Obi is not in the league of Atiku and Tinubu when it comes to corruption? You don't think so? Answer me. Let me understand that. Are you arguing that?
No, we are saying that
Thomas,
Sowore does
Yoruba
not,
Wambe. Thomas, if you are there, Adewale
and
want to come in.
the point is that when
So Thomas, come back, come and join and bring in Adewale.
Sowore does not believe, he said he should have supported him. Sowore does not believe that it shares any values with Obi. That the people that support, I agree that the people that have supported Sowore, they went to vote for Obi. But Sowore as a candidate does not align. It does not believe that it shares anything political ideology with Peter Obi. So that's why the first that's where the problem is. So you cannot really say, yeah. So that's the issue.
Right, but
Addition,
that's called judgment. You have to judge him.
In
Go ahead.
addition, Baba T,
Yeah, go ahead. Jeremy.
Obi is regarded, to me, if I watch Sowore, is as corrupt, even more corrupt than the others also.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking you now.
Listen, calm down. Or probably in the same league with Atiku or Tinubu.
Okay, fine. What I'm asking you.
It can never work with your guy.
Okay, good. Okay, listen to me now. Listen, let me tell you that I heard you, but I want to ask you a question. Hold on, I want to ask you a question. I don't have a guy. Obi is not my guy. I want you to know that. But let's. I'm talking to you just based on an observer.
You said you want to ask a question. Go ahead.
Yeah. So here's a question for you. Sowore says that. Do you agree with him? Do you understand? He could say that, but do you agree with him? I want Baba T, Remy, and Angelico just answer that. So Sowore believes that Obi and Atiku and Tinubu are the same, or even Jonathan, they're all the same.
Let me
agree with
reply.
that?
No, let me reply. It's very easy. Sowore would never run with Atiku on the same ticket. I can tell you that.
Okay, keep going.
He would never align himself with anybody that he deems corrupt.
Right.
Obi did that. That's the difference.
Okay, so let me hold on. Let me ask you, because Angelico doesn't talk when I ask him a question like that. It's very good to know, because somebody could have a poor judgment, which I think he does have. Right? I've already said it when Jonathan was in office. Sowore criticized him. Now remember, Sowore did support the what do you call that? The doctrine of necessity to make sure that Jonathan succeeded Yaradua and all that.
Look, let me ask you a question.
And hold on, now we have a conversation going on. Do you want to answer the question first? I was asking you. Do you? Okay, go ahead. Do you believe that Sowore is right by saying that?
Let me answer your question this way.
Yeah,
First
go ahead.
Foremost, the way you guys propel Obi to be a saint, most Nigerians does not believe that. Obi ruled in year 2007 or 2000, I forgot, maybe 2007 or something like that. It belongs to the old politician. He was a vice principal to Atiku, and he will be labeled them as criminals. They are corrupt, everything. And this is the same people you want to be his vice president. If I'm average thinking Nigeria, and this is the same man you are running back to again, begging him, I don't know what you want from him. If I am in Nigeria, I will not take this kind of man seriously. And
let me answer you.
Taking him seriously, he's as corrupt as the others.
Okay, your conclusion went far and beyond, but let me ignore that for right now. Let me say this to you. Peter Obi, I am looking at him like if I'm a Yoruba man, I'll be looking at him the same way. If I'm a Hausa man, it doesn't matter if I'm an American. What we're talking about, you cannot say you're going to clean out everybody who's been in politics, period, in Nigeria. Why is that stupid? You cannot do that. So hold on. Remy, we have to have order here. Well, you want to talk, I'll let you talk. But before you start talking, try to let me let you in, and then you talk. Here's the answer to you.
You can't control my mouth that way.
I'm not. I'm saying we're doing that out of committee.
All your lies and propaganda. So I always fight back.
I just want you to be. I want you to be courteous, and this is the last time I want to respond to you civilly like that, because obviously, if you know and you're doing it knowingly, then I might have to apply something else, which I also have.
Yeah, go ahead and apply whatever you want to apply.
You're gonna get it from me now.
About you,
So
really.
what I'm saying,
you
Baba
want.
T, the question we're talking about here, we have to understand something. You cannot come in and say to our citizens, if you ever been in politics, if you ever been in PDP, you're forever condemned. There's nothing like that. None of these people have been convicted of a crime in Nigeria, including Tinubu, for that matter, right? He's been convicted outside, and he met the threshold.
Convicted by who? By which country?
United States.
That is
But
another lie.
please let me. I'm addressing. When I finish the poke holes, could you have Remy calm down?
You are
just
telling a lot of lies
No.
now.
Then after I speak, then you poke holes in what I'm saying. If I made
They
it
are
easy,
trying to poke holes. They don't want them to speak.
No. After I speak, you can come in and poke holes in what I'm saying. So here's
Well,
what
it's
I said.
taking you all day. You are stopping speaking.
Okay,
You are not
you know what?
stopping.
All right, then let's do it. Let's do it by time. I'll do 3 minutes and we'll go around.
No,
3
you
minutes.
cannot
Okay.
do 3 minutes. Just do 1 minute.
Shut up. All right. Baba T, I say we do 3 minutes each, right? If
But Pansat, let somebody
if I'm
interject
answering your question,
speaking.
if
You have
I'm
been speaking. We got all your point.
I'm trying to answer your
yourself.
question. When I'm answering your question, that's you speaking, right? If you ask me a question, when I'm answering it, it's your turn that I'm using. I'm answering your question. So just give me a minute here. Let me deal with
talk your 3 minutes and let's see somebody else is coming.
That's only fair. Okay, so but I'll use my 3 minutes to answer the question. Now, here's the point. We said that Peter Obi is not the same as people in PDP with him. The Nigerian people agreed. In the last election, the results were out. Even though it was a rigged election, we know that he won 12 states, including Abuja and Lagos. He won a lot of states. Showore did not win a single precinct, not even his voting booth, right? So that's a result. That's a fact. So now you have to deal with the facts. You cannot just ignore that. It's not true. He was a revolution. The entire polity was happy to have him. Edo State, that's primarily doesn't vote, doesn't align with the Southeast. He has nothing to do with that. So we have to deal with the facts. Obi has already governed the state. He has never been invited to where it meets to where he's alleged to have done anything. He has spoken. Showore was in the election himself. He could dig out the facts. He's not a corrupt man. You cannot prove to anybody that Obi is corrupt. Nobody. Even you.
That's your own judgment now.
Well,
you can cite several incidents to tell you that it's corrupt.
And I'm not saying that because I'm Igbo or anything like that, like I said before. No, I'm saying it because it's the truth. Now, when my 3 minutes is over, then it's up to you to say, okay, Pansa, this is where you're wrong because this is where he was corrupt. Not gossip, talking nonsense in a circular firing squad among yourself here. You have to do it where it is serious, right? So now, finally, to coming to him going to Atiku, if you go to Atiku and say, look, Atiku, I'm meeting with you because you've tried. You are one of the old politicians that's been ruling this country. Let me go in, right? Quit and support me. That's not a meeting. That meeting, sure, should not be against it because the only difference between that and Showore will be Showore going and say, you son of a bitch, you're a thief, quit so that I could do it, right? So it's an approach then. It's not the goal. The goal is the same. The approach is different.
Your 3 minutes is over.
Very well. Okay, I yield.
Can I just do 1 minute before you guys go ahead? Just to before that's your party. So like I mentioned earlier, they don't believe in the same thing. So when you say, you can say maybe closely aligned, maybe that's the closest thing to him, but not that they actually align on beliefs. That's where you leave it. But like I said earlier,
well, tell us, where do they differ? Tell me. What is the difference between Obi and
I'm about to tell you, please.
Okay,
You had your time, please.
No, I'm asking you to, so you could.
Yeah, I'm going to respond. So first of all, Showore believes Atiku is corrupt. It does not like the current system. Showore is never. I might not like his approach to politics, but he will never compromise. He's not desperate to the point where he will align himself with an Atiku Abubakar.
Okay, tell me who Showore believes it's not corrupt. Tell me
Yo, Pastor, you're gonna have to let people talk, man. Stop acting like a slut, man.
I'm asking him so he could tell me a name of somebody Showore believes.
Let him talk, man. Who gives a shit what you want to know, man? You have your own time. You let people talk, man.
That is what, number one, it's not going to do that. Number two, it does not play tribal politics. It does not engage the church. You will never see Showore talk about, oh, I'm a Yoruba person, or align with anybody that even has that kind of Yoruba. He shies away from that too. Religious belief, you never see Showore say, oh, I'm this and that. He stays away from that. It does not exploit people's the fortnight of Nigeria, like I always call it, of religion and that of faith and belief system. It does not do that. 3, money politics. When it comes to funding parties or anything like that, it does not exploit the weakness of political parties, like jumping from one party to another. Even when it was offered, by the way, the Labour Party ticket that Peter B got, it was supposed to be Showore, according to him. I don't know, but according to him, that's what he said. He chose to do what? To have his own, because he believes so much in what he believes that he had to go establish his own political party. So unlike Obi that has to jump on political movement, exploit them to get his own what he wants. If you believe so much in what you believe as a Peter Obi, then go establish your own political party. But that differs from Showore that had to go set up his own political party because he believes in what he believes. That is a difference as well. So
okay, can I enter?
Hold on, can I
interject you though?
God damn it, this guy, man. What is? Can I finish my point?
I just want to know if I can interject you. You don't have to abuse me for that. You could say no.
Continue, Babati. After you, I will come. I will spend it.
No, Pastor, you can't interject. Babati will talk. Other people will talk too. You had your own time, okay?
Other
So
people
have their own time.
You look like
but don't remove me again. I find that to be insulting. So
let me come in for 1 minute, and Babajali Koko
behave yourself just because you came in here. Don't be silly, all right?
So actually, if you look,
You've been a bitch all night, so you know.
If you look at
it's time for you to chill out.
And Obi, if you put the fact
you are an idiot, an imbecile. You think you could just come in here insulting everybody, right? That gives you some kind of
no,
power,
I'm only insulting you because you've been a bitch all night and you're insulting people all night. So it's time for you to shut the fuck up and let people talk, okay?
Yeah, okay. Clap for yourself, right? But go ahead and make an input that makes sense here instead of talking nonsense.
Can I have my
the only time you have power is when you
shut the fuck up, man.
Every time else that I'm in a platform with you, you can
just shut your mouth, man. So you won't shut the fuck up, I'll put you in the back, man. Let people talk, man.
Put me in the back. You stupid asshole. Put me in the back. What does
shut
that
the fuck up. You fucking Onyema bastard, man.
Where you're not moderating. You don't even open your.
Yo, shut the fuck up. I'll put you in the back. You fucking bastard, man. Guy, talk, Gary.
Okay, I was about to say that Showore and Peter Obi are quite different. And for my own, I did not see any special big thing that Obi did during his 8 years rule in Anambra. And moreover, he's totally different from Showore, like Babati said. Showore formed his party, and he believed in his own ideology. I don't want to mix myself with the people a term corrupt. He doesn't want to have anything to do with them. But if you guys are coming and you are painting your Obi as a saint, Obi is not a saint at all. A person that cannot form his own party, a person that cannot even put his house in order, is just an opportunist. And you rode on that opportunity this time around because there was what do you call it? A lot of people are tired of Buhari rule. A lot of people just want the APC to be gone. If he is so like what he projected, if he so loved Nigeria, why can't he become the vice president carried to Atiku? Maybe today he would have been a vice president. But he doesn't want that. So now you still go back to them and beg them. And when you look at Showore is not using religion or tribal to gain vote or something like that. So they are miles apart, totally miles apart. If Showore have been the president of Nigeria, he won it on merit. not on religion or tribal sentiment, or not on opportunity or on opportunistic manner. So in that way, I still do my heart for him, but he has to also understand politics is local when you talk about Nigerian context. So how does he maneuver his way? He's still young. He still have like at least just like 50 plus. Who knows? He can still become Nigerian president. But he has to know that politics is local and he has to maneuver his way. And sometimes you have to hit with the devil. So I don't know how it's going to pan out. But for that to be, he's not the right person to be a Nigerian president. He's far away. No.
Yeah, so,
yeah.
I apologize. Sorry, go ahead. My thing dropped off earlier, but go ahead.
Yeah, I know. So like it's just a one-time chance. Now, 2027, if he's going to contest as a president, we are going to see his real true color. I mean, we are going to see how many votes he's going to garner, because there's not going to be religious votes, it's no more going to be there. Tribal vote, maybe to his side, but I don't think he can get the same kind of vote like before. Because with what all he's doing, all the other regions already knows him. I think he knows very well. Probably he's going to be VP to Atiku, go back to him and become a VP. That's what he's going to pan out. But for presidency, no, he cannot taste it. I'm sorry.
So basically, what is happening right now is Peter B talks like show, but his actions does not match the words.
Yeah,
it's telling you the populist
propaganda. It's the kind of propaganda.
So, like I said earlier, when I was talking to when it was earlier, I was talking about the best argument I've that anybody that's ever told me, like made a case for Peter B was those who at least know that it was okay. Let's acknowledge that it was part of the system. It was corrupt, but it's willing to change. That's the best argument I've ever had. But to deny his past and just wipe his record clean and make it look like he's never done anything wrong.
That's the most always amazed me.
That's where
that's what's amazing. If you are right thinking Nigeria, there's so many questions you answer. Are you not a governor in Nigeria before? Are you not the same man that stole almost 200 million? Are you not the same man that took your state resources and put it to your own bank that you have vested interest? Are you not the same man that used the state money to do this, to do that? That you use the state resources to enrich your own family? Is it not the same man? Is it not the same man?
Remy, we can both agree that Showode will never run with Atiku on the ticket. That will never happen.
No, he will not even run with Atinuku with any Awusama. Even with Derek, he will never run with him.
Right. So he's principled. He has a belief system that like they call it, like he has the courage of his own conviction. Right. He believes in this, what he believes. On Peter Obi now, you don't know where he's going to go next week. You don't know what's going to. He's just anywhere Bele face. That is him. That's the kind of politics he's playing. So
that is exactly his downfall, because Nigeria already see who he is. This is the person that does not. Your party was leaking. You are the presidential candidate. For God's sake, how many months after the election, you cannot put your house in order, even if you use them to get that kind of vote or something like that. And the house was in order. You cannot control. And then you want to rule a complex country like Nigeria, just a small party. You cannot call everybody to come together and unify them and put a very good match and continue to, positive thinking. You are not doing that. You don't care. And you are in labor. You're already jumping to, oh my God.
So Remy, here's the thing with the obedience. Like I always tell them, what you're fighting for is right. I agree with the most part. The issue I have is the head of that ticket, of that movement. If you can find somebody, if you still hold that belief, because I'm also anti-establishment, I'm also I'm everything I'm with you on the most part. But the face of that movement cannot be Peter B. Find me somebody else and we can have that conversation. That is where I am with obedience.
If it's possible, if you can push somebody much more younger.
Based on what though? Based on what? Why not to be? Why? What's wrong with Obi's face?
No.
Because his actions and his past attitude does not match what he's saying. And the belief system of the obedience, okay, what they believe does not match what they are presenting to the public. So if you find me somebody else in his 40s or his 50s,
like
that actually I actually buy into what they're selling,
well,
then
suggest somebody.
I will,
suggest somebody that's better than Peter.
I will look at, personally for me, because I am mostly like a one issue voter. Like I deal mostly with economics. Okay, so which might not be appealing to everybody, but okay. So for me personally, a Mogalo will be, or Ngozi will be one of my favorite. Like I always said, Ngozi, I like that lady. She's a very smart woman. Economic, I think she's very great. She's wonderful. Mogalo, yes, those two from that part of the country, with the obedience movement, what you believe, support those two people, then we can have the conversation. But there will be no.
Okay, look,
Babati, if they are push Ngozi well forward, don't you think a lot of
I will be at the forefront.
Babati.
Those kind of
Babati.
record.
Yes, sir.
Point of correction. Moghalu has shown recently that it's not different from Pansat.
I mean, like
his
I said,
wife put a tweet out.
I know. So
no.
I said
it's not my pinky toe. Moghalu is not my pinky toe.
Hold on, please. I said on the issue that I support. I'm a one issue. It's economics for me. So I know he had issue with the wife and the public. I know that, but on what I believe makes
okay, can I ask you a question, Babati?
Yeah.
Let me
I'm
ask you.
telling you,
let me ask Babati a question.
the educated bigot. That's who he is.
Okay.
So there's no way you can separate the two. And the likes of Okonjo-Iweala is only good for administrative purposes, not to govern. I don't think such kind of person has flair for politics. Politics is a different ballgame.
Right.
He's good at being employed, not to be the employer. That's one thing about her, and I respect that.
She reminds me of like it's more like a Hillary Clinton, where you're a nerd, you're very smart, but you're not politically savvy. That's
right.
Just,
okay. So my question to you, Babati, is this: you agree that in a healthy polity, you can espouse the thing you just said, and I can disagree with you, and it's just perfectly okay. In essence, you may not like Peter Obi, so you're gonna vote against Peter Obi. What you're not entitled to is to pile on lies and just stick on.
I don't hate him. That's not true.
That's what I'm saying. So you can.
I don't like his politics. Is what I
right. Hello, Mr. Owazuronye. Welcome. So I'll just say to you, Babati, you can hold that position, and it's legitimate. You could be against Peter Obi. That's okay. I can be for him, and that's okay, right? So when we come to a public square to talk, all we have to do is to make our case. In essence, I could tell you why Peter Obi is good. Now, Showore is not a standard to measure. For example, the other day I saw Showore and Aisha, right? There are a lot of Nigerians who surround Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not a one army guy. There's a lot of respectable Nigerians. Who some people who gave up their seat for Peter Obi, who are 10 times better than Showore. Aisha is maybe 20 times when it comes to integrity.
Aisha who?
Aisha.
Aisha who? What's her last name?
Aisha Yusufu.
Yusufu, yeah.
Aisha Yusufu.
Yeah, please allow me to name every virtue that I'm trying to name, because I don't want you to stop at the one integrity, right? Because Showore has integrity as well. But when it comes to compassion, there are a lot of qualities a leader has to have. You have to have judgment, right? She smokes Showore by 10 miles. Showore is against corruption. That's it. When it comes to due process, if somebody's accused of a crime, even if you witnessed it, you're not a judge. You don't determine who's guilty or innocent. That's not your role. You're not equipped to do that. He's barely equipped to be a journalist.
I'm sorry. What was the question again? I thought you were going to ask me.
So yeah, my question to you, like I said, is it okay in a healthy politics for you to have your opinion? I believe you answered it. You have your opinion, I have mine. on our choices on who we're gonna
you
to
can
be a
have
leader.
That's
Yeah,
true, my brother. That's true. That's
right.
the standard.
Yes. So I was saying that Showore is nothing to be judging Peter Obi by, because there's a lot of qualities.
I
that
did not
Peter Obi
judge
has.
him by you, but you brought up his name. You said that those are your words. You said you were making a case that that Showore at this point should support or should be supporting Peter Obi. That's the reason we brought this name.
I didn't say at this point. I didn't
People
say at
are
this point.
saying that P2B put state money into his account.
Yeah,
My brothers,
you brought up the
let's
name of
tell
Showore now.
ourselves the truth.
I didn't bring up his
If
name.
Buhari have kept some money into any bank in Nigeria, even though if he's in his bank, we wouldn't have been in this situation. So I think that is not a point. P2B didn't use it to buy shares. He kept it in the bank. It yielded interest for the state. So it
You do know
doesn't
that
matter the
as
bank he kept it. You
Otesoro, you do
understand? Let
know.
us
Hold
try
on
to be
now, hold on,
straightforward.
please. Hold on, please.
Other governors who have
Guy,
kept money.
you gotta learn to listen to respond. When you are a when you're a state governor or government, putting money in an account to yield interest is not, you're not a private investor. That's not the way a government invests funds. I hope you know that. So when
He
the
did it
argument for
in
you
a
putting
way
money
so that
for yield
the
interest
next
is not
administration
really.
can easily get hold of the money or get rich of
It's
the money
not. That
whenever they
is
want
not
it.
the way.
You are
That
a
is not
government.
the
You're
way.
not a business, for God's sake. What are you talking about?
That is not the way. That is cheating. If you want to
It's not
invest in,
cheating, brother.
no,
It's not cheating. Because what he did with the money is not for his personal interest.
Listen.
You people are angry because he has kind of input in that bank before he became a governor. That was the only what people are using against him. If he
Listen.
had
That
put that
is not
money in the
listen.
different
Several
bank
other
now,
things.
you won't use
It's
that
not,
as a point against him. So
listen.
let us
If
be
you want
constructive
to
when criticizing.
listen very
Otesoro,
carefully. Babati, go ahead. I will come after you.
this is the point I'm making. Any government that you study across the world, when you never heard government talk about when they have low capital human development, or they have poor infrastructures or education, anything. You will never hear that government talk about, well, I saved 70 billion. Oh, saving the money to do what? The money should be spent on infrastructure. You have infrastructure deficit. So this idea that you save money for interest could have been put to better use that will make you more money in the long run. That is a way a government thinks. The government is structured.
Somebody could make that. In essence,
So,
if I'm running against Peter Obi, right, I could use that.
That's my point.
Yeah, hold on. But hold on now. I've heard what you're saying, and I've heard that criticism. That comes closest when it comes to legitimate criticism of Peter Obi that I've heard, right? I wouldn't do that myself, but he would defend why he did it. He's saying that he had ample money to do the things that are necessary, right?
God bless you. He was busy doing a lot of things until he left office. So there's no way you want, because of those billions are there, he must use all of them. No, that's not how to handle management.
But I have a question. I have a question for you, because I know you want to speak.
Hold on, Pastor.
I asked you a
Hold
question,
on,
then
Pastor.
answer together what you're going to say. I have a question for you. Then you could talk. Here's a question. I'm going to give you some.
Very short question, please.
Yeah. Let me just go straight to it, okay? Some of the skills that a leader must have, for example, is passion, to set the example, to talk less and listen more, to motivate, right? Motivation, and then to be trustworthy, and then be flexible. That's about 6, right? Who has more of those things between Showore and Peter Obi? Thank you.
It's Peter Obi now. Showore been in any credible office? Why would you be comparing Showore? Who is Showore? Showore have not handled any office that even worth $1 billion before. You are comparing with someone who has seen billions and was still
please.
Imagine the only governor in the whole Nigeria. EFCC have not mentioned anything against him.
Chief, hold on now. Hold on.
What are you people saying? This man has done well, bro.
This guy, hold on. Because I was engaging Pastor earlier, and I asked him, I said, what is his own criteria for, do you have to hold public office? And he said it's
they wouldn't let me answer. That's the answer. They wouldn't let me answer.
Beyond
wouldn't let me answer.
Beyond
I
holding
didn't answer.
public office, you must have some intangibles. It has to be there, qualities.
Yeah,
So
I was just naming them off for Adewale right now because they wouldn't answer me. They wouldn't let me answer.
Sorry.
Someone who has not even been a councillor before, you are using to compare a whole
wait
governor.
now. Wait, please.
Yeah, Adewale, I'm here.
Go ahead.
So when you, I think it was you or the other guy that talked about investing in keeping money in the bank. You know that is a part of investment.
Who does that, Dewale?
So which part of the analysis is successor gave that you don't understand? When Obiano said after investing that money in the bank that he had issued checks out and those checks kept coming back, and he was obligated to pay those checks. So when somebody keep money in the bank, what I've seen so far is even illegal because you can invest the money in maybe infrastructure or even buy shares on behalf of the state. Because during the year 2000, when the GSM came to Nigeria, some states even used the allocation to buy shares in those. Econet was one of them, and that was what led to Econet being kicked around. So, I mean, that is okay, but when you now get money where there's conflict of interest, that calls for questioning, and that calls for his leadership skill. You can't have money in your pocket and you go hungry, but you let your family go hungry. The best thing you can do for the future generation is to invest that money in infrastructure programs that will not just bring economic, prospect to the state, but to enable the state to liberate themselves from, the poverty. But keeping money, just like a regular trader, does not make you a good finance or money keeper, or how should I put it? So Obi failed in that aspect, and to me, that is not a criteria to be seen as a leader. Now,
let me respond to you. Hold on. Let me respond now.
Hold on.
Don't
Hold on.
don't say that affected him for being a leader. That's your personal opinion. Please don't generalize it. He is a leader, please.
He's not a leader.
I agree. I agree. I agree
I
with
don't care whether it's your
It's your
10
own
God
opinion.
or a small
Leaders,
God.
listen, let me tell you, during that time, the minister of
let's do this in
and I
order now.
will explain to you why that your
let him
Obi is
respond.
not a
Let him
leader.
respond now.
Hold
Let him
on,
respond
hold
to you.
on.
You made a
Hold on.
point, so let somebody else.
Let me elaborate on not being a good leader. Okay. When the speaker said, oh, he's a leader. Now tell me what makes him a leader. A leader that is jumping from one platform to another, have no
Yeah, but you go
substantive
into another
ideology.
topic. Hold on. Let's respond to what you said.
Have no
Then you go to
ideology
this.
behind.
Hold on.
Now
Let
you have no
Wazuronyi
point.
respond
So for
to
you
that
to be
point.
a leader, you must create your own party. You can just look at these
No, but
point people
Wazuronyi
are bringing
That's
respond to
out.
what a
what he
leader
said.
does. A
Respond to what
leader
he said.
command.
Yeah,
A
Adewale, hold on.
leader command
Adewale,
respect.
hold on now. I
And
mean, I will exit if you're not gonna be in order. Let him
please
respond.
do. I would love it for you to exit.
I will, but you sure you don't want me to participate in our exit?
No, you needed to have been on the bed already. It's past
Okay.
your past time.
Because I'm an old man. All right, Wazuronyi, go ahead and respond. I will exit and I will listen. I'll just listen. I've been on the platform for a while. Baba T, Thomas, good night.
I'm glad you're taking your medicine to go to bed. You know what these people, this battery of people put together and prop this man to be seen as the savior of the country. They did worst for Jonathan when he was contesting for the election. What did they now say? He didn't have a shoe. He was a good man. A good man is not enough to govern a complex country like ours. That is just a fact. Look, it takes more than a gut.
You see what people like you are saying. People are like you are people destroying
It's not
Nigeria. How will you say a good
governance.
man is not enough to govern
Governance.
Nigeria?
Governance is not
The
about
bad
being a
people
good man.
governing it now, look the way they are governing the country.
Let me.
Why must you make such statement? I'm not sure you are
Let,
in Nigeria.
I'm in
Are you talking
Nigeria.
from
True, true,
Nigeria?
true.
You are not
Look,
in Nigeria, I'm sure. Because if you're in
eh,
Nigeria, you can't make such statements. Go to other
let me tell
countries.
you.
Good people are
Let,
leading, making changes.
Because
Countries becoming prosperous,
you
and you are
cannot
saying good
see
people
through
should
your
not rule
nose.
Nigeria. Why?
Wait, because you cannot see through your nose. You only see those countries as being prospering, but you don't know what goes on the ground. That is why you are making such a statement that is not actually accurate. If I
Now
tell you
lunatics
what goes,
are ruling your country now. See how
when
the
I,
country is going. You still
you
be
know,
there saying good people should not rule.
I was explaining something to somebody today. I said some things that we don't know, that if you and I know about, or have a little glimpse of what it takes to be in charge of power, to control the lives of people, subjects, you wouldn't even be able to sleep for a day. And that is the fact. But because you and I have no idea what it takes to be at the helm of affairs, it's one thing to prop up somebody to make him look like the savior. I mean, most of the African political leaders always come across as a populist, and they tell you, they're going to provide solution to your problem. But on getting there, they say they begin to see the tentacles, how it controls that seat. And you have to maneuver, and you have to not necessarily please, but you have to find a way, in a diplomatic way, to balance that area so that the country will remain united, number one priority. Then you begin to deal with other minor issues. And that is where people like the likes of Obi, the likes of Jonathan, have no dexterity per se to do that. That is why Jonathan could only have one term, because he could not see beyond what he was. So when you have Obi, I'm not saying Obi is not a good man. No. I'm challenging his leadership skills. I'm challenging his political dexterity. I'm challenging his political skills. Because if you're truly, really, really serious about governing the country, number one, you will dine with the devil. Is he ready to dine with the devil? Of course, he had dined with the devil before when he was a governor of Anambra. And we all were living a witness of what actually transpired when he was impeached. And it's coming back to that seat. It's not just about judiciary intervention alone. There are a lot of political input that went into that. And he came. And I tell you this, majority of people that took him as an enemy at that time are now singing his praise because, number one, he's the only one that is still at the center that can say, well, he has a chance to be the president from the Southeast extraction. I'm not against that. But where I challenge his leadership is the fact that this is the man that could not command respect in the platform that he belongs to. Number one, he moved from Habga. Habga flushed him out. He went to PDP, the same party he qualified as a party of criminality. Now he went to Labour Party, and that is a different ballgame entirely. When he got to Labour Party, he need to let his followers know. Of course, this will not be revealed to you and I. He need to let people know how he was able to secure that ticket to be the Labour Party. That party has been in existence for a long time. He came, he hijacked the party. Whatever he did with the Abures and the rest, that was the reason why the what is this monthly Papa and Co were grumbling because the money did not get to them. He bribed his way out in Labour Party because there are a lot of people that have been laboring before his incursion to that party. Of course, that Labour Party has always been a dumping ground for any aggrieved politicians anyway. For those who don't know the history of that party, now there's a turmoil in that party. And he could not even salvage and bring those aggrieved people together because he's not a leader, because he doesn't have the clout, the power to do that. And that is why the likes of Aburi, even the Labour Congress NLC chairman, he could not agree with the party
My
chairman, and he
brother,
couldn't
stop all
command them.
these your lot
So
of fabrications. All this your
it's
point
not
doesn't make
fabrication,
sense,
it's the
bro.
fact. But
No,
you
doesn't
guys
make
have
sense.
propped him up
You are
as
not
the
even
only
constructive in your
challengers,
criticism.
as the only challenger. But you guys could see, and I said earlier, it takes more than just being a good man to govern a country like Nigeria. And Obi does not have what it
You are
takes.
comparing Obi with Sowore. Just look at what you are saying. You are comparing
So
Obi,
you see, I'm
a
not comparing.
PhD
I'm
with
not
a student.
listen.
I
I'm not
laugh at your
comparing.
point, bro.
I'm not comparing Obi. I'm not a. I'm not the Showores fan anyway. I would take Obi before Showore. The reason being is this: I would take somebody
Well,
who is
I know you
more.
are here, you are just trying to market him, but I'm
No,
not
no, no,
here
no.
to
I'm
market
not.
anybody.
No, I've.
I'm here
I've.
to say something to free our country from slavery. Our country
Mhm.
is into slavery, okay?
See,
So I'm not here to market
simply
something
because
that
Obi
is
did not
not
become
possible.
president. So if Obi
You,
had
me and
become
you know
president,
that Sowore, if he just remain in that party where he is now, the next 50 years, Sowore will not be Nigerian president. Unless Sowore will rotate. Go closer to those bad people. Try to get this at the government, then you change things. That's the way you can make it. You can't scare these people away. They are devil, they are devil, they are devil. How will you win? You should know politics, how it works. If Tinubu now want to make Nigeria better, he will do it. But he's kind of person, he can't do it because he's a greedy man. He want more wealth, well, he want to accumulate everything without knowing that God has blessed him already. So what are you? Why would not make a good name? That's what we are talking here. Sowore is a good man, yes, I don't doubt it. But Sowore doesn't know how to play the politics. Go and dine with these people, play
so
them. Go
Obi
in,
knows
then
how
you
to
can
play
make a change.
politics. No, Obi knows how to play politics. Obi knows how to play politics. Do you know what led to him leaving Africa? Answer now.
You think him going around, him trying to make a change, you think
So,
is an
what do
easy
you
game?
think? What do you think
Do you think is an
makes
easy
a
can show? Let me tell you,
what?
the money Obi is spending, everything is going through. Shore cannot match it because it doesn't have such resources. Are you
Because he
getting
has
me?
not
So
stolen
let me tell you, Shore is a
like
good
Obi
person.
did, like the way
Listen,
Obi
my brother,
squandered an
Sowore is a
Ambrani
good
to.
person. There is no argument. Listen, no, Sowore is a good individual. There is no argument. But number one, Sowore doesn't have the resources. Number two, politically, Sowore doesn't want to. Sowore is a nice guy that is saying these people are too smelling. They are smelling people. No, that's not how you will get it. Go closer to them. Use something to close your nose. No matter how smell they are, go close so that you can get something. That's how it will work. If Sowore should be our president now, I will sleep with my two eyes every night. Close. Yeah, because I know we have somebody we can trust. But the way he's doing it, he's not doing it the way he can grab something for us. Should we really keep waiting for Sowore for the next 50 years? No. You should just understand how it goes, bro. Okay, tell
So
me
where
the
will be
way Sowore
president
is
before
doing
you
it
will
now,
be though?
do you think that Sowore can be a president of Nigeria the way he's doing it? Do you think so? Does he have the resources?
Shurema become the president before Obi did though.
My brother, no, he is possible. That's what I'm saying. It's possible. Okay, but he can't remain in that party where he is now to be the president. That's what I'm telling you. To be president in Nigeria, my brother, you can never say you won't dine with the devil. That's the problem. So where should help us? Go close to these people, dine with them small, so that when they put him there, he can now make the changes we want. But you calling this people devil, 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 devil won't solve the problem. They are in charge of everything. Oh. This way they have eaten up the soul of our country. If you don't know, and
And
nobody
that
can do
and
anything.
that
They
make
will
Obi
kill us. If we
different
come
from
to protest, they will use army, they will
and
kill
that
me and
makes
you.
Obi
And
different
nothing
from
will
them,
happen.
right? Do you think to be a
Adewale,
difference in the rest of them?
Adewale, sorry, we have to go. I have a meeting to catch up with.
All
Yeah,
right, brother.
thank you
It's
so
been a
much. We'll
nice
see you again. Thank you.
and you've been gone for
Yeah,
too
thank
long. I couldn't get in because you were gone too.
Thank you very much, my
I
brother.
just I just leave it open. Let people talk. Yeah. You know, sometimes it happens like that. Yeah, thank you, guys.
but you can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.
Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never be there.
You can only see, but you can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to the gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't? Why? It must be an omission.